Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Green buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Hi, how is everyone doing? I think I came on just on time because our feed just came live. I hope you guys can hear me because I did had to adjust the mic earlier today. Hopefully, did I came on? Yeah, I came on the right one. Good morning, Paula. Good morning, William. Good morning, Crystal. Hello. I messed that up. Happy birthday. I hope you have a great day today. Um I hope you all have a great day. It is Monday. We can do this. Yes, Mike is working, checking. So we are for the day 4 of the Maxwell Anderson trial that we are watching justice unfold for Sade Robinson. We all know the story. We all been watching this trial for the last couple days, especially last week. So today is day 4. It is Monday. Probably it is going to be a good day in terms of trial and everything. I might need a nap later because it's been already a long day. It's been an awesome day because I've been with my niece today. Hey, hey, buenos dias, Ivan. Was you up early? Good morning. Hello, everybody. Hi, Paula. Good morning. I think I said good morning to Paula. I hope I did, but if I didn't, good morning. Um, so yeah, so we are. I thought I heard a bip. I don't think it's me. Hopefully, it is definitely not me, and you guys can still hear me. I have a little bit of a cold sore today in my mouth, and then it's hard to talk, but that's not gonna. Oh, I did. Awesome. That is good. I was just like, did I say good morning or not? I might or may not have. It's a healthy energy. One, so you hear me fine. That's good because I was trying to do some stuff, and then I decided that I was not going to do that way and go back to the old way, and that's it. So we're still waiting for court to start. The fit is it is here, but we only see the clock right now. um oh, sorry, 1 second. Garden bot is calling me. Hang one. Hi, sorry about that. Sorry with the interruption. Good morning, Stephanie. I just got a very concerned call. I need to get someone to help me out. Um, so Garden Bot was working. Um, no, I do need sugar on the shopping list, but I have some not so good news. I might need to go to hospital with Garden Bot. I will leave the stream on. I will probably join in on my phone. I need to put my phone charging because my phone is he is not hurt, but he is just got a very poisonous caterpillar on his knee, on himself. So might need to go. I might have to call in Robert to take my place. um I might have to go to a hospital with garden bot. I wish I was not I was joking, but yeah. So I might have to just leave the stream and leave you guys with trial. You guys can obviously chat and everything, and I apologize for this, but obviously I need to make sure that he's okay. He's not home yet. I literally have a tracker on him so I can make sure where he is. I'm still not sure, but as soon as he gets home, I'm gonna leave the stream and gonna go check on him, make sure that he's okay, and make sure that nothing happens. When I can, I'm gonna ask Roba probably to take over the stream for today and to be with you guys if she can. Obviously, my concerns is him. It's my husband. Good morning, Miss Sarah. Hi. So I need to obviously look for him. Try not to cry. Everything is gonna be fine. Everything is gonna be fine. Sorry, I'm trying. No, definitely not the way to start a Monday. Definitely not. Um I'm trying to see if rubber is even up. Uh Sorry, in 1 second, everyone. Sorry. So yeah. Um no, he's coming home, and I'm gonna make sure that he's okay, and to make sure that he doesn't pass out or anything. But we might have to go to the hospital with him, because I don't want anything to happen to him, and want him to get checked out first, and that's the priority, and that's my concern and everything. So I'm just trying to see if someone can take over for me so he can stay with you. I am so sorry. My husband got it's not hit, but it had a poisonous caterpillar on him, and I'm trying to make sure that he's okay, um and everything is okay. He's just got home. I got a notification. He's just parking the van. Yes, indeed, it's better safe than sorry. This is not the way I was thinking the day was gonna go. Thought we were just gonna chill. I've watch our stream, watch court, watch justice for day. Okay, that did you guys that hear that pip? I heard that bip. Was it me or was it court? I I don't know. Um, I thank you, Miss Sarah. I'm sure he's gonna be okay, but it's just better safe than sorry. It's a very dangerous thing. I think I don't know. Never heard of a poisonous caterpillar. Obviously, he knows these things better than I do. He's a gardener. He spends all his time there. So oh, you heard that, babe? Okay, all right. It wasn't me. So it's the court. Um, so yeah. Um, I did not know it was. Is it Tishigan? Is that the name that Michigan, Wisconsin? That's awesome. Never knew. New. It's a holiday. What kind of holiday, if you don't mind me asking? Talking about something else. Still trying to see if Robert can come on. I don't think if she's awake at all. I know Zio is probably not going to be awake either. Um, but I might call her last minute, last if I need her to jump on. Um, Yay, it's her birthday. So everyone, wish Crystal a happy birthday in chat. Um it's her day, her day. I hope you have an amazing day, my friend. And yeah. Uh, oh, oh yeah, it's real. Oh, okay. I was not gonna say it's like, is that a mispronunciation of Michigan? But I was like, probably is. But yeah, that is great. So Garden Bot is here. I have to go. I will try to see if someone can pop in for the stream. I will see if I can come back. I apologize for this, but I just need to make sure that is okay. And I will be here, and I apologize for this from the bottom of my heart. I am so sorry about this. I just have to check if he's okay, right? I'll be right back. Hi, sorry everyone. I'm kind of back for a little bit. Hello everyone. Oh wow. Hang on. Sorry. I was just making sure Garden Bot was okay and he's like just lay down on sofa now right now and just having a bit of a rest. But Char Young Cat, thank you very much for this. I am so sorry. I was a little bit absent. Hello, good morning to those that are on stream. Good morning, Cherry and Chow Yun Cat. Hello everybody. Um, my apologies. Garden Bot, he seems all right so far. Well, I have muted unmuted. Yes, I have unmuted myself. He seems okay at the moment. He's just resting um is just resting. I think. Oh yeah, you are green. Sorry about that. Yeah, green. Yeah, you got it as well. That is amazing. Um. So. It. Oh, Paula, I would not tell you. I need to ask him. What kind of caterpillar? He says it's a poisonous one. Sorry. Hi. I'm here. I'm all over the place. Um. He did say the name, but I forgot already. Uh, the name of the caterpillar, but apparently it's the one that has a spine, and those are poisonous apparently. So, but he so far is fine, and we'll know if something worse happens in the next kind of half an hour. Um, oh, we can. Oh no, sorry, he sorry. Oh, sorry about that. I did not want to worry you guys. But obviously it's just what kind of caterpillar it is?
I'm not sure, but it was full of spines.
Oh, he says it was full of spines, and yeah, those ones apparently are poisonous and dangerous. So, but he at the moment feels fine. He's not having any anaphylactic shock or anything. I'm keeping a very close eye on him. He's literally just there. Um, so yeah, I know. I thank you. I appreciated that so much. You all are so kind. Thank you very much, Xiao Yun Kat. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry. It's normally we're not all of this like this craziness every day, but yeah, it's it's one of those days. It's Monday. Well, he seems okay at the moment. I think he's gonna be just fine. But if it comes to worse, we'll definitely go to hospital. We have actually a bag that is already ready to go. If we need to go to hospital, it's just grabbing the bag and go. That we can yeah to Kendo. Oh wait, hang on. There's something else there. Oh wow, thank you very much. Wow. Um Oh, thank you very much. That is a great yeah, thank you very much, Xiao Yun Kat. Wow, I saw yeah, I saw the membership and I did not see this. I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Yes, Rob, I did call. Well, I haven't called you yet. I texted you. But I will know a bit more in about half an hour to see if Garden Bot is okay or not. Um, but yeah, because he just got I don't know because he says he like oh sorry I'm a bit spaced out right now. He's just got a caterpillar, poisonous caterpillar on him, and yeah, we're just making sure that he's okay and everything, and obviously making sure that he's fine. No worries. I'll see you very soon. Thank you very much for popping, Cherry, and I am so glad to see you back in Grain. You are great today. I love that. So I'm just trying to make sure that he's okay. If he's okay, I think I should be fine carrying on the stream. But if not, I'm gonna have to go to A&E hospital with him. But that is a great day. It's hard today, huh? It is. What a craziness. Crazy, crazy, crazy. And me think I was like, oh, chilling. I have had a good day so far. Work wasn't that crazy today. It was kind of chilled, do my job, get in, get out, not worry. I know. I'm so sorry, brother. I just was like texted you just in case I actually needed you to jump on in case Garden Bot goes funny. Sorry if I keep looking at him. I am like looking like that. I'm looking at him to make sure that he's okay. I do have a timer going on to make sure, so in about like half an hour, 20 minutes, I'm gonna have to go and make sure that he's okay, and still breathing. And I'm trying to force him to take the rest of the afternoon off, but you know how he is. Yeah, he's not happening apparently. A scare of a caterpillar is not enough. Man, sometimes they don't listen. But anyway, day 4 of the Maxwell Anderson trial. Who's ready for it today? I mean, hopefully today we'll have.
State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24, CF1692, appearances.
Ian Vance Curzan and Megan Newport appear for the state, and joining us at council tables, Detective Joanne Donner. Good morning.
Good morning, Judge Anthony Cotton and Jason Finley with Maxwell Anderson. He's here in person.
Good morning, everyone. Anything to address on the record before we bring the jury in?
Not from the state.
No.
Okay, let's bring the jury in.
Oh, are they bringing the jury in? Sorry, I had to step away to make sure Garden is still all right, and everything. So they're bringing the jury in. So sorry, just gonna. So just oh. I just wanted a nice, easy Monday. Is that much to ask? No, there's never nice, easy Mondays because it's Monday. It's the beginning of the week. All the craziness starts at the beginning of the week. Oh, yeah, the clock is centering itself. Yes, the clock is moving by himself, and now it's not on a sensor, and that it's gonna bug a lot of people. So it's the fun of Mondays. Oh, the counter. Hang on. There he goes. If you hear it, it's just garden bot falling down. No, he is okay.
Going on the record.
Okay, at the moment.
Calling State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24, CF1692, appearances.
Ian Vance Curzan and Megan Newport appear for the state of Wisconsin. We're joined at council table by Detective Joanne Donner. Good morning.
Good morning, Max Anderson with Anthony Cotton and Jason Finley.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you had a lovely weekend. We are still on the state's case in chief. And State, are you ready to call your next witness?
Yes.
Please do so.
Pete Warbington.
Please remain standing and raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Pete Warbington, Teworbington.
How old are you, sir?
I'm 34 years of age.
Did you at one point live in a residence at 3159 South 39th Street?
I did. I was the lower tenant.
Is that address, is it a single family house? What is it?
It's a duplex, upper unit and a lower unit. I rented out the lower unit from Max.
Is it in the city and county of Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
Yes.
You said you rented the lower unit from who?
Maxwell Anderson.
Is Maxwell Anderson someone you knew prior to renting that unit?
Yes, I knew him ever since I was a little kid. His father was my baseball coach in Little League. And then I moved down to Texas for 18 years or so. And after I finished college, I moved back and saw that he had put an ad on Facebook saying that he had a lower unit for rent and I needed to get closer to Milwaukee for work. So that's how that worked out.
Is the person you're calling Maxwell Anderson in the courtroom today?
Yeah, absolutely.
Could you please identify him by indicating where he is sitting and something he's wearing?
Yeah, he's right here and he's wearing a gray long sleeve shirt button down.
I'd ask the record to reflect the witness identified the defendant and pointed at him.
Yes, that's fine.
The record will so reflect.
So you had lived in Texas and then you moved back to Wisconsin?
Yeah, once I finished college, I did, yes.
And that's how you found this apartment?
Yeah, post online made by Maxwell.
Did you reach out to him?
Yeah, I reached out to him. He told me to come over. I looked at the place. It worked out. The rent was cheap. I liked it, so I took it.
When was this? What year?
I can't. 2023, I believe, and I lived there for 2 years, or 2022. I can't nail down it.
Okay, and you also just said you had lived there for 2 years,
2
correct?
years, yeah, roughly.
When did you move out of there?
I would say probably a week after I was dragged out of my home in my underwear by the SWAT team.
Okay, would that have been in April of 2024?
Yes,
And so you lived in the lower unit?
I did.
Who lived in the upper unit?
Maxwell Anderson.
Would you pay rent to him?
Yes,
How would you do that?
pie check usually.
Once a month?
He would let me pay pretty much whenever I wanted, which is one of the reasons that I did want to continue renting from him. So I might pay him $500 first week, next paycheck, pay him $500 that week. Sometimes it was all in one, $1,000 a month, and I wrote it to him at the beginning of the month.
Did you understand him to be the landlord?
Yes,
Did you understand him to be the owner of the house?
yes, he explained to me that he was the owner of the house, yes.
Did you believe that to be true?
I didn't believe that to be true, no.
Why not?
Well, I guess I could,
I'm going to object on relevance grounds to this line of questioning.
Why is it relevant?
Goes towards his knowledge of the defendant.
I'll allow it. You can answer it if you're able to answer it.
well, he told me that he put $40,000 down on his home, but throughout the course of me staying in the house, I came to realize that Max didn't necessarily hold down a job very well. So it's kind of confusing to me how somebody could amass a $40,000 down payment when they only work 3 days a week and are frequently changing jobs.
But nevertheless, you would just pay him and no one else.
Absolutely, him and no one else.
Did you interact with him much other than to pay rent?
We probably hung out the first year that I was there a handful of times. Went to a couple of bars, just kind of keeping it amicable, as friendly as you could be from a tenant to a landlord.
How many times?
5, 10 maybe.
And had you ever been in his unit?
Yeah, a couple of times I went up there. We were just talking about, whatever. It wasn't for anything in particular, but yeah, when he called me over to look at the unit at first, he didn't even show me the lower unit. He just showed me his apartment upstairs. And he said it was kind of pretty much the same thing downstairs, just with an extra room. So.
You stated that you had hung out with him a couple times the first year. Did you not hang out with him after a period of time?
Yeah, after about the first year of living there, he came to be what I would call just an insufferable landlord. He would basically have people over.
I'm going to object again. This is getting into impermissible character evidence.
I'll ask a more pointed question.
Okay.
You stopped hanging out with him after about the first year, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Did you understand him to, I think you said he worked jobs. What did you know him to do for work?
I knew that he was a bartender. He just worked at a bunch of different locations, which isn't uncommon for bartenders to do, but.
Did you know what bars?
I knew that he worked at Victor's. That was really the only one that I can remember right now. But like I said, he went through a couple.
Did he have a car?
Yeah, he had a black SUV.
Do you remember what kind?
Hyundai, however you say that.
Did you have a car?
Yeah,
What car did you have?
I have a black Honda Civic.
And would you park it at the residence?
Yeah, usually, it could go either way. Some days I would park in the front street, and then some days I would park in the back by the garage.
I want to talk to you about the layout of the residence. I'm going to show you a few exhibits here. Why don't you page through this, and for the record, these are going to be exhibits 297, 354, 355, 381, 359, 382. We'll start with that. Can you just page through those silently to yourself and tell me when you're done?
All right.
Those are all photographs, right?
Yep.
Do you recognize where these photographs were taken?
Yeah, that's predominantly the house that I lived in, and then in the basement as well.
I would move those exhibits in again, and I could read the numbers for the record if Your Honor would like.
I have 257, 354, 355, 381, 359, and 382.
It was 297.
Okay, that made no sense to me because 257 was already in, so
Okay.
that makes more sense.
All right, good.
Any objection?
No.
They're received.
Ask to publish.
Go ahead.
I'm going to start with exhibit 297 here. Mr. Worthington, can you see that TV, either the one to my right or the one next to
I
me?
can see it just fine.
Okay. 297, what are we looking at, sir?
That would be the front yard of my home, or where I lived at Maxwell Anderson's home.
Who's this person right here?
That person?
Yes.
That me? That is me. That's absolutely me.
Okay, all right. So this is where you live,
Yep.
and you are standing on the front cement porch.
Yep.
That door that's next to you, is that a door into your unit, the upper unit? Where does that door go?
That door goes specifically to my unit, the lower unit, and it did not go upstairs. And that's the door that I use the majority of the time.
So that unit, that door, you couldn't get into the upper unit from that door?
Not from that door, no.
Okay. Did you use that door predominantly?
Predominantly, yes.
Over here, there's a gate. You see that?
Yep.
Is there a side door?
There is a side door about 10 feet inside of that gate once you walk into it on the right.
Where does the side door lead into?
The side door, once you open it, you can either go to the middle floor, which would be my unit. You can go downstairs into the basement, or you could go upstairs to Maxwell's unit.
Were you known to use the side door at all?
Very infrequently, only probably to go to work if I was parked out back. A lot of the time, like I said, I was parked out front anyway, because it's easier for me to just walk through the front door.
So you would use the side door, but it wasn't common?
No, it wasn't. And I actually would let my dog out of the front door as well. There should be a cable there, so I use the front door more often than not, yeah.
You had one dog?
I had one dog, yes.
Did the defendant have any dogs?
He had two dogs.
Where would those dogs stay?
Usually in the basement, that's where their kennels were located, but when Maxwell was home, he would take them upstairs with him.
What kind of dog did you have?
I have a large American Bulldog.
And what kind of dogs did Mr. Anderson have?
Believe it was a black lab and some kind of pit bull terrier. Both female, if
Okay.
that matters.
Let's talk about your apartment first. Can you just kind of summarize the general layout of it?
Yeah, if you were to walk in that front door right there to the left, you've got my living room. It's kind of set up in like an X. There's 4 rooms in the 4 corners. The room on the right would be my bedroom, and then you have the bathroom in the middle, and then you have my home office in the far right corner of the home, and then the kitchen in the far left-hand corner.
Where's your bedroom?
My bedroom is right there. As soon as you open that front door, you're going to walk into a wall. It's on the other side of that wall, so right there on the right.
How many bedrooms total in your unit?
In my unit, 2.
And your room was sort of in the front of the residence?
Absolutely. As soon as you open up that front door, there's a wall 3 feet in front of you. If you go on the other side of that wall, that's my room.
Let's talk about the basement. How would you get to the basement?
Through that side door. in
Not through the
unit.
front door?
Not through the front door, no. In order for me to go to the basement, the only way that you can get in there is if you were to go in through that side door. Obviously, you could get there through my unit because there's a door into the stairwell, and that's how I would get to the basement.
Okay. Did you ever use the basement?
I used the basement probably the first year that I was there doing my laundry. Other than that, I mean, I cut it down. I did not like going down there. It smelled awful. There was oftentimes I would have to report to Max that his dogs had defecated in the basement. It was horrid smelling. It frequently flooded and had what I can only assume is.
I'm going to object on relevance grounds.
All right, I'll ask a different question.
Okay.
You didn't use the basement much.
Not much, yes.
You used to use it to do your laundry, right?
Yes.
You kind of stopped doing that?
Yeah, I stopped probably the last couple of months that I was there. I didn't go down there pretty much at all, maybe once a month to do laundry. But then his washing machine actually broke and he started utilizing mine, or what was reserved for me. And I didn't want to share a washing machine with him. So I would just honestly just go down to my mom's and do some of my laundry there.
Did you keep any belongings in the basement?
No.
I'm going to show exhibit 354 on the screen here. What are we looking at?
That's a stairwell going up from the basement. And that is the side door that I've been discussing.
That's the side door?
Yep.
All right, and then next, I'm going to zoom in here. There's a, right where I'm pointing here. What is that?
Multiple light switch panels there.
What would those activate?
Those would activate stairwell lights, and I believe the light that is outside of the door.
So there's a light outside that side door?
That screen door right there, yes.
And it's activated or deactivated through the switch?
To the best of my knowledge, I believe so, yes.
You don't recall it being motion activated?
I do not recall any motion activated lights.
Exhibit 355, what are we looking at here? And if you can, when you answer that question, just orient us from the last picture.
So it would be as if you turned, I don't know, 45 degrees to the right and just snapped another photo in the same spot. You're at the bottom of the stairwell there, and you are looking to the right side of the basement.
Exhibit 359. Where is this, or what are we looking at? And if you could use that last photo to help us understand.
Yeah, last photo would probably be like a 180-degree shot from the last photo that we just looked at. Looks like somebody turned right around, and this is kind of towards the front part of the basement, I guess you could say. As you can see the dog kennel there, yeah. That would be the front part, directly under my living room is where that would be.
All right, so the dog kennel area you're referring to is,
Back there, yes.
is that where you knew Maxwell Anderson to keep his dogs?
Yeah, in his kennels, yes.
Was that all the time or just when he wasn't there?
Just when he wasn't there, they were in the kennel. He usually would bring them up into his apartment when he was there, yeah.
.381. What are we looking at here?
That looks like so that's the dryer right there. So you're looking, I don't know, towards the back of the basement. If you were to come down the stairs, down the left-hand side, he had a tool bench down there. And that punching bag. So yeah, the back left, if you were to come down the stairs of the basement.
Same room as 355, is that fair to say?
Yes, that's exactly right next to the tool bench.
And that's not the same part of the basement as 359, right?
No, it's not. That would be opposite ends.
Okay. And then I'm going to put up 382.
Yeah, that's the tool bench.
Was anything in there, in that tool bench, yours?
No, not at all.
You had nothing in the basement?
Absolutely nothing. I put nothing down there.
Did you know him to have a lot of tools?
Yeah, absolutely. Neighbors would come over and ask us to borrow tools.
Okay. Did you know him to use the tools?
Did I know Max? Absolutely. He was constantly working on home improvement projects that he called home improvement, but they weren't very good.
What What kind of projects are you talking about?
Well, he did some work on the fence. He was building some kind of underground shelter. He was going to allow his dogs to sleep under there. That would be the hole in the yard. So in doing so, he had to work on the fence, and I believe he put up some shiplap and painted it. So.
I didn't hear that last thing. Put up some what?
Shiplap. It's a type of like wood that you could put up.
Can you spell that?
No. SHIPLAP, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So continue. You were discussing.
Yeah, so I mean, it was almost nonstop, and it got to the point. That's one of the main reasons that I was moving out, is that it was like living in a construction zone. I mean, I'd get off from work at 5 o'clock, and I'd have to tell them multiple times after I work a long day of work, I'm not trying to come home to hearing hammers and saws and power drills or anything like that, but it just never ended.
So, lot of projects he'd be working on.
A lot of projects.
You would characterize them as home improvement projects?
That's how he would like to phrase it.
All right. You said there was a hole in the yard.
Yes,
Where was the hole?
that was right outside of the screen door.
The side door.
Side screen door, yes.
I'm going to show you exhibit 302. Do you recognize this photo?
Yeah, that's the whole discussion.
I'd move 302 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
It's received. Go ahead.
302 is on the screen here. So the camera person is standing just outside the side door facing 39th Street.
Correct.
Okay. And where is this hole, if you could just describe, and if you need to get up to point.
Yeah, it's right in that back corner right there. You can see the shiplap that I just brought up. It's a lighter texture than the rest of the fence because it was a fresh cut. He was freshly putting that material up, and he freshly painted it. As you can see, the rest of the fence is a bit darker.
Sorry.
It's a bit darker. He had just done that. Now you see, take your finger to the right there. Yeah,
Can I have the witness step up?
Sure.
absolutely.
I
Sorry.
think we have a microphone. If you just give me 1 second.
This here.
Turn it on.
All right. Why don't you point out what you're talking about as the hole?
As best as I can explain, this is the hole that he started with. So this was here even before I even moved in. This was here. I saw it there. He told me he was going to have it fixed up and he was going to put something there, but obviously that never happened. But as you can see here, this is a natural brown, a darker brown, because that fence has been there before I even moved in. And you can see here, these are the shiplap, and he put them horizontally. And so this has been done new because this started to cave in before he could even do anything with this. So this fence started to come down, so he had to fix that. So that's what he did. He put up this new shiplap, whatever this lumber is, and as you can see, it's a totally different painted color because it's been painted at 2 different times. This was the most recent project that I can remember that he had.
I can take mine.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Why don't you keep it near you just in case you got to use the screen again. And then the hole is sort of between the camera person and the shiplap that you're referring to.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. What did he tell you the hole was for?
He told me he was going to put some sort of, I guess, shed or something there. He was going to build a shed to keep like a lawnmower in, any kind of yard tools that he was using. And then underneath that, he was going to allow his dogs to go down there, and that's where they would sleep, I guess, maybe stay warm in the winter. The idea didn't make much sense to me when it was explained to me either.
He was going to have his dogs sleep in the hole?
From what he told me.
Was he planning on connecting it to the house or something?
I do not believe so. I think it was just something while they were out there that they could utilize. I don't think he planned on keeping them there and like having them live there permanently or anything.
You had suggested before that you were planning on moving out prior to April.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And how much prior to when you actually did move out were you thinking about leaving?
I mean, two months before, I had asked Max if he would write me like a letter of recommendation to the new apartment complex that I'm currently staying at.
So you had already looked for a new
Oh
apartment?
yeah, I already got one, signed the lease and everything. I was on my way out.
Let's switch gears a little bit. Why don't you explain Where's the garage?
So the garage from here is, if you turn 180 degrees and look straight back, it's an unattached garage, so it is way in the back.
I'm going to show you exhibits 450, 451, and 452. You look at these three photos and then tell me if you recognize those.
Yes. Yeah, this is the outside of the fence. This is where the garage is located in exhibit 450. That is the garage there.
Are all of these pictures photographs from the residence?
Absolutely.
I'd move those three exhibits in and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
So they are received and go right ahead.
Let's start here with 452. What are we looking at?
This is the view into the backyard outside of the back fence.
Just inside the fence to sort of the left side into the, that would be where the majority of the backyard is, right?
Yeah, if you were to walk in and take a left, that's where most of the backyard is, correct.
And were there any other projects going on back in that part of the yard?
He said, so right here on the left where you see the bent license plate, he told me previously that he wanted to turn that into like some sort of outdoor bar, but the only thing he did was basically dig a hole.
Dug another hole?
Yeah, a smaller hole than the first one, of course, but there was nothing there other than a hole.
How long have you been working on those projects?
Objection, relevance.
I'll allow it. You can answer it if you can.
He'd been working on them since before I was there. I mean, he would go out there. I mean, the holes were open before I moved in. So I would say it's definitely longer than 2 years. I can't give you a definitive answer, but.
Exhibit 451, what are we looking at?
This is, if you look on the left there, that's the actual garage. And then, yeah, just another view of the back fence looking into the backyard.
Where the camera person is standing right now, was that kind of a parking slab?
That is a parking slab, and that's where I would park my Honda Civic some nights.
And then other nights you would park on the street?
On the street, yeah. Depending on how I was feeling that day, yeah.
In front of the house?
In front of the house, correct.
450 is on the screen right now. Is that kind of a photo of that parking slab?
Yeah, that is correct.
Is this trailer normally not there?
Yeah, the trailer is not there.
Okay. What is this that I'm pointing to here? Do you know what that is?
That looks like a light to me.
Did you know there to be a light back there?
I did know of a light to be there, yes. That one actually, yes, that one was motion censored.
Okay. How did that light get there?
He hung it up one day, I think probably right after I moved in, just so I had a light so that like when I was parking back there, I could see what I was doing.
Was it affixed to the tree or was it just kind of hanging?
I think it was just kind of tied up there, yeah. I'm not sure what he used. I didn't even look, but.
Do you know where the power source for that light was?
I have no clue.
That wasn't your concern? It just
Nah, as long as there was a light out there and I could see, I didn't look that far into it.
So what I'm gathering from these photos then was the backyard completely fenced in?
Absolutely.
Would he let his dogs back there?
Yeah.
Would you let your dogs back there?
No, my dogs doesn't get along with any other dogs.
And so you take your dog out the front door?
Out the front, yes.
Did you utilize the backyard for anything?
No, I mean, to walk through it to get to my car when I did park there, that was about it.
What about the garage? Did you use the garage?
I had no access to the garage at all.
At all?
At all. It was completely locked up.
Okay. Had you ever been in there?
I honestly, I cannot recall a time that I was ever in there. Maybe when he had the garage door open, I walked by it, but no, I've never been in there physically.
Did you know what was in there?
I knew that he had an older truck in there, and then there was just no space because I wanted to originally park in there, but he had his car and then he had an older truck there, and I believe he had some kind of electric bicycle or something as well. So,
was the older truck even functional to your knowledge?
No, it wasn't. It was all taken apart in the garage. I think it was a project truck or something.
All right, I want to switch gears slightly, Mr. Warbington. While you were living at the house, did you know it to be common for Maxwell Anderson to have people over in his unit?
All the time, yes.
Were there times where it was noisy?
Absolutely.
Were there times that it was noisy at hours that were bothered you?
Oh yeah, I've had meetings with corporate at 8 a.m. and he's been up at 5 in the morning with companies just singing at the top of his lungs upstairs.
Where were you working at the time back in April of 2024?
In April, I was in the office. I was an inside sales rep, so I was forced to work from inside my actual office, whereas now I work from home. So
You had suggested before that there were times where you were working out of your apartment?
yeah, absolutely. If I have to go out on projects or meet with clients, stuff like that.
And at strange hours, they would be loud?
Always.
Okay. How often would he have people over?
I would say, I mean, 2 to 3 times a month, there was probably a night where I didn't get any sleep until 3 o'clock in the morning.
Because why?
Because of the noise and the carrying on. I mean, drunk people coming over, falling down the stairs in the hallway. I had to hear all that, knocking stuff off the walls.
And this is separate from the project?
Yeah, this is completely separate.
Okay. It was not uncommon then for you to hear noises coming from his apartment,
Not uncommon at all.
particularly even at night.
Even at night, yes.
I want to take your attention back to around the time that you indicated you had been removed from your apartment by police.
Mhm.
That week, where were you working that week?
That would be in office. So I was in my office in Menominee Falls.
What was your daily routine in your work week? I assume it was Monday through Friday?
Yeah, Monday through Friday. 7:30 is the time that I start. So I'm usually up at 6:30 getting ready, and then I'll leave. And then I drove to Menominee Falls from 39th Street. I would stay there until about 3:30, 4 o'clock, and then make my way home.
So Menominee Falls, how long a drive? 20 minutes, 25?
25, 30 maybe.
You had to
with
be there
traffic.
by 7:30?
I had to be there by 7:30.
That week that you were removed from your apartment, did you work each day that week? Or
Each day was in the office. Yes, correct.
What time would you get up?
Right around
Yes.
6:15.
And that week, what do you recall what day of the week that the police came?
I believe that was on Thursday, the 4th or so.
April 4th?
Yeah, April 4th.
Earlier that week, just follow the same routine,
Same routine as just like any other week.
okay? At any point in that week, did you recall, well, actually, let me ask this question. What time would you go to bed?
I'd try to go to bed around, 9:30, 10 o'clock.
Were you able to do that week?
That week I was. It was surprisingly, like I've told, the investigators, I didn't really hear much from Max in the 2 weeks prior to, it was actually quite pleasant around the house. I didn't even think he was there. I thought he was elsewhere,
Had you seen him in that 2-week span?
No,
So you hadn't seen him?
no.
Did you hear him?
I did not hear him up until I heard him. On which day, I'm not exactly certain, but it was definitely the week before the cops came and pulled me out of my house. I heard him getting ready and packing what I thought was, a suitcase or something, like he was going to stay elsewhere. And in my head, I'm like, oh, well, thank God he's leaving. It'll be quiet around here. So I heard him bringing down something. Which day I can't confirm. Tuesday, Wednesday, could be any day. And I heard him bringing something down the stairs. That's the only piece of information that I've heard of him. That's the only interaction that I had with him, probably within 2 to 3 weeks of me
Okay.
being pulled from the house.
All right. So I'm going to break that down just a bit.
Yeah,
You hadn't seen or heard of him in probably the 2 weeks up until you were removed from your apartment.
correct.
And at some point that week, we'll call it the week of April 1st, which
Yep.
would be Monday to the 5th, Friday. And then
Correct.
you said you were removed on the 4th, Thursday. At some point earlier that week, before you were removed, you heard him up in the morning.
Absolutely.
Do you know which day?
I do not know. I cannot confirm which day that was.
You don't know if it was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday,
It was one of those 3 days, but I do not know which day.
and that's what you told investigators?
That's what I told everybody. I've always held that I did not know which day it was, but that was the last time that I'd ever heard from him.
Outside of that, Did you hear anything else of him throughout that week?
Nothing, absolutely nothing. Like I said, I didn't even think he was there.
Okay. Would there be times where he wasn't there for periods of time?
Yeah, he would. I mean, sometimes he would go and just, I mean, stay with some friends or whatever, from what I understood, or he would go help his dad, I think, you know, doing some work wherever they went. And so there was some time periods where he'd be gone for a couple of days on end. Yeah,
And it would be quieter around then?
absolutely.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 403. And before I get into 403, you indicated you've always maintained you weren't sure which day that you heard him up in the morning, right?
Absolutely.
And that morning that you heard him, it would have been at that time around the 6 a.m. hour where you were getting ready to go.
Yeah, 5:30 to 6 a.m. Yes.
What's 403?
That's my cell phone in my hand, holding my phone in my living room.
And do you remember the police taking this photo?
I do, yes.
All right, I moved 403 in.
Any objection?
No.
403 is received.
What is 403?
Are you asking me? Yeah. This is a photo of my cell phone and Maxwell Anderson's phone number where I would contact him for, you know, house-related things.
Can you tell Jerry what the phone number is that you would contact Maxwell Anderson at?
Yeah, it's going to be 262-416-4874.
Take that for me. Put 403 on the helmet. You have to save as Max?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And then a little hard to see, but the phone number is right down there.
That is correct.
All right, I just have a few more questions, sir. You had indicated previously that you were having problems with the laundry, right? At some point.
I wasn't having problems with my laundry, but one of his washers had broken, and so he started to utilize, obviously, there was 2 washers and 2 dryers in the basement. So 2 obviously were reserved for me, 2 were reserved for him. One of his I think his washer broke or something, so he started to utilize mine. Well, I'd go down there and I'd try to do laundry, and I'm staring at a thing full of his clothes, and I just didn't want to deal with that, so I stopped even going down there to do laundry.
Was that happening all the way up until the time you had moved out of there, or no?
I would say it only happened like that thing must have broke like 2 or 3 months before all this even happened. So
How did you communicate with him about that?
I didn't say anything about it. I would just turn the clothes over if it was, and then after a while I just got sick of it, and I mean, it didn't matter what I brought to his attention. He wasn't going to change anything. So
Did you ever move his laundry?
yes.
Would you let him know?
Yeah, I'd shoot him a text and say, hey, I just put your stuff over. I just need to dry something real quick or whatever.
Sure, okay, as a courtesy.
Yeah.
All right. Would he do a lot of woodworking?
Always. Yeah.
Objection, relevance. He's a woodworker or not.
I'm sorry. He said, what did? the last
Objection, relevance.
state?
It is relevant. I can ask a different question, though.
Okay, ask a different question.
He had a lot of power tools?
From what I understood, yes, he had to have.
Tools used for what?
Used for cutting, sawing, drilling, you know, things of that nature. Like we were just talking about the fence. That was that was some fresh work that he did.
And would he use these to do the woodworking?
Yes, I believe so. Yes.
Do you know exactly what kinds of tools?
I do not. All I could do is hear him through the walls.
How often would you hear him using power tools?
I mean, there would be definitely 2 or 3 days a month where he was going on and on.
That back gate here, 451 on the screen. Up here. this back gate, to your knowledge, did that door latch or was it loose?
So the fence door, the back fence door, I believe it was loose. The locking mechanism had shut. However, Maxwell would put like, I guess like a little socket or something, at least so it would be secure and wouldn't blow open.
Okay.
But I would say 9 days out of 10, it was just wide open like that.
Okay, and I'm pointing to this door here. Is that what you're talking
Correct.
about? So it wasn't a secure door.
No.
A couple more questions, sir. You, the police came to your house on April 4th.
Mhm.
You've established that. They pulled you out of your apartment, right?
Yes,
Were you otherwise cooperative with them?
absolutely.
And did they ask you for permission to search your apartment?
They did.
And did you let them?
I did.
Nothing else. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. How about you?
Good. Do you, with respect to these photographs that you have looked at today, do you know when those photos were taken?
So that trailer there was brought to the house, I believe, by Maxwell's family. So this would be after April 4th. And I believe they brought the trailer to clean out the apartment. So
In the one of you on the front step, do you know what day that was taken?
that would have been probably that April 4th. Yeah, maybe the 5th,
Okay.
after they were doing the search of the house.
Right,
They allowed me back into the house after everything happened. And so there I was on the front porch.
right. I just sort of wanted to jump into that part of things too.
Mhm.
Obviously, can we take this picture down here? Yes. Yeah, I may go through some of them. We'll just keep those down for now. Okay. So just to sort of recap, as the house is laid out, you have a front door, but that front door is only for your unit,
Only
right?
for my unit, yes.
Max doesn't go in the front door to get up to his.
No, never.
Side door, all three areas of the home are accessible: basement, your unit, or upstairs.
Correct. Absolutely correct.
And the basement is not locked in any way. You can just go right down there if you want.
Yeah, there's
right?
not even a door. You just walk right down. Yeah.
Exactly. And so everyone has free use of the space, meaning the two of you, except you've said you don't keep any of your stuff down there. You're clear on that, right?
Correct. I never put anything down there.
And with respect to Max's tools, we saw a workbench there, right?
Correct.
Did you ever go through his tools and look at the various things that he had?
There was only one time specifically that I even went over into that area. And that was when our neighbor asked to use a handsaw. And so I went down there, found the handsaw and provided it to her.
Got it. So next door neighbor, basically.
Yeah, that was the only time that I would ever go down there.
And in terms of that'll be a good opportunity to show you this picture again, sir. Exhibit 452. You can see that here.
See what here?
Exhibit 452, you see a picture.
Yes, I see this. Yeah.
Okay. And Max's home, or your home, if you will, on the left, and on the right, neighbor's house.
Yep, correct.
And the fence actually runs almost right up to that house next door, doesn't it?
Yeah, they're very close. Yes.
Houses are very close. right?
Yes, correct.
And that's common in this area. If you were to go up and down the street, all the houses are just close together.
That's
right?
correct.
These aren't big acre lots with tons of space.
This is correct.
It's a working class neighborhood.
Absolutely.
Okay. And if you look at the home to the right side, as we're looking at the picture, the home on the right side, there's even a window right up there, isn't there?
That is correct. Yes.
And there's even windows right on the side of the home that look sort of not in, I don't want to say into your house, but at your house, right?
Absolutely. Yes.
Is this the neighbor that you gave the tool to?
That is
one time?
correct.
That is right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so this was somebody who obviously was comfortable enough to come over and knock on the door and say, hey, do you got a saw I can borrow?
Yeah, well, not so much maybe with me because I'm just the tenant, but Maxwell lived there for a large portion of time and he knew her. Yes.
Right. There's no bad blood between the.
No, not at all.
neighbors
She's the
identified.
sweetest lady I've ever met.
Okay. And you knew Max's dad because his father had coached you in Little League.
Yeah, in Little League.
Right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you knew the family.
Well, I knew his father, not so much his mother or
You
his
knew
father's
Dad.
new girlfriend. But yes, I know his father. Yes.
Okay. And so just so it's clear, that upstairs patio that we see on the left side of your guys' house, that's Max's,
That's
right?
all Max. I've never even been up there. No.
And you're the basement guy coming all the way back to the backyard, right?
That's true. This window right here, that's my kitchen. On the first floor there, that's my kitchen.
You could look right out that window, right out those three windows. You could look right into the backyard.
Yes.
And there's a walkway, there's a path that goes, as we're looking right now, the path that goes from garage to the house.
Yep.
Straight shot,
Yep.
directly alongside a neighbor's house, right?
Yep.
That's a yes, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if one wanted to go out into the front of the home, a person could go through the gate at the end of the walkway.
That is correct.
If a person wanted to go to the alley, they would just walk down this path and they would be in the alley.
That is correct.
First, they'd go past a garage on their right-hand side, but then they'd be in an alley.
You are correct.
And you could park your Honda Civic. You had a Honda Civic?
Yeah.
It's a
Yes.
common car, right?
Yes.
You could park your Civic in the back if you wanted to, but often you would choose not to, right?
Yes, that is correct.
But if you wanted to, you could park it right on the slab there, couldn't you?
Yes.
And just walk up that pathway and get in the side
Yes,
door.
absolutely.
In that side door, couple things I want to point out about the side door, if you remember, okay? Number one, you can see there's an overhang over that door. Isn't there a little white metal awning, if you will, hanging over the door?
Yes, that's correct.
And that door actually had a hydraulic arm, if you remember, that would control it opening and closing.
Well,
right?
it did, but then it came off. And I asked Max to fix that and he never did.
Right, he didn't fix it.
No.
That was seems like, I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say, it seems like you were bothered by him in some respects as a landlord.
I mean, it was, like I said, it was a trade-off. I knew that I was living in a place that I didn't want to live in because of how loud and disruptive he was. And Max was going to do whatever Max wanted to do at any time of the day. But the trade-off is he was very lenient, flexible with payments and stuff like that. Me just getting my foot in the door in professional America, I needed that at the time.
Right. And I don't want to ask where you work, but it's a corporate type job.
Yes, absolutely.
You have clients. And
Thank you for your discretion. I said thank you for your discretion.
And
But yes.
you have clients and a schedule, though, is the point,
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
And the hydraulic arm on the door, Max didn't fix it.
No.
The reason why that was a problem is because then instead of the door sort of halfway closing, it just,
Slammed shut and would wake me out of a dead sleep no matter what.
right. And so you do remember the SWAT team coming to the home,
Absolutely.
because that's the only time that's ever happened. Do you?
That's the only time it's ever happened to me in my life.
And it was a very chaotic event, if you will. Is that
Yeah,
fair to
I
say?
had just gotten home from work and I believe I was taking a nap and then I just heard some beating on the side door. And I initially thought Max had just like lost his keys or something and he needed to be let in. But then as I go out there, there's guns and helmets and Kevlar vests and whatever.
And they removed
They
you
just,
from
yeah,
the-
just knocked on the door. I opened the door. I said, hey, what's going on? I don't know what you're here for, but I know it's not me. So what can I help you with? So
And then is it your testimony that was April 4th? Is that what I understand you to have said today? That was Thursday, April 4th.
Thursday the 4th, correct.
Okay. You also spoke with the police further on Saturday, April 6th. You would agree with that?
I believe so, yes.
And there was a time where law enforcement sat down with you. It was actually, I just want to explore if you remember this.
Yes.
You sat down with a few different officers that were
Mhm.
present to interview you, right?
3 or 4, yes.
Right, exactly. 3 or 4 officers. And they actually interviewed you in the lower level of that house.
Yeah, on my living room couch, yes.
As opposed to making you come to a police station and answer questions there.
This is correct.
And did they tell you that they were audio recording your interview or did they not tell you
They
that?
did. They absolutely notified me in that. And then they actually placed the recorder in front of me. So
So you could see it.
it was very apparent.
So if we need to refresh your recollection, we can always play that, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
And did you have any objection to the officers recording you?
No, not at all.
And would you describe this interview as a consensual meeting, meaning you were willing to answer whatever questions?
Absolutely. I've been nothing but, you know, coherent with the law enforcement since the day that this happened.
Cooperative.
Cooperative. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Coherent's good too.
Yeah. Either way.
And you explained to the officers that you have in fact been upstairs to Mr. Anderson's residence in the past, right?
Yes.
And you testified to that today as well.
Yes.
In fact, there was even a time when you were letting him use your internet, so you had access up there for that reason.
Yes. Yes. He would call me anytime that his internet didn't work. My internet always worked, but for some reason
Right.
he wouldn't get internet working up there. So I went up there a time or two to see if I could fix anything, but I couldn't anyway. So.
Now, you estimated that you were up there maybe 10 times in the past. Is that fair?
Maybe. 10 seems a little steep. I'd say maybe even 5 or less.
Okay. And you did provide a phone number for Max, and you've testified to that
Correct.
today as well, right?
Correct.
The method of payment that you would write a check and put it on a windowsill in the hallway, that was all just a normal way in which you pay
Correct.
rent, right?
Correct.
And
So the court reporter can't take it down if you speak at the same time. So if you could just take a breath before you answer and give it a second.
Oh, you got it. My apologies.
I think you just did that to me.
Huh? Did I?
So, yeah. You did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just take a breath. It's okay. Go ahead. Your next question, please.
thank you. And the officers were asking you questions about your history with Max leading up to this incident. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
They zeroed in on questions about the night of April 1st. Do you remember that?
I remember the night, yes, but I don't have anything to report on that night.
Sure. I'll just ask some questions.
Yeah,
about
go
it.
ahead. Go ahead.
If you have nothing to report, tell the jury you
Yeah,
have nothing.
absolutely.
Okay. So my question was, the police sort of zeroed in on that night of April 1st, which would have been a Monday.
Correct.
And we already know that based on your schedule, you worked a normal, if you will, corporate job
Correct.
at that time
Correct.
with a regular schedule of, I think you said 7:30 to roughly 3:30 or 4 o'clock, give or take, right?
Correct.
Some people wake up very early in the morning, they get their workouts in or whatever they end up doing, go for walks. Your schedule was, if you work at 7:30, you get up at 6:30, right?
Correct.
Get yourself ready, get to your vehicle, drive to work.
Correct.
All right. That we all have routines. That was sort of your routine during the work week.
Yes.
You are, and you told the police, you are a light sleeper.
Very much so, yes.
Very much so. Right?
Yes, correct.
And what you've said is that you are a very sensitive person to noise. You could hear, just in general, that's how you are oriented. You hear noise very, very frequently.
That's correct, yes.
You used an example of even if Miss Max's dog was chewing a bone on the floor, you could even hear that at times.
That's correct, yes.
And that there were times where you would text Max or say, knock it off.
Absolutely.
I'm trying.
50 times, if not 100, yes.
I'm trying to sleep.
Yeah.
Max is
Yes.
you always knew Max is a bartender.
Yes.
Bartenders, for better or for worse, often have a different schedule than us working folk.
Which I understood and I respected. Yes, you're correct.
And it can get bothersome at times. A person bartends till 2 a.m. They bring people home from the bar and you're trying to get up a few hours later to go to work.
That's correct.
So the two of you had different paths in life, if you will.
Yes, very different.
You mentioned Victor's as one place that you knew that Max had worked
Yes, that's correct.
as a bartender.
As a bartender, yes.
And the noise coming from upstairs, there's really not a whole lot of soundproofing as far as you could tell in this house, right?
No, older house. I mean, anytime he moved, I mean, and I understood what a tolerable level of noise is, but even still, I mean, so much as him walking around, I could hear it up there.
Yeah, the walking around.
Yeah, just even walking around, which, I mean, I wasn't complaining about that. I was complaining about the louder stuff. So
Yeah, nobody's saying you're texting him saying stop walking.
yeah, exactly.
Okay. But you could hear a lot of
Absolutely.
noise. And law enforcement zeroed in on that night of April 1st. We talked about that, sort of that Sunday leading into Monday, that time frame. And I think what you've said here is that there was perhaps one day that week where it's your opinion, you heard Max at, say it again, a 5 a.m., 4:30?
Yeah, right around 5:30, 6 a.m. I would say that I heard him bringing what I thought was a suitcase. I thought he was packing and leaving or something like that for, a couple of days, which he was known to do.
Yes. 5:30 or 6 a.m.
5:30 to 6 a.m.
And that's the reason you can identify that as a time is because of your work schedule being a 7:30. I'm up at 6, and I can remember there was a day
Yes.
where it was like 6 a.m. and Max, or maybe 5:30, and Max is up.
Correct.
Is that because you talked to him?
No, that's not because I talked to him. It's because I heard him coming down the stairs with presumably what I thought was a suitcase.
Got it. So you can remember hearing him at a 5:30 or 6 a.m. with what you thought was a suitcase.
Correct.
Okay. Not 1 o'clock in the morning.
No, this was early hours of the day.
Not 2 a.m. when it would be bar time coming home and that time of day.
No, I heard nothing.
Or midnight.
Nothing. I've heard absolutely nothing that night.
Okay. When you say that night, I mean, is the elephant in the room here? Or are you talking about the night that Sade came over, of which we're here?
I'm talking about the April 1st night in discussion that we've been talking about.
Okay. When you say that night, that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, that is the night that I'm referring to.
So no noise that night.
No noise.
No screaming.
No screaming.
Or struggling.
No sounds of struggling.
Or a saw being used.
No, nothing like that. I assure you, if I would have heard a power saw going, I would have woken up immediately and had something to say about it.
Yes, or if it was 1 in the morning, it's 1 in the morning and you hear thump, 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 thump coming down the stairs, that's something you'd want to address.
Correct.
Right. But if it's 5:30 or 6 and I'm going to work, not as big of a deal.
Exactly correct.
And maybe this is already did you hear anybody ever scream?
I've heard absolutely nothing. I want to share with the court, I didn't even know that he was there.
It was that quiet.
It was that quiet.
Not any, and that's coming from you, the light sleeper.
Yes, correct.
And similarly, you didn't hear someone rummaging around the basement collecting a bunch of tools.
No, nothing like that.
Or anything in the basement at all.
I didn't hear anything in the basement at all.
And actually, if Max were to exit the house, the only way Max is getting out of his unit, other than jumping off a balcony or a window, is to go out that side door.
Out that side door, correct.
With the hydraulic arm that doesn't work.
You are correct.
Right into the neighbor's home, literally right up to the neighbor's home.
You are correct, yes.
So, and then down the path to his car.
Correct.
Did you hear him dragging a body down the stairs at 1 in the morning?
I did not hear anything at 1 in the morning. The only thing that I heard was what I thought to be a suitcase or something coming down, like I said, at 5:30 in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning.
And you don't even know what it is because you didn't see it.
You're correct. I have absolutely no idea. All I know is that something large was being transported down the stairs at approximately 5:30 to 6 a.m. I cannot testify and say I knew what it was. No.
Well, Max had dogs, right?
Correct.
And you said 2 of them. I think you said, didn't he have 2 dogs?
2 dogs, correct.
So dogs sometimes need to go out, right?
That's correct.
I know there's some accidents that happen in the house sometimes, but Max would take his dogs out of the house, right?
For the most part, yes.
But again, you didn't even look to see, is it dog running out with him? Is Max did you know if he let his dogs out at 5:30 or something?
No, I didn't even, I heard the noise that he was leaving and I was, in my mind, I'm saying, good, he's leaving. I can go to work and come home and maybe it'll be peaceful when I get home. So I did not check or investigate or see anything at all. The only thing that I can say that I heard was, like I said, something such as a suitcase being brought down the stairs.
And you've even described yourself as a quote, pain in the ass when he's loud. That's how you've described yourself to the police, right?
Describe myself,
Yeah, that even
Can
if
you
there's too
rephrase
much
that?
noise, you describe yourself, I'm a pain in the ass, I'll let them know. if I
yeah,
got a problem.
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, I want to go back to when you were seated in the, was it your family room talking to the 4 officers or 3
Correct.
officers? And one of the officers you remember was a female, right? Or one of the detectives, I'm sorry, one of the detectives.
They could have very well been. I do not recall
Okay.
what each individual person looked like. I can't answer that definitively.
And you said, I heard no strange or loud noises coming from Anderson's residence Monday night, April 1st, going into Tuesday morning, April 2nd. True?
I heard, yeah, like I said, the only noise that I heard was him coming down the stairs. And I cannot testify and say honestly which day that was. I don't know if that was Monday.
Right.
I don't know if that was Tuesday.
Right. The coming down the stairs with the suitcase, leaving the house or something.
Correct. That's all that I
Whatever it
heard.
was. Could have been Tuesday
Correct.
or Wednesday.
Could have been any day.
Okay. But what you are sure about is the time being at 5:30 to 6:15.
I'm 100% positive of that as I'm getting ready for work.
That we're 100% on. Right?
Correct.
And then were you, had you heard about a body part washing up? Was that something you had heard about at the time?
Not until weeks later. Yeah, I follow the news and obviously that was a pretty big story.
People,
yeah,
people were reading articles.
I
about
just
it.
saw it on Facebook. Yeah.
Click on a link or something.
Yeah.
Because it's interesting or.
Yeah, it's a leg. Yeah, absolutely.
Now, in terms of you using the side door, there's some questions about your car being in front, but you would use the side door as well.
Yes, correct.
It's not like you never used it.
No, I have before. I mean, I would say honestly, it's probably a 50-50 crapshoot on whether I park in the front or whether I park to the back.
And even if you wanted to take your trash out every week, if you want to take your trash out, you'd use the side door for that.
That is correct. Yes.
So you're using it at least once a week for that purpose.
Yes.
And was trash pickup on Mondays, if you remember?
I cannot recall.
Or Tuesdays? You don't remember the date?
I can't recall which day it was that trash went out. The cans were permanently outside of the garage, so we didn't have to take the trash cans out. The trash truck would just come by and take them from where they were currently sitting.
And Max never, you've never seen Max drive any vehicle other than his Hyundai. Would you agree with that?
No vehicle other than that black SUV. I've never seen him drive anything other than that vehicle.
There was a truck in the garage you told the jury about, but that was in a state of disrepair.
Yeah, that truck was not going anywhere, and it never did go anywhere as long as I lived there.
And in terms of are you here to, did you ever go down in the basement that week of April 1st to April? Strike that, that's a bad question. There's the laundry machines down in the basement, obviously, right? You do agree that actually, even that week of April 1st through the interview with the police, you had even done laundry down there at least one day that week, right?
I cannot recall. I sincerely doubt it. It got to the point where, like I said, I wasn't interested in sharing a washing machine with somebody. So a lot of the time, I was spending a lot of time with, some family nearby anyway, just to get out of the house for a bit. And I do my laundry there mostly.
And you said that the police asked you about that basement specifically, you said you've never seen anything strange in the basement.
No, everything that is down there, I would say I would find in a normal basement.
In that Max was he liked to do arts and crafts projects, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Home improvement, stuff like that.
But arts and crafts too.
Sure.
And home improvement. You said arts and crafts as well as home improvement.
Yeah, I mean, he would draw, like, he would have drawings and stuff, not so much arts and crafts. I mean, for example, if this counts as arts and crafts, he had a cat one time and he made it a little cat house.
Mm-hmm.
So things like that. Yes, that's correct.
In that, there was the hole on the side yard where he was going to have a dog kennel, right?
Yes, dog kennel / whatever
Tool
else.
shed.
Tool shed, yes, correct.
And then a tiki bar in the back of the yard. There was
Correct.
an idea for that.
Correct.
One minute, Judge, please. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Steve?
Was Mr. Anderson aware that you were a light sleeper, so to speak?
I believe so. The countless interactions that we had where I'm having to tell him to quiet down, I would assume he got the picture, yes.
Your reason for assuming he would have gotten the picture is because of the times you had complained to him.
Yeah, countless times, correct.
Were you, that week that the police were at your house, were you ever going out into the side yard in the middle of the night?
No, never, no.
You would have been what? Doing what?
I would have been dead asleep.
This time that you heard what you believe to be a suitcase, did you also hear that door opening and slamming?
I did hear the door opening as he was leaving with whatever it was that he was bringing down the stairs, correct.
Was it a loud door?
It's a screaming loud door with the hydraulic arm not there. It just slammed right shut.
But your testimony is that you are not sure which day of the week that was.
I am not sure. I cannot pinpoint. I do not feel comfortable sitting up here and pinpointing a date. I do not know which day.
Back when you first spoke to detectives, just days after they were at your house, were you also, did you also inform them of whether you knew which day that was?
I also held with them. I wasn't sure. I've always held that I am not positive as to which day it was that I heard him coming down. It had been raining for like 2 weeks. There was no sunny day that I could differentiate one day from the next. And I was working on a good deal of projects with work that week.
I have nothing else.
Attorney Cotton?
No.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, your next witness.
Dr. Lauren,
We're just gonna take a quick bathroom break. Just a moment. Just leave your notebooks on your chair.
Yep.
Right. So sorry, I got my dates confused. I think he got this dates confused, and then he confused everybody. So yeah, I like doing that too. You know, Paula, when it's like swinging. Sometimes it's a bit of like a comfort thing that I do, but I really like that. But today I'm not. My legs are. I've been walking too much at work, so my legs are not for it. Oh yeah, no worries. Absolutely. Yeah, I like someone. I think it was Stephanie. This said that he sounded like a young famous actor that I cannot say the name of, and I will try not to say. So he said, "Oh, and gone." So he said the first to the second. That was the
the next witness is the medical examiner. There are photographs that will be shown of the autopsy during that testimony.
Thank you for that warning for the gallery. So if that's going to be hard or you don't want to be here, this will be your opportunity to step out. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Back shortly.
Oh wow, the medical examiner is next. Wow. Obviously there's gonna be photos that we are not gonna see. I'm sorry, but thank goodness that's not. I know. Oh yeah, it's like I agree. Hang on, let me kind of move out of the way during the break. So I don't know why, but you guys can see me at the moment. But while I still do click, I know it's crazy. The Emmy is next. Wow. So that means that the state's case is coming to a close. They might wrap up this week. Wow, that is crazy. The thought that they might wrap up this week, this trial, it is crazy. But because I mean, we've had a lot of witnesses so far. I mean, we are on witness 36. We are going on witness 36. Sorry, this cannot be moved. You guys are gonna have not to see me for a little while. But yeah, so we're going on a medical examiner. I think then we might have again the the lead investigator, if she's recalled again, Corolla Deville witness, and then that might be it. I think they, what do you think? Do you think that they might wrap up today? I mean, the Emmy is going to take a while. If you are eating, just awareness. If you are eating, do not have any food, because I think what's going to come up is going to be very, very hard to hear. I am actually going to do something while we're trying to we are on break. I'm gonna put the command of the content warning on a loop of every half an hour, so we can yeah, because otherwise it's we're gonna be triggering that a lot. So I'm just doing the trigger for every half an hour for the content warning one, because what is gonna come up ahead, it is gonna be a very, very hard testimony. If you have to step outside through during that testimony, please do. It's okay, go, and then you can always come back, because it is going to be very, very hard. Yeah, I mean, closings tomorrow will be nice. Wow, or Wednesday, yeah, so they could be. We don't know what the defense is going to put in terms of case. It is going to be interesting to see what kind of case they are gonna put forth, and I'm gonna do a poll to say if Max will. Let me put Maxwell will testify. Um, we could be on verdict watch pretty soon, sooner than we are imagining. I was not imagining they starting maybe tomorrow, being on, or tomorrow on Wednesday. I think more Wednesday likely than anything else to be on verdict watch than tomorrow. Don't know, because we still have the uh yeah, this is gonna get bad. So it's just, I'm doing a very warning. It is gonna get bad on a medical examiner. It is gonna be hard. Hey, a name here. Good morning. Hello. Hi. Yeah, it's all this. Yeah, Hannah. It's oh man, Anna took a very very fun medicine that we are not used here in the UK, and yeah, but I'm glad. Well, hope you are feeling better, girl. But so yeah, so again, I'm doing another warning. Medical examiner after this break is going to testify. She's going to get very, very specific, very detailed about what happened in this case. If you have to step back, come back. If you want a warning, if you want a DM or something, if you are on our Discord or on our Facebook group, and we can put it there when the medical examiner is finished, so it's safe for you to get back. Or they're not going to show any pictures, they're not going to show anything that it's not appropriate for us to watch, but it's probably going to get very graphic. So yeah, I know. Yeah. Oh, thank you very much. A name here, I appreciate it. I do really remember you, because your name is so unique that I do I do remember your name, a name here. It's I find it amazing the why you put it, because I saw your comment yesterday, the why you put the name there. you know what I mean. But I find it awesome. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hannah, I am tired, but I'm just thinking that it's only 2 more days of work and I'm off for 10 days. So it's also um next Monday. I think it depends on what we're doing next Monday, because if this trial finishes this week, we're gonna be trial hunting, I guess. I think tomorrow, I wanted to go see my niece again tomorrow, but I might have to say that I might have to see her Wednesday, because I might have to start hunting another trial out. I know Laurie Dingbell Dingbell is starting again today. Hopefully, if they do sit the jury in the morning time in Arizona. um but the time zone for me, it's gonna be crazy. And I know a friend of mine, it's streaming that one on recap anyway. So I don't know. Oh, you back at work Thursday? No, Hannah, when I'm off you working. It's that is not good. Come on, really, girl. uh, yeah, hopefully they will sit a jury well, in the morning time of Arizona, obviously. Yeah. um Oh yeah, Dingbell is definitely a good name for her. But we might do a little bit like a recaps here and there. I might try to do like a daily recap on the trial. I'll see how it goes. My time, because I'm gonna have a bit more time for the next week. But then if the trial is more than a week, or 2 weeks, obviously it's gonna be get harder, but I'll figure something out. I always do. And we will find something to watch, even if we have to, go back to Karen Reed. Oh, don't really want to, but hey, we could probably just see the verdict for Karen Reed. I don't know. We could just play, because I think he hasn't enough of Miss Laurie. He had absolutely enough of her antics, and he's losing his patience. I've seen him change a little bit this last couple of hearings that they had before the trial, and he is different. I think he had enough. And to be fair, what does Laurie have to lose? I know I don't really want to go back to KR. I don't know. Ugh, I don't know. I don't want to. Believe me, I don't. But it's just yeah. Well, I can always compile just the face of the jury during and see what happens here. We'll find something. Even if it is a small, tiny little trial that it probably doesn't ask much attention, we'll find something. I know. I'm tired of her as well. Absolutely. Um, Oh yeah, I know, absolutely. You definitely we need a break. Stephanie, don't blame me there. It's been very busy-ish in the terms of the true crime world. There is a trial that I want to cover that is kind of coming up, but I don't know if it is first going to be live stream or if it's actually going to happen. Um, if it is actually going to go on trial, I do need to start doing some investigations and some digging of what's next, because this one, I was kind of hoping that this one would last for the rest of the week. It still might. I don't know. It might still finish for the rest of the week. I don't know. I'm saying that it's gonna finish tomorrow, and I don't know. I absolutely have no clue if it is gonna finish tomorrow or not. For all I know, the defense can absolutely take the rest of the week and carry on with the rest of the week for this. But um we're probably gonna find something else. I mean, there's always a trial ongoing. All right, we did find that bus crash from Ohio trial, so we found that one. So there's always that. And if you have a suggestion of a trial that we should cover, you can just reach out. I have an email address, or you can reach me out on Facebook, Discord, whatever there, and you can suggest a trial, and we can probably, hopefully, go into that. That's absolutely fine. Um, yeah. I know, and it's so polarized, that trial. It's the exactly, isn't it? It's just I know it is crazy. yeah, I'm not gonna start singing, Hannah. No, definitely not gonna start singing there. Don't worry. But so yeah, but like we'll find something. I have confidence that there's plenty of going on in the world of true crime that we will find another trial. And if we have to, well, kind of rewatch the Laurie Dingbell, well, we will. We'll find something. So, you know, um, but that's one thing that I like. Well, it's not that I like, but it happens in the world of true crime. Is there something always going on? There's something going on in the world of true crime. So there's always something to cover, and we can either like just best moments of Laurie Dingbell trial, doing a summarize. We can even look at the UK case. We can look into that. Yeah, Chad got sentenced to the unaliving penalty. Yes. So he did. It was already like a year ago, almost. No, more than, yeah. I think he just did a year ago that Charles got sentenced to, you know, an unaliving. So yeah, I think I saw a video just came out a couple of hours ago from in Idaho News about that, but I think it might just be because it was the anniversary of these convictions that they were just doing that. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, sadly, like the PDD one, it's a federal case, can't get into that one, so it's harder to get information, but probably, yeah, it's because I think KR, it's because of the spiciness and because of the craziness of the prosecution and the judge, and the whole thing is just, yeah, too much. So it's do you think Loca Dubel will lose it when they uh, she already lost it, a name here, she literally already lost it. So yeah, well, we could do, but the thing is, there is not a lot of information about him right now. Only when he gets sentenced that we are going to be able to see the his sentencing live, unless if he pleads guilty. But if he goes to trial and everything, it might take a couple months to go into trial, and us being able to see that. Are they back already? How long has it been? A lot of people and a lot of crazy lunatics out there. How long has it been that since we've been on break? Wow. Have I really been talking that long?
Yes, please.
Wow. But well, at least I don't have to keep trying to find things to talk. But it has been 15 minutes. Wow. I talk way too much. Hey, it's a good thing. I don't think it's a bad thing, but and it's also a good thing. So this is another warning. Medical examiners coming up. Make sure that, yeah, you are okay, and touch grass if you need to. Just step aside if you need to, and yeah, we'll see what's it's gonna be hard. This testimony, it is not going to be easy. So it's just another warning, out of concern. Obviously, again, I can say on Discord and on Facebook group when they are
Okay,
done.
we are back on the record.
And we are back.
State your next witness, please.
Dr. Lauren Decker.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Dr. Lauren Decker, LAURENDECKER.
How are you employed?
I work at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office as an assistant medical examiner.
What do you do as an assistant medical examiner?
I am a physician who determines cause and manner of death by examining a person who has passed away.
Could you just briefly summarize sort of the training and experience you have?
Yes, I completed an undergraduate degree at the University of Illinois. Following that, 4 years of medical school, also at the University of Illinois. Following that, 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology residency. That was done at the University of New Mexico. And then following that, a 1-year forensic pathology fellowship, also at the University of New Mexico.
What is forensic pathology?
It is the field of medicine in which we determine cause and manner of death by examining a person who has passed away.
How long have you been working as a medical examiner, an assistant medical examiner?
Approximately 7 years.
All in Milwaukee County?
No.
Can you tell us where else?
Yes, I worked for 1 year at the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office in Chicago, about 5 years in New Mexico at the Office of the Medical Investigator, and then I'm about 2 years into working here in Milwaukee County.
How many autopsies do you say would you say that you have done in your career?
Approximately 2,500.
And have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology before?
Yes, I have.
And you've testified about coming to determinations of cause and manner of death before?
Yes.
How many times?
A little over 40.
Can you tell us what the typical components of an autopsy are?
Yes, the autopsy starts with an external examination. That's where we document how we received the body, what the body is wearing, what the body looks like, any injuries or natural disease we might see. Following that, we collect evidence. And then following that, we do an internal examination where we look at the organs, both inside and outside the body, to look for natural disease and injuries. And then after that, in some cases, other testing needs to be done, toxicology and microbiology, things like that.
When a body comes to you, how does that typically happen?
So usually our investigator is called to the scene. So those are people who go to the scene on our behalf. They gather information about how the body is found, information from family members. That body is then placed in a body bag, which is sealed at the scene, brought to our office. And then once it gets to our office, it's documented. We take photographs as they come in to the office. And then whenever the next day is, either it could be later that morning or the following day, the autopsy examination is done.
The autopsy examination is, to the best of your ability, done as soon as possible. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Why is that important?
The body can continue to decompose even if it's in a refrigerated environment. Any evidence it's important to collect that as soon as possible.
The body, you had already said it, you're documenting it first as is, right?
Yes.
And what's the importance of that for you?
To make sure that we know exactly how the body is received. So sometimes bodies are covered in dirt, and that might be helpful. Sometimes the clothing is a strew, and that might be helpful in some cases.
You're doing the examination in-house, right?
Yes.
In your office?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's important to get the body there as it was seen at the scene. And then from there, what do you do?
So usually we would, after documentation, of course, undress the body if they're wearing clothes, wash the body off, and get a better idea of any external signs of natural disease or injuries.
That would be the external review?
Yes.
You conduct an internal examination as well?
Yes.
What does the internal examination entail you doing?
So we start with the typical Y incision that you probably have all seen on TV. Then after that, we remove the chest plate. We take photographs of all the organs as is, look around, make sure that the organs are not injured as is, and then the organs are removed one by one and dissected outside the body to better look for natural disease.
What kinds of tools are used during the internal examination?
We have to use shears to remove the rib cage, and we use a saw, one that would be used in an orthopedic situation, to remove the skull cap.
Why do you need to use tools for that?
The bones are very difficult to, it requires tools to remove the bones in order to see inside the body cavities.
In addition to the internal external examinations, do you review any available reports to get information about how this person came to you?
Yes, so our investigator will write a report detailing what they have seen on scene. Sometimes law enforcement reports are important for us to review.
How about medical records if available?
Yes, medical records also.
Did you conduct an autopsy into remains recovered that were determined to belong to Sade Robinson?
I supervised the autopsy, but I was there, yes.
Can you tell us about that? What do you mean when you say you supervised it?
Yes, so just like I had to perform a fellowship in forensic pathology to be accredited, to become board accredited, we have fellows who work with us. In this case, a fellow, Dr. Rohr, was the one who performed the autopsy under my supervision.
And for the record, that's spelling of Rohr is R-O-H-R-E-R.
Yes,
He was a forensic pathology fellow back in April of 2024.
yes.
And when you supervised him, was a final autopsy report done?
Yes,
What do you call that report?
the autopsy protocol.
Who signed off on the autopsy protocol in this case?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 408. You recognize Exhibit 408, you can take a moment to page through if you need to.
I do.
What is Exhibit 408?
It is the autopsy protocol,
It's a copy of it.
yes, for Sade Robinson.
And the front page of that autopsy protocol, it contains whose signature?
Mine.
I'd move 408 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
When you conducted this autopsy, it was a little unique in that you were not in receipt of the entire body from day one, right?
That's correct.
Can you tell us over the period of how long you were reviewing different body parts that had been recovered approximately?
April 2nd was the date of death. April 3rd was the first date that we received a body part. June 19th was the last date. And that is all in 2024.
Okay. This is sort of an unusual autopsy, correct? In that you were doing it over the period of a time period, right?
Is very unusual.
How many times have you had a situation like this?
Once before.
And typically you are just in receipt of the entire body that you can examine right then, very close to the date of death, correct?
Yes,
That's not what happened here.
correct.
Because you were receiving body parts in the weeks after April 2nd, 2024, did you notice that there was decomposition?
Yes.
April 2nd, what body part was first recovered and brought to the medical examiner's office?
A right lower extremity, so the foot and the calf and the knee of the right leg.
I'm going to show you exhibits 418, 413, 414. It's actually 413 through 418. Just page through those and tell me if you recognize what those are.
These are photographs taken at the time of autopsy of the case that is given the number 24-02296. It is a right lower extremity.
The case number 24-02296, that's a case number unique to the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office, correct?
Yes.
And that was the first case number assigned to the case of Sade Robinson, right?
Yes.
Okay. When other body parts were received by you at subsequent times, were they given different case numbers originally?
Yes.
At the end, when you prepared your autopsy protocol or your autopsy report, did you put all of those under the same case number?
Yes.
And was it that case number?
It is, yes.
Okay. I would move 413 through 418 and then ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
We received.
Doctor, before I publish these photos, can you tell us what you observed upon receipt of the leg and your external examination of the leg?
Yes, so it is a right lower extremity. It had been amputated from the rest of the body at the level of the thigh. There are incisions at the amputation site, meaning that a sharp instrument was used to cut the skin and tissue. The bone itself was fractured, and there were linear markings on the bone that indicate likely due to the knife that was used to cut the tissue around the bone.
I'm going to show you exhibits. We're going to start with exhibit 413. Is this the leg?
Yes.
All right. And then 418. There's a measurement tool at the bottom of the page, right?
Yes.
Based on the measurements that you were able to do, did you have an approximation as to how tall the person was whose leg this belonged to?
Yes, we estimated about 5 foot, plus or minus a couple of inches either direction.
The tissue at, when you said amputation site, what are you talking about?
The area where the leg was removed from the body.
Were you able to make any conclusions, putting exhibit 414 on the screen, any conclusions regarding how the skin and muscle tissue had been cut?
So you can see that the edges are very smooth. That is typical of an incised wound, meaning that a sharp instrument was used. There's no bleeding anywhere that we can see here, meaning that this was likely done after death.
How is it that you were able to tell there was no bleeding?
Just visually, there's no evidence of bleeding at the sites. You would expect it to be red.
Okay. 415, what are we looking at here?
This is just a close view of the amputation site, depicting additional smaller incised wounds. They're slightly irregular all the way around the amputation site.
What is an incised wound?
It is a superficial or not as deep in sharp force injury. So think of something like a doctor would do with a scalpel. That would be an incised wound.
416. This is the other side of the leg?
Yes.
Okay.
Just the same thing. So irregular incised wounds along the amputation margin.
When you're saying irregular, what do you mean? What are you referring to?
The raggedness of the skin. It looks like multiple cuts were made.
And lastly, 417.
Similar.
Okay.
Here it's less irregular, so more regular.
Were you able to come to a conclusion as to what part of the bone was cut? Or was the bone cut, I should say?
The femur was fractured, but did not appear cut other than the linear markings from cutting the tissue around it.
So were there markings on the femur?
Yes,
Did that indicate to you that a sharp force instrument had made contact with the femur?
yes.
Were you getting, were your observations that there had been an attempt made to cut through the femur?
It's possible. It's also possible just that while cutting the skin and the muscle, the knife hit the femur, and it would create a mark just from that.
Were you able to tell from looking at the transected end, with the end that it was amputated from, how the femur was detached from the other part of the body, the torso?
No, I don't think we can tell.
Okay.
Some sort of blunt force injury.
It was broken?
Yes,
Where was it broken?
and the mid shaft.
How difficult would it be to do that?
Very difficult.
Can you explain that? Why would it be so difficult?
The femur is a very strong bone. It's the strongest bone of your body. We see fractures of the femur in young, healthy individuals in instances like car accidents. So you can think of that amount of force necessary to break the femur.
That's what was done here?
Yes.
I want to briefly retouch on the vital reactions. You observed no vital reactions in that leg when you examined it, correct?
That's correct.
What is a vital reaction?
You would see bleeding in the short term, and a longer term injury, you can see things like redness and swelling, scab formation.
Did that lead you to come to any conclusion on whether or not the leg was amputated from the body before or after death?
It's more likely after death.
How much blood would you expect to see if that was done before death?
A lot.
Was there any visible here?
No.
Can you explain for us why there would not be blood after death?
Yes, the heart is not pumping anymore. And so whatever blood is left in the vessels is kind of stagnant. So it's staying wherever it was when the heart stopped pumping. So you might get some blood spilling out of vessels, the larger vessels that you cut, but not in the smaller areas.
And did you then, on subsequent dates, you received additional body parts? Eventually that included a human torso belonging to Miss Robinson, correct?
Yes.
Did you, through that human torso as well as the human leg, attempt to do toxicology testing?
Yes.
Okay. Explain how.
So we recovered some muscle tissue from this leg and submitted that for toxicology testing to NMS laboratories.
What did you ask NMS laboratories to test for?
It is called an expanded panel, postmortem expanded panel. They test for hundreds of drugs and alcohol.
And then how about for the torso?
In the torso, we collected fluid from the heart, and we submitted that to our internal lab for comprehensive testing.
I'm going to show you exhibits 410, 411, and 412. Are these the toxicology reports?
Yes, they are.
Okay, I move 410, 11, excuse me, 410, 411, 412.
Any objection?
No.
So received.
I want to start, Doctor, with 410. This is the toxicology report reflecting the NMS test, right?
Yes.
That was specifically toxicology analysis done from muscle tissue from the leg we just looked at, right?
Yes.
And they screen, do you know how many items they screened for?
Not off the top of my head. Some of them are in groups, but several hundred, at least 200.
That would include drugs as well as alcohol.
Yes.
Okay. And what was the result of that screening? What chemicals, if any, were found in the muscle tissue?
Caffeine was detected.
Only caffeine,
Correct.
no alcohol,
Correct.
no illegal drugs,
That's correct.
no substances of abuse.
That's correct.
Is there, can you explain to us the difference, muscle tissue toxicology analysis versus the cardiac blood?
The muscle's not the best specimen to test. Blood is preferred. At the time that we did this exam, we did not know if we would ever receive blood. So we collected what we were able to collect. And in this case, it's muscle. There's less data on the concentration amounts for muscle. But at the same time, it's still a valid testing source. So you would still expect drugs and alcohol to be present if they were at a concentration high enough to be considered contributory for death.
Okay. I can take that one. I'm going to hold off on going through the other two for now. Chronologically, doctor, the next human body parts you received that were determined to be Miss Robinson's was a foot and some other tissue, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Why don't you tell us what you received exactly?
We received a left foot. It was disarticulated, meaning that it was transected through the ankle joint. And then additionally, a portion of skin with some underlying fat tissue, and then a separate portion of skeletal muscle.
I'm going to show you exhibits 419 to 422. Are those photos taken during your examination of the body parts you just described?
Yes, they are.
Move 419 to 422 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received. Go right ahead.
419. What are we looking at?
This is a photograph of the left foot, specifically depicting the smooth edges of the incision at the amputation site.
420. What are we looking at?
This view is the top-down view of the ankle joint, showing that you can see the joint surface, meaning that whoever dismembered this foot did not go through bone.
Did not go through bone?
Correct, just the joint.
Okay. And were you able to tell what kind of instrument was used to do that?
A knife would be adequate to perform this.
And were you able to tell what caused the bone to break then? Or was there even a broken bone?
There was not broken bone.
.421.
This is a photograph of the portion of skin and underlying subcutaneous tissue that was received.
What were you able to notice about the cuts to this piece of tissue?
Again, they're all incisions, and none of the incisions had a vital reaction.
None of them had a vital reaction?
Correct.
Like the leg?
Correct.
Suggesting to you what?
That this was done post-mortem or after death.
And lastly, 422.
This is a fragment of skeletal muscle.
Do you recall what date that you reviewed these pieces of Ms. Robinson's body?
April 8th.
Quickly, there was a different case number on that one. That number was 2402399.
Yes.
That's what we were talking about before. Different case numbers were given to the parts as they came in, but ultimately you put them all under the first case number, right?
That's correct.
All right. And to reiterate, if she had been alive at the time of that dismemberment or that amputation, you would have expected to see vital reactions.
Yes.
You then later on received a part of a femur bone.
Yes.
Okay. I'll give you a minute to turn to the page. Let me know when you're there.
Go ahead.
Good?
Yes.
All right. I'll show you exhibit 426. Is that a photo taken from the autopsy of the femur bone?
Yes.
Move 426 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
Received. Go ahead.
The femur bone, tell us what you received. What condition was it in? What did you observe?
So the larger fragment shown is a portion of femur bone with attached muscle. The muscle is desiccated. It's been exposed to the air for some time, so it's sort of dried out. The edges of the femur bone are both fractured on both sides from blunt force trauma. And then that smaller thing also in the picture is non-human remains. That is an animal bone.
Okay, so when was the examination of the femur bone done?
Also April 8th.
All right, and along with the femur bone, they had brought to you what they didn't know if it was related or not. It was turned out to be an animal bone.
Yes.
You said that there was blunt force trauma to the femur bone?
Yes.
How could you tell?
The ends were fractured.
And how is it that you could discern that that was not just a human bone, but a femur bone?
It has specific characteristics, but we did send most of the bones involved in either the transection sites or the amputation sites to anthropology for a full detailed report.
Do you recall who the person was who did that?
Dr. Jordan Carson.
Were you able to tell just by the bone itself what leg that would have come from, left or right?
Yes, we thought the left.
Why'd you think that?
Just because of the characteristics and the siding.
And then did you ultimately attempt later on to align that femur bone with other body parts that you eventually received?
Yes, we did.
The next body parts you examined were what?
The next case is a portion of a left lower extremity from the ankle to just above the knee. Additionally, a portion of skeletal muscle was received and another fragment of a long bone.
What date did you conduct this examination with Dr. Rohrer?
Also April 8th.
I'm going to show you exhibits 423 through 425. Are those photos taken from this examination?
Yes.
Okay. Move 423 to 425 in and ask to publish.
No objection.
They're received.
423 is on the screen now. This is how the lower portion of the leg was received.
Yes.
Were you able to tell if this was the right or left leg?
Left.
How were you able to tell?
It did articulate with the left foot that we had previously received.
When you say articulate, what do you mean by that?
Meaning that the distal end or the further down end where the ankle would be matched the joint space of the foot.
424, that's the distal end that you're referring to?
Yes.
425, what end is that?
That is just above the knee. We would call that the more proximal end.
Were you able to observe whether or not any decomposition was occurring?
Yes, there's obvious decomposition in this photograph. You can see the epithelium, which is the pigmented part of the skin, has started to slough off in areas, leaving a non-pigmented part underneath it. There's also some softening and brownish discoloration of the muscle.
Did you observe that type of decomposition or discoloration in the foot or the leg?
No.
Okay. What were you able to discern by, as to how the transection ends? How were they done? Are you able to tell?
So the distal end was through the ankle joint. The more proximal end, there's a fracture of that femur.
I want to talk about that briefly. .423 is on the screen. The femur was fractured above the knee,
Yes.
and any fractured bone near the ankle?
No.
It was just amputated from the foot.
Correct.
Okay. Are you able to tell what kind of trauma caused the fracture to the knee?
No. Just blunt force.
I meant femur.
Oh, that's correct. Just blunt force.
Okay, blunt force. And were you able to tell whether that femur, that long bone we had previously discussed, matched to that part of the leg?
Yes, it did.
Okay. Did you examine the bone within the calf at any point?
Yes, the long bones, the tibia and the fibula, that would be in the calf section of the leg. We did look at those bones as well.
And to do so, you had to cut into the leg, right?
Yes.
What did you notice when you examined the tibia and fibula?
They were fractured.
Okay. Was there any corresponding injuries to the skin or tissue to those fractures?
Not that we could discern.
What does that cause you to conclude as to how they were fractured?
Probably they are post-mortem injuries as well. There's no bleeding. When we looked inside the tissues, you'd expect a decent amount of bleeding from an injury like that.
None here.
Correct.
And there was no corresponding incisions or cuts into the leg where those fractures occurred, right?
Correct.
What kind of force would be needed to fracture those bones without cutting the leg?
It would again be a decent amount of force, similar to a hard fall, a jump from height, motor vehicle collision, things like that.
Blunt force,
Yes,
not sharp force.
correct,
You could conclude there was no sharp force injury to that part of the leg.
correct.
Next body part that you received was what?
A portion of, it was labeled as proximal bone. It's a portion of the left femur, the part that articulates with the hip.
Is 427 a photo of it?
Yes.
Move 427 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Okay. Putting 427 on the screen here. That's the proximal bone.
Yes.
What date did you examine this?
Also April 8th.
Were you able to conclude whether that proximal bone came from any of the other body parts?
It is a left, the ball of a left femur. It did not articulate or match up with any of the pieces that we had received
But you did,
so far.
But you did have a left femur.
Yes, portions of a left femur.
Anything else that you could discern from examining the proximal bone?
Just that it is fractured,
And do you know how?
just blunt force injury.
What was the next body part?
Some time went by and the torso is the next part that was recovered.
And And what day did you examine the torso?
April 18th.
This is the part of the body that you were able to get the sample of cardiac blood for, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibits 430 through 434.
I don't object to these either.
Move them in then and ask to publish.
Receive, have the numbers one more time.
430 through 434.
Thank you.
When you received the torso, tell us what you observed about decomposition.
So more of that epithelial layer had predominantly come off the body. The torso appeared to be in water for a long period of time. So there's drying artifact on the part of the torso that was exposed to the air and not drying artifact on the part that was in the water. So you'll see a difference in the front and the back of the torso. There is more softening and discoloration of the tissues of the torso as well. And then there are shallow abrasions kind of covering the torso, which would be consistent with animal predation, such as fish.
When you're saying torso, what body parts are we specifically talking about that you examined?
So in this case, the torso consists of the chest, the abdomen, and pelvis without a right leg, without a left leg, and without a right arm, and without a head and neck.
No head and neck?
Correct. So only the left arm is attached.
Showing you exhibit 430. Is this the discoloration you were discussing?
Yes, the back was exposed to air, so it is more orange and sort of a leathery texture. And you can still see some of the epithelium in the lower part of the back and the buttocks.
The transection margins at the legs, as I put 431 on, what could you observe about those?
They have smooth edges, so they are incised wounds.
Can you discuss what you observed about the transection margin at the neckline?
Again, smooth edges, incised wound. Through the bone, it was the neck was transected through the cervical vertebrae, sort of low on the neck, at the level of kind of the collarbone.
So her entire neck was gone.
Correct.
I want to ask you, what is strangulation?
Strangulation is where there is neck compression by an external force.
Can it cause death?
Yes.
Were you able to examine whether or not strangulation had occurred in this case?
No.
Why not?
The head and neck have not been recovered.
Was there another part of her torso that had been cut off as well?
Yes.
In the front?
Yes.
What was it?
The right breast.
Showing exhibit 432. What are we looking at?
This is a photograph of the torso as it's received from the front. So you can see the head is absent, the right arm is absent, the right breast has been cut from the body. Both legs are amputated at the level of the groin.
What needed to be cut through in order to amputate the neck and head?
The cervical vertebrae.
What needed to be cut through in order to amputate her right breast?
Just skin and soft tissue.
Did you observe any other either blunt or sharp force injuries around where the right breast was?
Yes, in the chest wall at that amputation site, there were 2 defects that exposed the right chest cavity to the environment.
432 is
sorry.
back on the screen. Sorry, I'm just clarifying the record here. Are you referring to underneath the breast?
Yes, so you can see the 2 black marks. Those are the 2 defects.
Can you please stand and point them out? I think there's a microphone next to you
Yes.
that should be on.
Is it on now? Okay.
Yes.
So here and here.
And are you able to tell, are those natural wounds or would they have come from something?
It's very difficult to tell given the fact that the whole area is decomposed. They look like penetrating injuries to me. So not something that would occur naturally. I can't entirely rule out that while the body was in the water, something caused those injuries.
Okay. But they're penetrating wounds?
Yes,
Would a stab wound be a kind of penetrating wound?
yes.
I'm going to show you 433. What are we looking at here?
This is a view of kind of the top down of the body. So the bird tattoo is on her right shoulder. You can see the amputation site of the head and the neck, and also the right arm.
And then one of those penetrating wounds is where I'm pointing to right here?
That's correct.
Okay. .434. What are we looking at?
The upper part of the torso, specifically in the middle of the photograph, there are a series of incised and stab wounds above the left breast.
Can you point those out, please?
Yes, the group is right here.
How many stab wounds are there?
There are 7 incised and stab wounds grouped together.
Okay. Are there any other incised and stab wounds that you noticed other than those 7 on the torso?
Yes, there are some small superficial ones, kind of, I'm not sure this is the best photograph for it, but these are the ones that are the most noticeable.
Where were the superficial ones that you observed?
They were more, they were further down. It could possibly be these here.
All right. But the ones that you pointed out up here, those were not just superficial.
Correct. So some of them are stab wounds, meaning that they're deeper than they are long.
Like puncture wounds?
Yes.
Were there any internal injuries observed?
Underlying the defects on the right chest cavity, there is a defect to the middle lobe of the right lung. The pleura is disrupted there. Again, it is very difficult to tell what that is from.
And is partially that due to the level of decomposition of the body?
Yes, and then also because the body was exposed to water for a long period of time, any blood that may have been there would be washed away.
The 7 stab wounds, were you able to tell whether or not those caused any internal damage?
We did not see any injury associated with those.
So only on the right side, and what did it puncture?
The middle lobe of the right lung.
And what kind of effect would that have had on a human being?
It would be difficult to breathe. You could get a pneumothorax, meaning air accumulation in the chest that prevents you from breathing. You could also theoretically bleed to death from an injury like that without medical intervention.
And in sum, you can't say how that internal injury occurred at the end of the day, right?
Correct.
Any of the sharp force injuries or stab wounds, including the internal injury, were you able to come to any conclusion as to whether those would have occurred before or after death?
It's impossible to tell.
Tell us why it's not possible for you to make that determination.
There is some decomposition, but mostly it's because the body was in water, and we would expect to see bleeding from these injuries if they were before death, and the water again would wash that away.
So you can't tell if there were any vital reactions the same way you would be able to tell or were able to tell from examining the leg.
Correct.
So it's possible those occurred while she was alive, the injuries to the torso, but it's also possible that they did not occur while she was alive.
That's correct.
The lower extremity amputation transection points, were you able to come to any additional conclusions or make any additional observations from examination of the torso as opposed to just examining, for example, the leg?
Not much more. Again, the right leg was cut, or the femur was broken, and that was the transection site. The left leg was disarticulated, meaning that the ball of the femur was removed from the pelvis.
What would be, for lack of a better term, easier to do, cut through the femur or disarticulate at the pelvis?
Disarticulation would be easier.
Explain that, please.
You only need a knife to cut through the joint spaces rather than needing some sort of tool to go through the bones.
Were there any other superficial injuries you observed on the torso that we haven't discussed yet?
Just scattered abrasions and contusions. I believe there are some contusions on the back half of the torso.
And you were clearly able to tell those amputation locations were, there were sharp force injuries and precise cuts?
Yes.
Were you able to tell from what kind of instrument or no?
Just a sharp force instrument. So knife is usually the instrument used for that.
Were you able to conclude based on those observations whether those limbs were intentionally severed from Sade's torso?
The presence of incised wounds would suggest that they are intentional.
The area of the right leg, did that match up to the torso? Or
Yes.
sorry, I meant, did that match up to the right leg that had previously been found?
Yes.
You were able to conclude that that right leg that you originally examined came from that torso?
Yes.
You then, sometime later, I believe in May, received the right arm, correct?
The right arm washed up to the shore of Waukegan Beach on May 11th. We did not receive that arm until June. Because of jurisdictional issues, the Lake County Coroner's Office needed to positively identify the arm belonging to Sade Robinson before they could release it to us.
Was that done?
Yes.
And then afterwards, was it transported to your office?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 262. Is that a photograph of the arm you examined that had washed ashore in Waukegan, Illinois?
Yes.
Okay, move 262 in.
No objection.
This photograph was not taken by you, correct?
That's correct.
What were you able to observe from the photograph of the right arm?
There is, as expected, more decomposition. There's also a defect of the right forearm that is likely due to animal predation. There was no injury of the bone underneath it.
And the transection end, were you able to conclude anything off of that?
It gets more difficult the longer or the further decomposition goes, but they appear to be incised wounds as well.
There was a significant amount of decomposition to the right arm, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was that amount of decomposition in any way a surprise to you if the arm had been in Lake Michigan for over a month?
No.
Does that, those were all of the body parts to date that have been recovered, is that correct?
Yes.
The torso, I want to return to, I think it's exhibits 411 and 412. They're two toxicology reports, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and this was of the cardiac blood from the torso.
Yes.
Explain what cardiac blood is and why it's used for toxicology analysis.
It's the blood that's obtained from the heart. And again, blood is the preferred source for toxicology testing. So when we noticed that there was some fluid within the heart, we collected it and decided to send it as well.
Was there a limitation to what could be done with this particular cardiac sample?
Yes.
Explain that.
So first, there was a limited amount of the fluid. And then second, I'm using the term fluid because, again, all of the transaction sites are open to the lake water. So a lot of this fluid might be lake water.
Diluted, if you will.
Yes,
Okay. But that was not a problem for the muscle tissue.
that's correct.
That leg had not been in the lake, to your knowledge, right?
Correct.
All right. So with that being the case, and you had already, by the time that the torso was being examined, you were already getting toxicology analysis done for the muscle tissue from the leg.
Yes.
Did you but you nevertheless opted to do toxicology analysis for the cardiac blood? Why?
Just to be thorough,
All right. Did you have the result back yet from the NMS lab?
it's likely we did.
And so what were you testing for in the cardiac blood? If you had already known that it was just caffeine, tell us what you were testing for.
Similar things. Because we have an internal lab, we can look at the data ourselves and kind of get an idea of whether there's anything strange that shows up on the machine. I'm not the one who does the testing, so I don't know specifics, but I know that our toxicologist will say, hey, there's this thing. Do you want us to look for it more thoroughly? It's nice that we have that ability to do that.
And what was the results from the cardiac blood toxicology analysis?
So caffeine was again detected.
Was that surprising to you based on what had been detected in the muscle?
No.
All right. Caffeine, what else?
Theophylline. Theophylline is a metabolite of caffeine, so again, not surprising. Beta-phenylethylamine. That's a mouthful.
Can
Yeah.
you spell that for the court?
It's B-phenethylamine. And that is a compound that we see not infrequently in bodies that have been decomposed. It is created during the decomposition process.
All right. And can you, just while we're on it, spell the first one? I think it was theophylline or something.
Yes, Theophylline.
Was there another substance that initially was screened for, but then determined to be too low?
Yes. That is spelled Phendimetrazine. Phendimetrazine.
And what is phendimetrazine?
It is a diet pill.
Okay. But there's actually, and the reason you have two reports is because one of them actually, you guys took the phendimetrazine off the toxicology report, correct?
That's correct.
How come?
So all of these are initial screening tests, meaning that we do one method of toxicology testing to screen for compounds. And then with whatever positive results we see, we confirm using a different method. When we went to confirm the phendimetrazine, it was not present. So it was believed to be either a false positive or too low to detect.
So at the end of the day, based on all the toxicology analysis that was done, not just by your office, but by NMS lab, what in total, can you just summarize what was found in her through toxicology?
Caffeine is found, and there is nothing else that would contribute or cause death.
All right. And how does caffeine inform on cause of death to you?
It doesn't. Most people have caffeine in their blood.
A lot of autopsies, if not most of them that you conduct, you see caffeine.
Yes.
At the end of all of this, were you able to conclude whether or not any kind of substance of abuse, drug, or alcohol had any role in causing Sade Robinson's death?
Yes,
What is your conclusion?
that no substances contributed or caused her death.
Did you, throughout your examination of her body parts, notably her torso, did you observe any kind of evidence of natural disease or physical deformations or anything like that?
No,
Did you find any evidence whatsoever through your examinations of a physical reason why she died that was natural to her body?
no.
Before we move on from the toxicology, doctor, did you consider at all dilution? I know you had mentioned it when we talked about the cardiac blood. How would dilution play or not play a role in your opinion?
So if something were present and diluted, it would be difficult to interpret. I'm making most of my determinations on the toxicology results based on the muscle tissue.
And that's because those would not have been in lake water and thus diluted.
Correct.
And does that assist you in being able to conclude that drugs and alcohol did not play a role in her death?
Yes.
Can you summarize for us what body parts belonging to Sade Robinson you have not been able to examine?
Yes, the head, the neck, and it's possible that portions of her left thigh are still absent.
The flesh that would surround her left femur bone?
Yes.
Were you therefore in any way able to determine whether some kind of trauma had occurred to her head and neck area?
No.
Because you couldn't even look at it?
Correct.
Blunt force trauma couldn't have been determined?
Correct.
Strangulation couldn't have been determined?
Correct.
In your experience conducting autopsies, have there been times where there is some kind of trauma to the head or neck area that does not cause bleeding, but nevertheless causes death?
Yes.
Can you summarize some examples of that or what you're talking about?
I'm going to object on relevance grounds to this case. He's asking about other examples.
Why is it relevant?
Because she hasn't been able to come to a conclusion on what happened to Sade Robinson's head because she's never been able to find it. So it's relevant to hear what could have happened to her head and neck.
It's speculation as well.
It would call for speculation.
I'm not asking the witness to speculate on what happened.
You're asking for her opinion on other?
No, I'm asking her, in her experience, what she has seen happen to others in the head and neck area that did not cause blood.
I'll allow that. You can answer that.
So strangulation often has internal injury, but no external signs of bleeding. Similarly, most types of asphyxia, so suffocation or smothering could result in death without much injury.
Bludgeoning?
You'd expect some external bleeding, but it's possible that there might not be.
Were there DNA swabs or samples taken during autopsy of each of these parts?
Yes.
Is that routine practice for every autopsy you conduct?
No.
Okay. Why was it done here?
We did not know if all of these body parts were from the same individual or if we were dealing with multiple individuals. And so we couldn't know that until everything was identified.
Were there? Sorry. I got it. Were there other attempts made? So basically the investigation, you were going to have forensic testing to see if we could determine whether these body parts belong to the same individual through DNA.
Yes,
Did you attempt to, but you've already discussed you've attempted to fit pieces together, right?
yes,
Did that work?
yes.
Can you tell us which pieces?
Yes. So the right humerus matched with the torso. The right femur matched with the right femur from the torso. Several fragments of the left femur matched together, except for the disarticulated end, but that fit inside the acetabulum of the torso.
Showing you 428 and 429. Were these photos taken from autopsy?
Yes.
Move 428 and 429 in and ask to publish.
Fine.
They're received, go ahead.
You attempted to see if the foot and leg recovered later on matched the original right leg.
Yes.
Here's 428. Did it appear to you that they were the same size and potentially belonged to the same person?
Yes, visually they were the same.
429. The feet matched.
Yes.
It matched in size, right?
Yes.
And she even had pink nail polish on each foot.
Correct.
The DNA swabs that were obtained during the different portions of this autopsy, would those have been turned over to someone from the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department?
Yes.
At the end of the day, doctor, one of the things you're attempting to do here is to see if you can come to a conclusion on cause and manner of death. Is that right?
Yes.
Can you tell us what is cause and what is manner? How are they different?
So the cause of death is the event that leads to a person's death. The examples include a heart attack or a gunshot wound or ingestion of drugs. The manner of death refers to the circumstances in which the cause of death happened. So a good example is a gunshot wound that is a cause of death. The manner could be homicide if the death is at the hands of another. It could be suicide if the death is at the hands of oneself. And it could be accidental if the gun accidentally went off.
What are the different manners of death that you're allowed to come to a conclusion as?
There is natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and undetermined.
In this case, were you able to come to an anatomic or structural cause of death?
No.
Why not? Why were you not able to do that?
The way that the body was received in pieces and partially decomposed in the water, all of that makes it difficult to determine cause of death.
Did it also factoring into that difficulty was also the fact that you had never been able to examine her head and neck?
That's correct.
Were you able to come to a conclusion on manner of death?
Yes.
And what are you considering when coming to that conclusion?
The circumstances in which the body is found. So the fact that there is dismemberment of the body and an attempt to conceal the body by disposing of it in different locations, also in the water. All of that is objectively suspicious and is most consistent with a homicide.
And were you also considering toxicology, environmental factors, natural disease, that sort of thing?
Yes, all of that has to be ruled out for me to feel comfortable determining the manner as homicide.
And did you rule out all those things?
Yes.
What was your final conclusion as to manner of death?
Homicide.
I have nothing else.
Ross?
To be clear, homicide by unspecified means, right?
Yes, that is what the cause of death is listed as.
That's your conclusion.
Yes,
Unspecified meaning no idea how it happened.
correct.
And unspecified means no idea how it happened, right?
Yes.
Now, when you were asked questions before at the beginning, you were asked about how you conduct an autopsy, and you talked about how you do a Y incision typically to begin, right?
Yes.
And you talked about using a saw.
Yes.
Is that a bone saw?
Yes.
What does it look like?
It's a circular saw with kind of serrated edges.
It's a power tool.
Yeah.
And you said we need to use that. Why do you need to use something of that, something like that?
So we use the saw to remove the skull cap. The skull is very thick, and there's no good way to remove the skull cap and visualize the brain without a saw.
Okay, and you said that bones themselves are very difficult to remove. It requires tools to remove bones as well.
The disarticulation would only require a knife. The rest of the limbs were fractured, so I'm not sure if a tool was used in those cases.
How would one remove a leg from a human body without a tool?
So you need a knife to
Okay,
disarticulate the leg, or potentially just breaking it.
okay. And what level of force would be required to break a leg off of a body?
A high level of force.
And what does that mean?
I can't give you a specific number associated with that, but femurs can break in car accidents, and that's the best I can compare to.
So you're talking like a high velocity motor vehicle collision?
Yes, but that doesn't have to be the case. It's just an example.
Okay, falling off a building used as an example.
Yes,
Those are the types of events that can fracture a femur, right?
yes,
But we're talking removing the entire femur from the body, right?
yes.
Which is a much different experience than just getting in a car accident and having something break the bone, right?
Sort of. So there was evidence of a knife used to cut the skin and soft tissue. And then once you remove all of that, all that's necessary is to break the bone in some manner.
Right, which you're saying is some level of force that you can't, a high level of force that you can't quantify for the
Correct.
jury.
Correct.
It's not something you've ever tried in your thousands of autopsies, right?
I have broken femurs.
You've removed it from a body.
Yes.
Okay, and describe the procedure.
I used a saw.
Okay. The same thing you were talking about for the skull cap,
Yes.
a bone saw.
Yes.
Okay. And it would be important when you're doing your investigation in this case to know whether any tools were, and when you use a bone saw, you're cutting into the bone of the body and producing residue, aren't you?
Yes, some dust is created.
And you wear a mask?
Yes,
Do you wear protective covering over your clothes?
always,
Okay, why?
because I don't want to be covered in bodily fluids.
Right.
We
And
do that as a normal course of autopsies.
don't want to be covered in bodily fluid.
Correct.
And that's because when we're cutting it into a body, it produces fluid. There's blood, for example, there's fluid in bones, there's liquid, there's other things, right?
There can be, yes.
And the protective clothing you wear is essentially is it what we're just picturing, like an apron, basically?
Yes, I wear a hospital gown and then a plastic apron over it.
Now, when you do an autopsy, before you ever do an autopsy, you have people who work for the medical examiner's office who go out and do an investigation for you. Isn't that true?
Yes,
And these people are directed to gather evidence and to look into things to try to help you form your conclusions.
they gather information. They don't collect evidence.
But they canvass areas and interview people, don't they?
Yes,
And it's the police, obviously, who collect the evidence.
yes,
But as part of your report that you did in this case, you read the investigative reports that were done as well by the people who work for the medical examiner's office, right?
yes,
And and that's all part of the analysis, right? You read the reports. Do you also look at police reports too?
yes.
Is it important to try to identify where a homicide happened?
It is for the police investigation. It's not necessarily important for my portion of it.
Okay, you used the example before of like gunshot wounds, for example, right?
Yes,
And then there's different ways in which a shooting can happen. Accidental, suicide, intentional, right?
yes,
That's true with homicide in general. It can be an intentional act. It can also be a reckless act and other variations, right?
yes. So for us, the medical definition of homicide is death at the hands of another. We're not talking about the legal definition of homicide.
Does the autopsy that you did in this case tell you where the victim passed away?
No,
It doesn't tell you anything about the location?
no,
And it doesn't, you were asked questions about strangulation. That's not a conclusion here, is it?
I can't make that conclusion.
So no, you're not concluding strangulation.
Correct.
And you're in the stab, did we have stab wounds? Did you testify to that?
Yes,
Are you concluding that that was the manner of death?
I can't say.
So you can't say that the knife caused the death, and you can't say that she was strangled
Correct.
or suffocated
Correct.
or any other way, right?
That is why homicide by unspecified means is the cause of death ruling.
Did you look at reports before you reached your conclusions? Did you read reports about the search of Max Anderson's home? Was that part of your examination?
It probably was included in the law enforcement reports. I don't remember specifics of that portion.
Did you look at whether there were any tools ever linked to Mr. Anderson that could be connected to this crime?
I don't remember that.
You talked about toxicology. Excuse me. Let's talk about drugs in general. Alcohol is a drug, right?
Yes,
Now, what amount of alcohol was found in the victim's blood
none,
or the muscle?
none.
How can it be that a person is drinking alcohol and there's none found?
So options include metabolization. So the drug naturally metabolizes in the blood and is removed from the body. Or it could be that the level of detection is higher than the concentration in the blood.
And when we're talking, so the jury understands here, how much blood is in a human body? Is it 5 liters?
Yeah, roughly.
And what is an example of a liter? You have a water bottle in front of you. Is that about the size of a liter? If you hold it up?
This is half a liter.
Okay, so 10 of those.
Yes,
And when a person drinks alcohol or coffee or uses drugs, those things absorb into their blood. Is that what you've said?
yes,
But does all of that absorb into their muscle tissue as well?
yes, it's dispersed throughout the body.
And typically, in order to assess whether somebody used drugs, we want a blood sample. That's the best source. Would you agree with that?
Yes, that has the most data.
And the problem with muscle tissue is, especially if it's recent use, it may not have time to absorb into the muscle tissue, right?
That's possible.
And same with alcohol, same sort of thing. If we test the blood, we know it's there rather quickly.
Yes,
And also different drugs have different half-lives, if you will. They metabolize at different speeds, right?
yes,
Some are fast and some are short.
yes,
In fact, some drugs like cocaine, for example, metabolizes in a matter of hours from a person's blood, doesn't it?
yes.
Now, so there's no alcohol found anywhere in Miss Robinson's samples that were sent for testing, right?
Yes,
Now, the blood that was sent, I thought you said before that it had been exposed to lake water, right?
yes,
Because it was taken from the heart.
yes,
Is that the only blood that you were able to take at all from the body, was the blood from the heart?
yes.
How much, if you can you quantify how much that was that you were able to remove? Or look at your report?
It doesn't say on the report, but it was a low volume. That's all I can say.
And that's what you sent to NMS labs for testing.
No, the muscle was sent to NMS labs.
The blood that you recovered, did you test that in-house?
The lab did, yes.
Okay. And one of the problems with that is that the torso had been exposed to lake water for a period of time, and therefore you said you don't know if you're actually testing blood or perhaps just testing lake water.
It was bloody visually, so there was some amount of blood in it, which is why we decided to test it. But
Okay,
it could be diluted.
To what degree, you don't know.
Correct.
In other words, if it's 99% lake water, 1% blood, you don't have any way to quantify.
I doubt it would look like blood if it were 99% lake water, but you're correct. We can't know the level of dilution.
Because the machinery doesn't quantify that, right?
Correct.
And you said muscle's not the best specimen to test for that reason that drugs don't always absorb well into muscle tissue.
Well, drugs do absorb into muscle tissue. It's just there's not a lot of data that help us determine what the concentrations mean because muscle isn't normally taken from living individuals. So it's difficult to know what the concentrations are when we receive them.
With respect to blood or liquids, did you say before that you use a gown to prevent liquid from getting on your clothes? Is that what you had said?
Yes.
Bodily fluids, maybe you said, right?
Yes.
When limbs are removed from one's body, that can produce bleeding, right?
Yes.
And you said before that depending on the size of the blood vessel will be different amounts of blood that's released, right?
Yes.
We know for sure that in this case, the only measurable amount of blood that was ever located is the tiny amount from the heart that you found, right?
Yes.
Meaning that the rest of it is dispersed somewhere, right?
Yes.
Whether that would be at a location, you don't know the location of where that blood would be.
Correct.
And in the amount of blood, well, we know all of it is gone, right? We know all 5 liters is pretty much gone.
Yes.
But in terms of like when we're removing a limb or stabbing, let's use stabbing as an example. There were some stab wounds, right?
Yes.
Typically when one gets a cut, a stab wound, they bleed from that, right?
Yes.
Did you, in reaching your conclusions, did you go back and read reports from the search of Mr. Anderson's home, for example, to see whether any blood was located at his house?
I don't remember the specifics of that part of the report.
Isn't that important for you to know whether there's any evidence of any blood at all in Mr. Anderson's house?
No, that doesn't change what I see at the time of exam.
Doesn't matter.
Correct.
It doesn't matter to you whether there's any evidence of blood at Warnemont Park, for example?
Again, it doesn't change what I see at the time of exam.
Okay. So really all you care about is what you're seeing on the examination. The circumstances of the police investigation don't matter a whole lot for purposes of your unspecified homicide conclusion.
I don't think that's entirely true. The circumstances are important, but where Sade passed away, where her dismemberment occurred, that doesn't change anything in my cause and manner of death determination.
But what's most important is who did it though, right?
I do not, that is not my job.
Well, you've testified that obviously all the body parts belong to Sade and it's an unspecified homicide, right?
Yes.
But you offer no conclusion about who
No.
or where
Correct.
or how.
I try my best to figure out how.
But at the end of the day, the conclusion is I don't know.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all.
State?
Would you expect extensive bleeding if there was post-mortem dismemberment?
Not nearly as much as if there was antemortem dismemberment. So when the blood is pumping, the blood will continue to pump until it doesn't have enough blood and undergoes cardiac arrest. So a large amount of blood can be lost. In the post-mortem setting, there might not be very much blood.
And you saw no evidence of vital reactions on the leg or any other body part, correct?
Correct.
Which suggested to you there wasn't much bleeding, if any. Is
Correct.
that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And the body wouldn't be metabolizing substances after the body is deceased. Is that true?
Cocaine can still get metabolized, but we see evidence of that in the metabolites. They show up in the blood still.
And no metabolites showed up in either the blood or the muscle tissue that was analyzed.
Correct.
Nothing else.
Attorney Cotton?
1 minute, please. No, nothing.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
State.
I think, can we take a break, please?
Sure.
Okay.
Okay, leave your notebooks on your chair. We'll be back relatively quickly. Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
What happened? Sorry, I was garden bot was just calling. Sorry, I have to turn on my camera while I talk because I have something in my mouth to cure a cold sore. So what will happen there? I did not notice what happened. Sorry, I was talking to garden bot because he just got home and he was asking me what I wanted for dinner. Oh, just a quickie. Stephanie, the way you said that. Sorry. Sorry, my mind went there for yeah.
Okay, that's fair.
Nothing
Anything
more.
to address by the defense?
All good.
Okay. It is 11:35, so like 5 minutes, hopefully. Thank you.
So sorry, I have to turn off it again because when I talk, I get funny talking. Probably you can hear me very funny talking right now. But yeah, it's sorry, Stephanie, my mind went absolutely there. I was like, what? Excuse me. It's afternoon delight. We all grown up in chat. We all grown up here, so we all know. But my apologies for that. If I sound funny, it's because I'm talking funny. But never mind. That Amy testimony was very good for the prosecution. Defense got absolutely nothing from it. Obviously, we're not going to go back to the details. We've heard enough of the details, but it was interesting. The only two things I'm going to actually highlight is the cause of death and the manner that she did say that there was no actual cause of that they couldn't determine because of the way the body was received. And then the manner of death was homicide due to the way things were done. So I'm trying to copy the 80s cold pizza for supper tonight. Oh, Jello granite, I like it apart. I know, I do too. Especially when Garden Bot does it, and oh my days, when my niece, guys, I have to show you. I was with my niece today again. I need to send a couple pictures to at least one of the pictures to my computer that she looks absolutely gorgeous. So I have a niece that she was born about 6 weeks ago, almost 7 weeks, and she's starting to learn how to smile. So she is absolutely gorgeous. She's learning how to smile, and she now if we smile to her, she's only smiles back at us. So let me close this. I'll keep an eye on court, don't worry, we'll get back to court. I am just gonna show that picture. 1 second, where is it? Hang on, stop sharing, share screen, there you go. Here. So that's my little baby niece. She's almost 7 weeks old, and now she's learning how to smile. Look at that gorgeousness. She's absolutely great. She's so cute. She needs to stop being so cute. She is great. I spoil like everything, and yeah, look at that smile, laughing. no, anyway, just to give us a bit of, to try to get away from the very heavy testimony we just heard. So here, there, as she can hear me. So yeah, so you guys can have it's a little bit getting out of that testimony that we were just hearing. There's a cute baby photo. So we can just, yeah, she's so precious, she's gorgeous, she's absolutely gorgeous. um so yeah, she, so, oh, perfect timing. Yes, that's great. That is great. So, how short was the break that they said they were gonna have? Because I was not listening because the garden bot was calling, and now it's destroying the house. Glad he's feeling better. That now it's destroying the house. Um, I think yeah, she is. So I think pretty much so far I'm still on the same thing that Maxwell Anderson is 100% guilty. Absolutely. No, I don't have any questions of doubt of his guiltiness. Oh, 5 minutes. Okay, that's fine. So, I have absolutely no guiltiness. No guiltiness. No doubt about is if he's guilty or not. So on this channel, you like, for those who are new to the channel, we play a game with this called the verdict game. It's on Google Forms, or you can tell me on chat when we are on closings argument. You can tell us what you think about if he's guilty, the long deliberations, and then whoever gets closest wins. So it's a game that we play here. It's fun to light up because it's a very hard subject and um very very heavy subject that we cover. So yeah. Oh wow, yeah. So this is a mural that got painted in Stephanie, correct me, where is it? uh the mural got painted in a memory of Sade Robinson. That's the victim. And as you can see, her favorite color was pink, so she's in golden pink, um pink clouds and everything. So the holiest flowers, candy, and stuff and animals. We will. Oh, Stephanie, please tell me how can we help you out? Oh, Pizza Shuttle, where she worked. Awesome, that's gorgeous. Stephanie, I'll DM you, but please tell me how can I help? For that, it's for this for all of us. I want to help you out with that. I don't want all the expense to go to you, just you, but I absolutely want to. But I'll DM you anyway, and we can talk about that. Because that would be great to do. Absolutely. So this is outside of Pizza Shuttle, where she worked, and she even worked on the day that she was unalived. So she worked that day. She did a shift of 9, I think it was 9 or short after 9 to 5 p.m. She did the shift just before she went on a date with this monster. Let's call him that. That's what he is. So that's I don't know. The thing is, we did hear that the prosecution could have like about 200 witnesses, but I don't think they're gonna have that many. I think next we're gonna have the lead investigator of the case talking about in more detail of the whole thing, and I think that's gonna be the last witness for the prosecution. She was what? Oh man, she was gonna. I was gonna say something to Maxwell, but I can't say babe because I'm on stream. Oh, girl, you're great, but I'm still talking to you anyway. Um, get from with it again. She never showed up. Wow, that's great. I know they did an amazing job. That is a very pretty mural indeed. Um, sorry, just a tweet from court. The thing is, I have tweets coming up from Karen Reid, from Lori Dingbat trial. I have so many stuff coming through that is sometimes hard, like who is this and which trial is he talking about. Never mind. I don't think it has been still a jury seated in the Dingbell trial. Sorry, Laurie Daybell. I need to stop calling her Dingbell. She is Dingbell, but you know. So well, yeah, exactly. I mean, probably. Oh man, I can. The shift leader probably feels horrible talking like that because probably she didn't know at the time when she said that she did not show up today. Well, she didn't show up because she had a very goddamn reason not to show up. Sadly, you know. Um, I'm sure she feels, or the shift leader feels, very bad with that comment. But you know, you live and you learn. Sometimes it does happen. Um, so I think the state might arrest either today if we get through the lead investigator because the Emmy took most of the morning. Well, I don't think the Emmy took that time. True, we only had 2 witnesses so far for today, and that is very slow day for us for this trial, considering that in the first couple of days, in the first 3 days, we got through 34 witnesses in the first 3 days. That was pretty good. So I heard another girl that worked there a few years ago disappeared, and everyone's like, wow, that place is not very good to work at. Probably would not work to that. Oh, it did. I have not. Oh yeah, I have not heard from MCSO on whether or not Laurie Daybell was transported to court today. Also, nothing back from Superior Court on if she's appearing. So, no news is good news for now. Okay, yeah, that is true. No news means that she's okay and things are gonna proceed. That is definitely good. Oh, stuff to say. Oh, that's good. The lead is the one who reported missing. She's testified already. These kids are well wanted. Oh yeah, no, I meant the lead investigator. You know, the lead detective of the case. You know, Corella Deville, the one that stands, um, uh, on the prosecution table. She already testified twice. She's already like she was called once and then she was recalled. So I was wondering if she's gonna get recalled the third time. Um, to testify to the length of the investigation because I think like they spoke about a little bit about like people that found this, people that found that, and other stuff, but I'm not sure if they have concluded everything in the bow. I'm not sure. So oh yeah, well, you never know. A name here, Glory would probably do that. She's probably like just not wanting to actually face the reality, and yeah, probably, you know, yeah. Um, if no openings today, I'm going to do a recap of the case at 5 Central. Yeah, that could be cool. Yeah, definitely. That is after that's when this this trial ends. Yeah, that's absolutely great. Um. Sorry. Oh, I think they are coming back. I can hear sound of people typing in my ear. Woo, that sounds nice.
Okay, State, are you prepared to call your next witness?
Here
Yes,
we go.
the state calls Detective John Galat.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Detective John, John Galat, Guillot.
You testified earlier that you're a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Were you working in that capacity on April 4th, 2024?
Correct, yes.
What were your duties that day?
That specific day did a bunch of follow-up. On that day, I was assigned along with Joseph Blanchard to go conduct follow-up initially at the pizza shuttle. From there, while we're en route to the pizza shuttle, which again, Miss Robinson was employed there, we drove past Victor's, which is a bar on the Lower East Side of Milwaukee. It's kind of like a bar slash nightclub. As we're driving by Victor's, I noticed that there was a black Hyundai Sonata parked in the parking lots. Of note, I knew two things. I knew that law enforcement obtained information that Mr. Anderson was a bartender at Victor's, and I also knew that Mr. Anderson was a registered owner of a black Hyundai Sonata.
Just to ask, a Sonata is a sedan, correct?
I believe it's an SUV.
Okay, is a Santa Fe an
Sorry,
SUV?
pardon me. Yes, yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So at that time, you were doing follow-up specific to this case, specific to Sade Robinson, correct?
That is correct, yes.
And you went into April 4th knowing that Maxwell Anderson drove a Hyundai Santa Fe, correct?
Correct, yes.
You were also aware that he worked at Victor's.
Correct, yes.
Do you know the address of Victor's?
Yes, it's, I believe, 1230 North Van Buren Street. Again, that's located on the east side of Milwaukee.
And through this investigation that you were part of, were you aware that Maxwell Anderson was the last person to have contact with Sade Robinson before her death?
That is correct, yes.
Describe what you did as you saw that vehicle, that Santa Fe.
So as we saw the black Santa Fe, we kind of circled around the block. We drove past the Santa Fe for a second time, and I noticed that the Santa Fe had a Wisconsin license plate of AMR 8083 affixed to the back of the vehicle. I knew based upon our investigation, that specific vehicle was the registered vehicle of Mr. Anderson. So I was able to confirm that vehicle was Mr. Anderson's.
Approximately what time did you see the vehicle?
It's approximately 12:30 to 12:45 p.m.
And at this point, how are you traveling?
We are at this point in an unmarked squad car. We are going northbound on, I believe, Van Buren. Once we see the vehicle and once we confirm the vehicle, I also noticed that the vehicle is unoccupied. We essentially set up surveillance across the streets on Mr. Anderson's vehicle.
What did you see?
Myself, like I said, we were on surveillance for approximately 10, 15 minutes. At first, we didn't see any movements. After about 15 minutes elapsed, we saw, or I should say, I saw Mr. Anderson walking eastbound on East Juneau Avenue towards his vehicle. Mr. Anderson was wearing a black colored jacket. He had some kind of knit cap on, and he was carrying a backpack.
When you're referring to Mr. Anderson, are you referring to somebody in the courtroom today?
I am, yes.
Can you describe where that person's sitting and what they're wearing?
I'll stipulate.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. Upon seeing Mr. Anderson, what did he do?
Like I said, Mr. Anderson, he crossed over the intersection of East Juneau Avenue and Van Buren. He walked to his vehicle, entered into his vehicle, and he sat in his vehicle for approximately 10 to 15 minutes.
Did you indicate whether or not he was carrying anything?
Yes, he was carrying a backpack over his shoulders.
Okay, can you describe what that backpack looked like?
I believe it was a standard black and color backpack.
Are you aware of surveillance footage that the Milwaukee Police Department obtained through this investigation?
Yes.
Are you aware of a camouflage color backpack that was depicted on certain surveillance footage?
Yes.
Was this that backpack?
I don't believe so, no.
After the defendant gets into his car, what do you do?
Like I stated before, he sat in the vehicle for approximately 10 minutes, and then eventually he reversed his vehicle. The defendant, Mr. Anderson, again, was the lone occupant driver of the vehicle. He started heading in a southern direction through the east side of Milwaukee / downtown area. At that point, Detective Blanchard and I continued to follow Mr. Anderson in our unmarked squad car. Once we got to the area of West Clybourne Street, Mr. Anderson entered the I-94 and began traveling westbound on I-94. As he's continuing to travel westbound on I-94, several other detectives assist. They're also driving unmarked squad cars. We continue to follow Mr. Anderson to the 27th Street off-ramp, at which point he takes the off-ramp and begin driving southbound on 27th Street from I-94.
Where does South 27th Street go at that point?
We continue following Mr. Anderson all the way down to, I believe, Holt Avenue. Mr. Anderson started driving westbound on Holt Avenue to which point he gets to Lakefield Drive, and he's continuing to drive westbound on Lakefield Drive. At which point I know that Mr. Anderson's registered address is essentially just around the corner. So at that particular time, I also should note that I knew our detectives had secured a signed search warrant for Mr. Anderson's residence. So I believed also that Mr. Anderson was heading home at that time.
You are aware his residence was at what address?
I believe it is 3161 South 39th Street.
And you were aware that other members of the sheriff's department were presently at that residence or going to be very shortly at that residence to execute a search warrant?
That is correct. That was also a part of my thinking during my arrest operation. We had other sheriff's detectives at the residence. We had detectives following Mr. Anderson. And my whole goal at that point was not to let Mr. Anderson get back to his residence.
Did you effectuate a traffic stop?
I did, yes.
You personally did in your squad car?
It was in Detective Blanchard's unmarked squad car. We activated our unmarked squad car's emergency lights and in the area of North 38th Street and West Lakefield Drive.
How far away from the residence of 3161 South 39th Street is that?
I would estimate a block and a half.
What happened?
Mr. Anderson stopped. We, as in me and Detective Blanchard, exited our unmarked squad car. We approached on the driver's side while Deputy Ethan Stout approached on the passenger side. We made contact with Mr. Anderson. I asked Mr. Anderson to shut off his vehicle, to which he complied. I then asked Mr. Anderson to step out of the vehicle, to which again he complied. I immediately grabbed onto Mr. Anderson and I took him into custody by placing him in the handcuffs.
I think that's a perfect place to stop. Okay, it's 11:57. So there is the chief judge directive that I be off the record at noon. So I need to stop at this point. Remember the admonitions, no talking amongst yourselves, no research, no investigation, no posting of anything. Wear your badges real visible so everybody in the hallway can see you, please. I have one matter to do at 1:30, unless we spun it. Okay, we're gonna say 1:45. I'd like to go on the record at 1:45. That one matter shouldn't take very long. So we'll kick right back up at 1:45 and jump right back in this. Please leave your notebooks on your chair and have a lovely lunch. It's supposed to be hot out. Good day for a walk. We'll see you back this afternoon. Thanks, everybody.
All right, so lunch break. So normally I don't like lunch break either. It's especially when they're long. I understand why she has to do long break, and I understand that. Sorry, I was talking with my hand in front of it. Average over there was no disclosure either. They were not happy campus when they found out. I can imagine agent said, "Oh well, we should." Well, yeah, well, like they shouldn't have disclosed. No, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, have a lovely lunch. We'll see you back by 1:45 then.
Okay, 1:45, which is in about an hour and 45 minutes from now. It's definitely nap time. It's time to cook. It's time to eat. It's time to stretch our legs, touch grass. So what we normally do is I'm gonna put some original musics that we've built for the channel. Oh, there's no law in this question. Wow. Well, if it is no law, then the people that bought the house, well, should have done. If if it is not the law, if it is the law, well, that is. But that's still crazy. I mean, not gonna lie, it's still very, very crazy. So, I know I'm not judging you, Hannah. I literally want someone. I want a nap too. Believe me, girl. I would absolutely love a nap right about now. So what we can do? Ooh. was either we can watch, I can put something to watch during the lunch break and we can carry on talking in chat. But also I'm gonna have my dinner because it's just in the oven, and then I can play some music when we get closer. So it has been confirmed that the Dingbell will be in court today. Daybell will be in court today. Oh, that was all weekend. Was he just saying, "Oh, that is awesome. That is awesome." I don't know. You don't need to rock. Yeah, exactly. So you can do your errands, you can do your stuff. I'm gonna put some music. We can hang out and chat about life, about anything that you want to talk. But normally we play some music that it's our own music. I have a playlist of the musics. They are AI generated about courtroom, whatever the things that I've decided to be. So yeah, lunch break, come save me now. So definitely, so that's what we are gonna do. We'll be back shortly before break starts, but I do know that AS is gonna go live shortly. So if you go there, give her my love, say hello for me, and then after, come back. We'll be here for sure. So give me, so I'll see you very soon. I'll be here. If you need anything, we can still chat. We can have a laugh in chat, but while listening to music, and let us know what you think about the music as well. Because that would be awesome. So I need to add this to the stage. Add this on top. And play the playlists. Where's the playlist? Hello? Are you gonna play? There you go.
Flames dance on the couch like they got no shame. Smoke wraps the walls calling out my name. A spark in the night that I couldn't ignore. Now ashes lie where we laughed before. Fire burns fast, and don't ask why. Truth comes out under a blackened sky. He ran to escape, but fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. Iron screamed louder than a broken cry. He's on the pavement while the embers fly. Soap suds spin, but they can't clean his mess. Life's a cruel movie, no chance to press reset. Every heartbeat's a crackle, every breath's a flame. He played his cards but lost the game. She falls the towels like nothing's wrong, but her silence is louder than any song. Fire burns fast, and don't ask why. Truth comes out under a blackened sky. He ran to escape, but fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. Ashes settle, but the guilt won't fade. She walks through the ruins of choices made. A van on the street, a heart torn apart. Life doesn't warn you before it starts. The man whose hands out under a blackened sky. He ran to escape, but fate had a plan. Laundry spun while the wheels met the man. It's a cruel movie, no chance to press reset. We're set. Garden plots trending with a mechanical hum. Petals and pixels where the daisies come from. True crime addict sits engrossed and enthralled, sketching out trial scenes on the courtroom walls. Garden squirrels on a patch of weeds. Meanwhile the gavel falls with chilling speed. Colors of justice swirl in pencil gray lines, while the roses bloom soft in uneven designs. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms, and the sketches blow. Clues pile up in charcoal strokes and dust. Garden bottle whispers just to just trust. Spines of sunflowers twist the woods of skies, while on paper truths hide in mascara lies. Who's the guilty party? The verdict's unclear. Garden bottle whispers just to just trust. True crime addicts' fingers smear their work. Injustice is heavy like rain-soaked dirt. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms, and the sketches blow. Who's the guilty party? The verdict's unclear. Garden bots tangled but doesn't feel fear. True crime addicts' fingers smear their work, and justice is heavy like rain-soaked dirt. Ooh, the garden grows as the stories unfold. Metal and soul, while the tales get cold. Truth seeps in just like roots below. Garden bot blooms, and the sketches glow. The gavel echoes noise in the hall. I'm sneaking glances at the clock on the wall. A courtroom circus spinning its wheel. My stomach's growling, it's the real appeal. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tired of judges, go to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. The stenographer's fingers tap a beat. My thoughts are swaying to something sweet. A jury stares with unshaken plight, but I'm focused on my appetite. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tired of judges, go to a plow. Drive me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. Outside the case, the sun shines wide. The world is waiting just there outside. But here I sit in lost cold shade, tossing dreams of lemonade. The lawyer's words, they drone and pine, but my soul screams out for the food line. Justice might be served today, but I just want my lunch tray. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tired of judges, go to a plow. Drag me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. The stenographer's fingers tap a beat. My thoughts are swaying to something sweet. A jury stares with unshaken plight, but I'm focused on my appetite. Oh, lunch break, come save me now. Tired of judges, go to a plow. Drag me to the sandwich stand. Freedom tastes like food in hand. Eyes on the clock, but it don't tick tock. Spinning in my head, let it all unlock. Courtroom vibes with a pop style flair. Truth and chaos floating through the air. No drama here, just a steady beat. Chains on my thoughts, but I won't retreat. Judges sipping soda, tapping their shoes. Motion denied, but I'm singing my blues. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm and clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's had a new tribe. Echoes in the hall hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in the stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm and clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's had a new tribe. Echoes in the hall hit a sweet falsetto. Writing my own journey in stiletto. Witness speaks, but the mics turn low. Reality's a movie, but it's my show. Go watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. Oh, watching pop makes my mind unwind. Twisting words like vines till the truth aligns. No dramatic scenes, just electric sparks. Lightning in my veins, lighting up the dark. They're typing up the pages, rhythm and clicks. Life's a verdict, rolling dice and tricks. Jury with the shades, not into the vibe. Feeling like redemption's had a new tribe. Java the huts where we made our plot. Flirty attorney giving all she's got. Blonde in the weeds sipping lukewarm teas. Baby Huey's crying, someone hand them the keys. Toilet paper murder trial making them sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Blonde taking notes with her strange pink pen. Baby Huey tripping, falling over again. Flirty attorney winking, raising a brow. Judge slams the gavel, order in here now. Toilet paper murder trial making them sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. Java's steaming hot, but the truth's ice cold. Blonde's got a secret that's never been told. Flir's got moves sharp as her file. Baby Huey's just here stumbling in style. Toilet paper murder trial making him sweat. Evidence stacked up, but we're not done yet. The jury's confused by the caffeinated vibe. Chaos in this courtroom keeps the dream alive. In the courtroom where the gavel drops, sidebars whisper where the talking stops. Karen's eyes burn like a fiery flame. Justice and truth in a twisted game. Objections fly like a bird on wing. Corruption's tune is the song they sing. Police in shadows, they play their part. Truth on trial in the judge's heart. Oh. Bev sits high with a crooked grin. A game of power she's set to win. Karen fights, but the walls are tight. Chasing justice in the dead of night. Sidebars echo like a ghostly choir. Rules bend low like a frayed old wire. The system cracks, but it won't confess. In the silence, truth is anyone's guess. Objections fly like a bird on wing. Corruption's tune is the song they sing. Police in shadows, they play their part. Truth on trial in the judge's heart. Oh. 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 Bev sits high with a crooked grin. A game of power she's set to win. Karen fights, but the walls are tight. Chasing justice in the dead of night. Sidebars echo like a ghostly choir. Rules bend low like a frayed old wire. The system cracks, but it won't confess. In the silence, truth is anyone's guess. Oh, oh, oh. A jury watches with empty eyes. Blindfolded, justice wears no disguise. Karen stands firm though the odds are steep. In the cracks of chaos, her secrets seep.
The gavel cracks the air like thunder's cry. Karen's stare could cut through any lie. Sidebars whisper secrets in disguise. Objections flying like sparks in the night sky. Order and chaos, the courtrooms a show. Truth on trial, but the shadows grow. Justice wears a mask no one can know. Police corruption hides where the winds don't blow. Judge by a smile is sharp like a blade. A chessboard where the moves are played. The jury sways like reeds in a glade. The lines of power drawn but never stayed. Order in chaos, the courtrooms a show. Truth on trial, but the shadows grow. Justice wears a mask no one can know. Police corruption hides where the winds don't blow. It's past in a sideways glance. This isn't justice, it's a deadly dance. The system creaks, but it still holds tight. Spinning webs in the dead of night. Karen stands tall like a flame in the storm. Her voice cuts through the coldest form. No fear in her heart, no bold of the norm. She fights for the system, tries to conform. Judge big smile is sharp like a blade. A chessboard where the moves are played. The jury sways like reeds in a glade. Lines of power drawn but never stayed. Glow. Lines don't blow. Lines don't blow. Don't blow. glance. This isn't justice, it's a deadly dance. The system creaks, but it still holds tight. Spinning webs in the dead of night. Karen stands tall like a flame in a storm. Her voice cuts through the coldest form. No fear in her heart, not out of the norm. She fights while the system tries to conform. Don't blow, winds don't blow. Don't blow, winds don't blow. Karen stands tall like a flame in the storm. Her voice cuts through the coldest form. No fear in her heart, no bow to the norm. She fights while the system tries.
Hello, hello, the world's in sync. Hey. Hey. Hey.
Hola amigo, ¿qué tal mi friend? Bonjour my friend, let's begin again. Konnichiwa, how's your sin? Ciao bella, where do we ascend? Hello, hello, the world's in sync. Different tongues but the same instinct. We speak the beat, we let it flow. Hello to the world wherever we go. There we go. Let's go. Ni hao homie, let's vibe all day. Guten Tag, we here to slay. Salam my brother, peace I pray. Jumbo my sister, come and stay. Hello, hello, the world's in sync. Different tongues but the same instinct. We speak the beat, we let it flow. Hello to the world wherever we go. Wherever we go. Hello, now say you'll catch the groove. Sabona, let the rhythm prove. Shalom, my people, let's make a move. Aloha vibes, it's a global move. Hello, the world's in sync. Different tongues, but the same instinct. We speak the beat, we let it flow. Hello to the world wherever we go. Wherever we go.
She's a Portugal soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True Crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. She's got her boyfriend by her side. Together they host this chilling ride. Nightbots watching, chats alive. Everyone's hooked, ready to dive. Her days are sweet and filled with bread. Her nights are dark, deep in her head. From morning dew to midnight files, she dances between the day and trials. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord, she's on the hunt. In the hush of midnight, she's on the front. Portuguese pride in the UK sun. She'll solve every case till the morning comes. Daytime bakery, nighttime sleuth. Our true crime addict revealing in the truth.
You're always online, chasing the thrill. In the dark corners where nightmares are real. Whispers and shadows, stories unfold. Innocence lost, and the secrets they hold. Reach out and touch cracks, leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass, feel the earth, feel alive. Sensational headlines, the dramas you muse, capturing moments, the heartbreak you choose. Behind every story, a life to reclaim. Remember the human, not just the name. Reach out and touch grass, leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass, feel the earth, feel alive. In the spotlight's glow, don't forget to breathe. Disconnect to reconnect, it's okay to leave. Step away, take a break, find some peace of mind. True crime and drama, but balance you'll find. Reach out and touch grass, leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass, feel the earth, feel alive. Your world's more than stories that keep you up at night. Ground yourself, find the light, everything's alright. Reach out and touch grass, you'll be just fine. Breathe deep, step away, it's your time to shine. Reach out and touch grass, leave the screen, step outside. Reach out and touch grass, feel the earth, feel alive.
Whispers in the dark, they creep. Secrets buried miles deep. Ah, footsteps echo on the floor. Ah, chill until we can't ignore. Crimson clues in the night, shadows dance in the pale moonlight. Truth and lies in a deadly game. Every heartbeat's just the same. Tangled webs and alibis. Broken dreams behind the light. A mirror cracked with haunted eyes. The story burns and never dies. Ticking clocks, the time runs thin. The walls are closing, closing in. A trail of smoke, a fleeting trace. A ghostly figure leaves no face. Crimson clues in the night. Shadows dance in the pale moonlight. Truth and lies in a deadly game. Every heartbeat's just the same. Every heartbeat's just the same. Justice hunts in the faintest glow. The past is calling, it won't let go. A puzzle piece just out of reach. The answers hidden on the beach. The gavel strikes a heavy sound in this room where truth is bound. Maxwell sits with hollow eyes, a shadow caught in pale disguise. Whispers run like rivers wide. Sade's name they cannot hide. A story twisted, sharp and cold. A life too precious to withhold. He speaks, but words are paper sin. A crumpled mask for what's within. The walls are heavy, thick with blame. Every breath ignites her name. Whispers run like rivers wide. Sade's name they cannot hide. A story twisted, sharp and cold. A life too precious to withhold. No rewind, no second take. The fragile threads of hearts will break. The echoes scream a final plea. What's the cost of empathy? The verdict near, each heartbeat pounds a loud of fear. Justice wears a bitter face. In her name they fill this space.
Eyes on the gavel, sharp and cold. A room of whisper stories told. The clock ticks slow, the truth unfolds in this dance of lies and hearts so bold. The witness shakes, their words collide. With every tale a world divides. The jury's eyes, they pierce the night in shadows cast by neon light. Trial coverage, the stage is set. Secrets rise and truths collect. In the echoes, justice bets. On the silence, no one forgets. The lawyer's voice, a razor's edge. Questions hang like smoke, they pledge to carve the dark and break the hedge. But truth's a ghost, it won't allege. Papers fly like wings of crows, a tidal wave of highs and lows. The verdict whispers, it almost shows, but justice walks where no one knows. Trial coverage, the stage is set. Secrets rise and truths collect. In the echoes, justice bets. On the silence, no one forgets. Big carts rolling like a stampede fight. Pallets stacked to the ceiling's height. Sample trays calling my name tonight. Bulk by dreams under fluorescent light. Ads stretched like a maze of gold. 30 rolls of paper towels to hold. A mountain of muffins, oh so bold. I came for one thing, but I lost control. Oh, Costco Wonderland, you pull me in where the deals are fat and the lights don't dim. I'm swimming in savings and a sea of whim. Oh, Costco Wonderland, let the spree begin. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, let the spree begin. Whoa, 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 whoa. Bag of chips the size of a toddler's head. Enough spaghetti to keep infinity fed. Lost my friend in the cheese aisle spread. Found him by the chicken bakes instead. TV's glowing like a neon dream. Freezer doors open with the frosty gleam. That membership card's got a magic theme. This is more than shopping, it's a Costco scene. Oh, Costco Wonderland, you pull me in where the deals are fat and the lights don't dim. I'm swimming in savings and a sea of a whim. Oh, Costco Wonderland, let the spree begin. Whoa, 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 let the spree begin. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, Costco Wonderland, you pull me in where the deals are fat and the lights don't dim. I'm swimming in savings and a sea of a whim. Oh, Costco Wonderland, let the spree begin. Whoa, whoa, let the spree begin. Whoa, 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 let the spree begin.
Tiny hands and sleepy eyes, you light the world with your your sweet cries, a brand new soul, so fresh, so pure. In your small heart, love will endure. Oh, little star, shining bright, you bring the day, you chase the night. A gift of hope, a dream begun. You're the moon, you're the sun. Your giggles echo through the air, a melody beyond compare. The way you yawn, the way you sigh, a miracle beneath the sky. Oh, little star, shining bright, you bring the day, you chase the night. A gift of hope, a dream begun. You're the moon, you're the sun. The world's amazed, but you will see. You hold the map, you hold the key. Each tiny step, each little fall, you'll conquer mountains standing tall. A little star, shining bright, you bring the day, you chase the night. A gift of hope, a dream begun. You're the moon, you're the sun. You're the sun. In my mind, there's a storm tonight. Whispers loud but out of sight. I chase the shadows, but they won't stay. They come back stronger every day. Oh. I've been walking through the shadows alone at night, fighting battles in my mind, no end in sight. But the cracks in my armor let the light seep through. I'm standing tall now, I'm breaking brand new. I've been down, but I'm rising like the dawn. Every scar is a story of where I've gone. Though the weight tried to crush me, I've been reborn. I'm not just surviving, I'm stronger than the storm. There were nights I couldn't find my way to breathe, trapped inside the chaos, couldn't feel reprieve. But I've learned the tides change and the waves subside. Now I ride the current with my head held high. I've been down, but I'm rising like the dawn. Every scar is a story of where I've gone. Though the weight tried to crush me, I've been reborn. I'm not just surviving, I'm stronger than the storm. Every tear I cried built a fortress of steel. Every ache I felt taught me how to heal. Now I'm shouting loud from the mountaintop. I've got the strength and I'll never stop. I've been down, but I'm rising like the dawn.
Metal hearts beat in sync, they say. Garden bot circuits light the way. TCA's gears turn in a gentle sway. A date on Wednesday, what do you say? Old stains on their chrome lip tie. Electric sparks fuel their desire. In the greenhouse where dreams transpire. Wires hum like a robot choir. Let's meet beneath the glowing LEDs, where silicon love flows like the seas. A garden of steel and binary trees. On Wednesday night, just you and me. Garden bot's hands are full of blooms. Synthetic roses fill the room. TCA smile banishes the gloom. Love coded in every micro plume. Wearing fans and humming drones, they share secrets in digital tones. A love so strange yet so well known. Their mechanical hearts have found a home. Wednesday comes, the stars align. Dietist dreams flow intertwined. They toast with oil and sip moonshine. A romance written in design. Yeah. Yeah.
Scrolling down, 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 down. Scrolling through the screen at night. Judges banging gavels tight. Strangers lives in pixel frame. Watching justice play its games. Courtroom drama through the glass. Click and play to watch it pass. Lives unfold in legal fight. People's pain, my late night bite. Lawyers argue sharp and fast. Tales of heartbreak, shadows cast. Witness stumbles, truth or lie. I'm just here to watch it fly. Courtroom drama through the glass. Click and play to watch it pass. Lives unfold in legal fight. People's pain, my late night bite. I don't know these folks at all, but I'm caught up in their brawl. Judge declares emotions swell. It's like a show, but real as hell. Cases closed and now move on, yet their faces linger strong. Never met, but here I sit, watching strangers' lives get split. Ow. Da 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 da.
I got nothing in my pockets tonight, just a dream and a spark to ignite. The city whispers under neon skies. I'm alive with the fire in my eyes. No map, no plan, no safety net. Every step's a gamble, no regret. I'll build a kingdom out of broken bricks, turn the chaos into magic tricks. I've got nothing but nothing to lose. Dancing in the rain, wearing worn out shoes. The world is wild, but I'll play my part. With nothing but everything in my heart. The echoes of the streets sing my name. Every shadow's a friend in this game. The wind carries secrets I can't ignore. I'll chase the unknown and ask for more. If I stumble, if I fall, I'll turn it into something after all. The edge is sharp, but it feels so right. With nothing to lose, I'll take flight. I've got nothing but nothing to lose. Dancing in the rain, wearing worn out shoes. The world is wild, but I'll play my part. With nothing everything in my heart. I've got nothing but nothing to lose. Dancing in the rain, wearing worn out shoes. The world is wild, but I'll play my part with nothing but everything. I've got nothing but nothing to lose. Dancing in the rain, wearing worn out shoes. The world is wild, but I'll play my part with nothing but everything in my heart. Garden bud wakes in the morning haze, paintbrush in hand in a metal craze. Warhammer scenes with dogs that play in a field of flowers where dreams don't fray. Metal meets petals, a fusion so grand. Dogs bark and frolic in a painted land. Garden buds vision, food for the soul. Art in the garden makes the broken whole. Sunflowers laugh in the robot's gaze. Warhammer armies locked in a maze. Dogs chase shadows across the green. Garden bud hums in a living machine. On its gears, but its heart beats true. Colors explode in every hue. Food on the table, painted with care. A garden alive with stories to share. Metal meets petals, a fusion so grand. Dogs bark and frolic in a painted land. Garden buds vision, food for the soul. Art in the garden makes the broken whole. Food for the dogs, flowers for the bees. Warhammer dreams carried on the breeze. Garden bud smiles as the day turns cold. A masterpiece story yet to be told.
Dark clouds roll over the court today. Whispers of justice and shades of gray. A lineup of names carved into the night. Bad guys trembling in the neon light. True crime addict chasing the truth through tangled webs and forgotten youth. Garden bud dreams of a world so clean, but the journey to justice cuts through the unseen. Paula and Lois, Katya's rage. Robert Zio flips another page. Sissy's shadow, William's glare. In the courtroom, justice hangs in the air. Stephanie whispers, Sherry Berry cries. Pickles and Hannah, fire in their eyes. Indian case, one with the case to solve. Avon was shouting as mysteries evolve. True crime addict chasing the truth through tangled webs and forgotten youth. Garden bud dreams of a world so clean, but the journey to justice cuts through the unseen. True crime addict, chasing the truth. and forgotten youth. Guarded by dreams of a world so clean, but the journey to justice cuts through the unseen. Paula and Lois, Katya's rage. Robert CO flips another page. Sissy's shadow, William's glitter in the courtroom. Justice hangs in the air. Paula and Lois, Katya's rage. Robert CO flips another page. Sissy's shadow, William's glitter in the courtroom. Justice hangs in the air. Nancy and Maria, the clock ticks fast. Courtroom echoes of a shadowed past. Session starts, bad guys take the stand. The scales of justice in a trembling hand. Through the unseen. Trigger me whispers, Sherry Berry cries. Pickles and Hannah, fire in their eyes. Indian case, one with a case to solve. Avon shouting as mysteries evolve. As mysteries evolve. True crime addict, chasing the truth. Through tangled webs and forgotten youth. Guarded by dreams of a world so clean, but the journey to justice cuts through the unseen. Nancy and Maria, the clock ticks fast. Courtroom echoes of a shadowed past. Session starts, bad guys take the stand. The scales of justice in a trembling hand. Through the unseen. Through the unseen. Through the unseen.
All right, so that was the playlist. The playlist is done for today. So I was thinking maybe in the next 45 minutes that we still have out of break. Obviously, we're not going to probably watch throughout all that time, but I'm going to play some parole hearings because they are live. So we're probably going to just do that for now. So it is something we can do it, and I don't have to talk for 45 minutes, but I'll be back shortly before the 45 minutes I've done, so we can have a little bit of a chat and can catch up on the morning's proceedings and then move ahead with what is happening in the afternoon in this trial.
You were sentenced in the 4th Judicial District, Washita Parish, in April 2008 for possession of cocaine. You received a 5-year DOC sentence that was suspended, and you were placed on 5 years active probation. Is that right? So you submitted some materials to us. As you know, we get a lot of information from the DOC, information and parole and so forth. So we have quite a packet on you, including your movie clip that you sent, which was very helpful. Thank you for that. It's noted, let me just note for the record that you went through drug court.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've not been in any trouble since.
No.
And you've done some great community service work along the way since then. And you want to be an example. There is hope after death.
Yes, ma'am.
And your record was so complete that we are prepared to vote if you're ready for us to proceed.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis, so I'm going to ask him to vote first.
My vote is to grant.
Pardon with?
With commutation of sentence.
Pardon with?
Pardon with firearms. Do you really need a firearm?
Yes, sir.
Why?
I love hunting and fishing.
Okay, pardon with firearms.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Tillis, pardon the firearms.
Mr. Craig.
I concur with Mr. Tillis.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur, Mr. Tillis. You have a very good cleansing period, and you are a good way for people to follow. Okay, good inspiration.
Yeah, and I agree. So my vote also is partner with restoration of firearms, sir. So I'm glad your friends have traveled here with you today, but we're not going to do our interview. We just voted unanimously to make the recommendation to the governor. All right.
Oh well, it seems that I have to talk anyway. But let me try something while we are on lunch break. Let me see if something works that I've been wanting to try on stream, but it might cause a little bit of a snafu if it does. Oh well, I apologize. Glad he didn't fall there, Pickles. Right, let's see if now I can work this out to see if I can do it. Yeah, okay. It is on. You guys can still hear me, right? Please let me know. Okay. If, yeah, I think you can still hear me. Let me see if this works. Okay, no, it's not working. It's not connected. The audio is on a correct mic. Oh, I have to refresh. Right, give me 1 second. I need to refresh. Hang on, sorry. I was muted. Haha. I'm a professional streamer. Look at me. I forgot to mute myself. I'm just trying to test out something, but I don't know if it is working. You guys can hear me, right? Yeah, you can. I need. Why is this not working now? I don't understand. I do not understand. It was it something that I did? Like earlier, I tried this earlier. I tried this earlier and it worked, but now it's not working. Psst. I see people. Did you guys hear that? Yeah, I think he did. I think it worked. Did he? Do you guys heard that? It was low, but I think it.
Curtis Max. All right.
Sorry, parole hearing. I am trying something. Let me see if you hear this.
Oh my days!
Probably, I think it does. Let me see if you hear this. Yes, it is awesome. It's working. I have sound bites, but is the sound still okay? I'm sorry. I'm just trying some stuff. Like while we are on break, I decided to test. I found the other day, me and Zia, we were playing around with the soundboard thing, and I found one that he actually works for, like sound bites that we can play throughout court, but only works obviously. Works if I have the muted, but I don't think you can hear much of the background with this. But there is several. My favorite is this one. I see people. I love that. And then the other one is just
Maybe
Judy.
if you dressed and covered your shoulders when you came to court, you would understand what court decorum is.
That one is another favorite. Sorry, me just playing with the soundboard, which is crazy. But we'll we're gonna carry on hearing the parole hearings while we're still on break. I will stop playing with the soundboard for now.
I don't see. Are we at David Way? Yes. I don't see them. Do I see? There we go. All right. The pardon board is reconvening. We're now at David Way Correctional Center. It's 4 minutes after 1 o'clock on Monday, June 2nd. And would the staff there at Way please introduce yourself, sir, for the record?
Assistant Warden Ryan Kimball.
Danny Henshaw, classification.
Elizabeth Savage, Lieutenant Colonel. And we have before us, Mr. Massey.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Curtis Massey, 119949.
All right, and you have counsel with you today on Zoom. Counsel, would you enter your name for the record?
Yes, it's Marcy Allen. My professional address is 1011 North 7th Street, Monroe, Louisiana, 71201.
Thank you. And also joining us today is Mr. Massey's sister, I believe. Can't see.
It's Dietrich, Your Honor.
Dietrich Massey, thank you. And we'll call on you all at the appropriate time. First, Mr. Massey, let me just read some information into the record. You're here today seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in November 1987 in Ouachita Parish to a life sentence for second-degree murder. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So before we hear from your sister, Dietrich, rather, we'd like to hear from you, Mr. Massey. Tell us, why are you here before the pardon board today? Why are you seeking a relief, and why do you think we should grant you today?
Yes, well, when I was younger, I made a bad decision. And it caused me to get this life sentence. And I just asked the board to give me some relief so I might go back to my loved one.
Warden Kimball, what can you tell us about Mr. Massey?
Yes, ma'am. So I've known Curtis about 17 years. For the majority of that time, Curtis has worked in our toy shop for our Toys for Tots. Recently, he switched over to the St. Jude toy project. He requested to do that, and he's done extremely well with that. He uses a lot of his own material that he donates to the St. Jude project. He does an excellent job for us. He hasn't had an RVR since 2011, as the record would reflect. He's completed Cage Your Rage, AANA. We have it in the system that he has completed victim awareness. However, he's currently enrolled again. I've spoken to Curtis many times about his crime, and he has shown me remorse. I know he's a little nervous this morning, but he's going to be glad to answer any question y'all have as honestly as he can. But pretty much the record reflects itself as it comes to Curtis.
All right, thank you, sir. Dietrich Massey, could we hear from you now? What would you like us to know about your brother?
Good morning. How you all doing? Thanks for giving me this opportunity to speak out towards my brother. My name is Dietrich Massey.
sister of Curtis Massey, I am elated to speak on behalf of Curtis Massey on the parole board. I am currently employed at Monroe City School as I teach and coaches techniques boys and girls. I am a track coach for the Massey Miracle Run Foundation, which I named the foundation after my daughter. The doctor stated that my daughter wouldn't be able to walk or run in life, but I, as a parent, did the odds and believed in my daughter. With the God-given talent that I have, I would like for the parole board to grant my brother another chance. I currently worked at Swanson Center for Youth for 26 years, productive law-abiding citizen. I started that in 2000. I'm sorry. I started working at Swanson in 1999. I currently begin my own organization on helping kids to be successful in life since 2007 with my own organization, Massey Miracle Run Foundation. I'm currently, if you give me and my brother an opportunity, the chance to be together, I will have him working for my organization. However, I have other options that he can be doing. We came up with this option, SOY, Saving Our Youth, and that's what we working on together. We trying to save our youth out in the community, and that's what I do in the community. I work with my own organization in saving our youth. We travel all over the nation. I have been traveling to the Olympics, which we have been successful in this. And if you all on the board give us a chance, or give me a chance to work with my brother, I promise you that this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna save the youth in the community and throughout the nation. Thank you all for listening to me. And I think this is going to be very successful.
Thank you, and thank you for the work that you do. Ms. Allen, we'd like to hear your presentation, please.
Yes, of course. I have already introduced myself, and when I started preparing my remarks, it felt like a law school exam, honestly, because I have arrows here and there. Flip to the back page and actually start here, and I think that's what I'm going to do. Today, I'm here on Mr. Curtis Massey's behalf. He is respectfully requesting that his sentence be commuted after having been convicted of second-degree murder, the second-degree murder of LaShonda Johnson, and sentenced to life in prison, like he said, on November 6, 1987. At the time he was sentenced, he was 23 years old. And I do use this in my criminal defense practice, and I'm sure you've all heard the data now, but all of the scientific data now shows us that our frontal lobes aren't fully developed until about age 25. And that frontal lobe is super important to good decision making. I am not saying that to make light of the horrible thing that he did. And he is remorseful as anyone else. And I think the assistant warden was probably exactly right that Mr. Massey is nervous today and not as able to sincerely express his remorse as he could if he weren't Johnny on the spot. But it was a horrible thing that he did. He became enraged after being heartbroken and inebriated after finding that the mother of not only his natural child, but his other child had actually had a child with another man. There were no excuses for his actions. But after serving, and I couldn't determine whether it was 38 or 39 years in jail, and spending every one of those years bearing the guilt for his actions and working on improving himself, I do believe that at this point, he is entitled, according to the statutes that I reviewed and the administrative code, to have his sentence, or eligible, maybe not entitled is the right word, commuted. He has served a minimum of 25 years. He is disciplinary report free for 36 months. He is not in maximum custody status, and he has marketable job skills. He, before he was incarcerated, he was a carpenter working with one of his uncles. He is in fact a master carpenter and a welder and can do all types of construction work. But you've just heard from his sister that she will employ him. I believe that a detailing place in Monroe, Louisiana, where Miss Massey and Mr. Massey lived, and most of their family lives, had offered and confirmed that they would be willing to hire him, you know, should he one day have his sentence commuted and then be paroled. I think, you know, when I was thinking about why I said flip to the last page first, it's my understanding that Mr. Massey was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer approximately 2 years ago. I don't know the status of his treatment plan, his prognosis, but after doing some online research, I learned that the average survival time for someone with pancreatic cancer is 3 to 3.5 years. And as long as Mr. Massey is serving a life sentence, he will not be eligible to apply for medical parole. And I think that's an issue that definitely, you know, or a factor that should definitely be considered by this honorable parole board. Going through the applicable statutes and the parole board policies, it looks like there are just a ton of different factors that are considered, or, you know, they're all over the place too, in my opinion. It took me a while to hopefully round down all of them. But it looks like, of course, it looks like the primary goals are doing what's in the best interest of society. And also determining that there's a reasonable probability that Mr. Massey is able to be a law-abiding citizen. In this particular circumstance, the likelihood of reoccurrence is very, very small because he was very young. His frontal lobe had not fully developed. There were very, very specific facts at play. Mr. Massey had, you know, found out the mother of his child was having a child by another man after having learned that she had slept with this man, caught her in bed, actually. And I'm not saying that does not make what he did right, not at all. But the likelihood of something like this happening again when he was 22, I believe, when this offense occurred, or 23. He's 60, almost 60 years old now. I think he'll be 60 in November. And this specific person and those specific types of facts aren't likely to present themselves again. And as we've heard from the assistant warden, it may have taken him some time to grow up, but he has had no infraction in 14 years at all. Looking back at, I looked at the infractions he had prior to 2011, and I have that on a different notepad. I have notepads galore in my lap. Now I do have it on a different notepad, I'm certain. Oh, it's a different notepad that wasn't there. There it is. 38 of the 57 infractions on his conduct report occurred before or at the age of 30. 61.4% of those infractions occurred when he was a young man. I mean, I hate to say this, but I was married at a young age, and I can tell you that the learning curve for my ex-husband was extremely, he had to grow up quite a bit. And I'm not trying to make fun of you gentlemen on the board, because now you are all grown up. I also noticed that of his infractions, there were 12 aggravated disobediences, with the last one being in 2006. There were 6 aggravated work offenses, the last one being in 2000. But there weren't any aggravated fighting offenses. There were no aggravated sex offenses. There were no attempts to escape. And he's 60 years old now. So looking at going forward, I know that the serious of the offense and whether there was premeditation is a consideration. And these are parole considerations. I do understand that. But I think it's kind of all intermeshed, and y'all can shut me up if you want to, I promise. But this was certainly not premeditated. This was a crime of passion. He unfortunately did use a weapon. He stabbed LaShonda Johnson to death. The mother of his children, who still call Dietrich Massey their aunt, and who are in frequent contact with their grandmother, Curtis Massey and Dietrich Massey's mother. The only criminal history, prior criminal history I'm aware of, was when Mr. Massey was in high school at Delta High School in Marouge, Louisiana. I think it was at a football game. A fight occurred and he acted in self-defense. Now, I don't know whether that went to trial or whether the DA actually outright dismissed any charges, but it's my understanding a conviction did not occur as a result of that behavior. I'm not aware of any other prior criminal actions. I've talked about his education. He did graduate from Delta High School in Marouge. And also his skills, his work skills. As far as drug and alcohol use, yes, he began drinking when he was in that tumultuous relationship with LaShonda Johnson, who was the victim in this matter. He has attended Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous while he's been incarcerated, but prior to his incarceration, there was no other drug use. While, with regard to his institutional adjustment and attitude while incarcerated, I believe that his participation in volunteering in so many programs, the Helper Group, AA, and NA, the Lifers Mentor Program, Toastmasters, Stress Management, Victims Awareness, the Recreation Program, Manhood Training Program, Transaction Analysis Program, the Gingerbread House, Toys for Tots, and all of the other things that he has done showed that he has a good attitude and is positive about his life. One of the things Miss Massey had told me previously that she did not share with you today was that he is her rock. He is her prayer warrior. They get on the phone and they pray together. Now, as far as obedience to rules, yes, there were 57 infractions before 2011. But since that time, there has been nothing. He's never been put on extended lockdown from what I could determine. Miss Massey also failed to mention that her elderly mother could have been here today, and her sister Shalene Massey. They're all great supporters of their brother Curtis and are willing to do anything possible should he make his way out of prison to make sure his pathway is a safe and good pathway to walk in the future. They will be willing to provide him with transportation to and from work, housing, Like I said, his family is all located in Monroe, where he would be living with Miss Massey. He has a job waiting for him. They are strongly involved in the church, and he would be involved with them.
Well, I think we have enough information to begin our interview with Mr. Massey. You've done a really good job in telling us his accomplishments and so forth.
Well, I appreciate your time. I know that you guys have been busy and working through lunch, and I had to get 2 or 3 snacks while I was waiting on you to get to me.
Right. Well, we'll go ahead. Mr. Massey, Mr. Prater is going to begin the interview. Would you answer his questions?
Good afternoon, Mr. Massey. I know you're nervous and you don't talk a lot, but I need to get the facts straight to make sure that we are on the same page here. This occurred in 1987, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you used a knife and you broke into this lady's house, cut the screen, opened the door, went inside, talked to her a little bit, and then you stabbed her a couple of times and killed her. Is that basically what happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is a lady that you knew and had a baby with, and you found out she was running around on you, basically. Is that it? So it's really a domestic homicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I see you've done a lot of good things since you've been there. You got a good write-ups, or as far as folks writing things for you. You got good certificates. Been very active out there. Do have some opposition. The DA, the sheriff, and chiefs of police in both West Monroe and Monroe have reviewed the cases, and they are against any kind of relief. And then there's other opposition. Anyway, that's about all the questions that I have.
Any other questions?
I think we got a couple.
I have, well, it said that you found her in bed in 1986, and then there was a delay to 1987 when you killed her. And it said that, like Mr. Prater was saying, that you broke into the house, that you were actually at that time the ex-boyfriend, and she had a 6-month-old baby by that time. And the baby was found in the bed next to her, and you stabbed her unknown multiple times. You started stabbing her when she told you had to leave. So, and you thought she was on the phone with someone else and wouldn't get off the phone to answer it for you. Is that all true? Is that what happened?
Somewhat, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so it's more or less a jealous rage.
Well,
she broke up with you. Y'all weren't living together at that time.
no, no, ma'am. But we were still seeing each other.
Yeah, well, you had to break into the house to get in there. And then you stabbed it. And then the 6-month-old baby was lying in the bed next to her when they found her because she had been screaming. So it's kind of one of those cases now, men and women run around on each other, but somebody breaks in on somebody else because of infidelity and stabs them to death. And then they break up. That's when, domestic violence, a woman does leave and get away, and then she's followed and this happens to her. I think it's a terrible thing, so.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Prater?
What was your contraband in 2011?
Cigarette lighter.
Okay. And do you still have contact with your natural kids today?
Well, my son, he live in Texas. When I talked to him through my mom had more contact with him than I do.
I have no further questions.
All right, Mr. Massey, I don't see any other questions, so I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Prater will be first.
Mr. Massey, I appreciate everything that you've done, but on a situation like this, on a domestic situation, part of what we have to do is make sure it's not going to happen again, which I don't think anything like that will happen again with you. And then part of it's your rehabilitation. Part of it is also, I think, it's important the message that we send. And on a domestic, on any kind of a murder, cold-blooded murder like this, with the opposition that we have, my vote is going to be to deny.
Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Massey, you've served 38 years. It seems like you've done a lot of community service since you've been in prison. My vote today would be to grant and commute to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Tillis?
Mr. Massey, I also concur with Mr. Freeman, and based on the warden's comments, and I see the remorsefulness in you, my vote's going to be granted.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote today is to concur with Mr. Freeman.
And my vote today, Mr. Massey, would be based on the remarks by Warden Kimball and all that we have in the record, recognizing you for your community service work within your prison community and outside. And, you know, we do have opposition from the, I want you to know this, my vote's going to be the same as Mr. Freeman to make the recommendation. But you need to know that, you know, the victim's family is opposed to your consideration today, but they do believe in forgiveness, but also believe there's consequences for one's actions. And they believe that your consequences are for a life sentence. But you didn't get you needed 4 votes. You got 3 votes that were favorable to your request, 2 to deny. So the outcome is today your application has been denied, sir. Good luck to you.
All right, so can you hear me? Sorry, the button wasn't working. I was like pressing all the time. All right, so he was denied, which is good because by the sounds of it, for the crime that he committed, he should have been denied, because that was a wild one. That's a wild case. So while we're still waiting on our trial to get started, it hasn't started. They still haven't. Yeah, exactly. It should stay for life. Exactly. You know, I agree, Stephanie. It should stay for life. So our trial is still not packed, so we're still watching the thing. The judge did have the matter at 1:30, so she should be dealing with it now. So we still have about 15 minutes to the start of the trial. So just checking you can hear me. So you guys are like I know exactly. That's absolutely crazy. Should, you know, fulfill his sentence, which is life in prison. So we'll see what happens. Well, he's gonna have to wait. I think normally it's about 3 years or 2 years until they can apply again. My apologies for parole. So he's gonna have to wait a little bit more. But I thought of coming back just like a little bit earlier so we could talk about a little bit about Lori Dingwell. Lori Daybell. She she was supposed to be on jury selection right now for her 3rd trial for Brendan Burdo attempted of a red room. And she has completely either maneuvered the judge or she's actually sick. So she got from several tweets that I was reading on X or Twitter. She got wheeled in to the courtroom in a wheelchair, and she was not well. She had like a trash can next to her because she was so unwell. She was crying and saying to the judge that she wished she could carry on, but she doesn't feel like she could. The judge was very, very disappointed. He was like literally was apologizing a lot to the juries, saying, "I'm sorry to waste your time, but if you do come back on Wednesday and everything, when we come back, he's gonna even probably bring some donuts for them as an apologies because he's messing up." There was a juror that already got dismissed because he had a camping trip on Friday and didn't want to go, so he was dismissed. But either she's pulling a big one on the judge to try to not have him anymore. But the judge says that, like, no matter what she does in terms of wanting to delay the trial and everything, she's gonna get him, because I don't think she wants him anymore. So she's trying everything that she can, and she has on her book to delay that judge, which it's absolutely it was absolutely crazy. Um, oh, as you should know, pass and go. Wisconsin gets something right. Yeah, that's what Maxwell is facing, isn't it? Imprisonment to life. But is that with possibility of parole or without the possibility of parole? Because that, like, because the thing is, I would hate that Maxwell would have the possibility of parole. Would absolutely hate that, because just to have the family to go through this again in so many years, and then having to revisit every couple of years when he tries, and he tries oh, good, good. I am so glad that the family's not gonna have to go through that, because that would be absolutely horrendous, having to go through the parole thing. Um, oh, is it? Yes, life without the possibility of parole. Yes, that's what we want for Maxwell Anderson. Definitely, that's what we want, and that's what he's gonna get. And nope. Oh, you will never get out. We have parole, but not for red rum. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, so definitely no parole for so. But that's just first intentional, isn't it? For the first degree, red rum. Oh, sorry, my apologies. I kicked the ball. The ball. Is that yeah. Oh no, absolutely fine, Pickles. It was an amazing stream with allegedly speculating. She's an amazing girl. I had a lot of fun. She did teach me a lot about that trial that we're gonna cover. Um, and yeah, she is absolutely amazing. So definitely worth a watch. Appreciate that, girl. And this trial as well. I know you haven't picked up a lot, but this trial is definitely a worth. It is hard. I'm gonna warn you. It is very hard to listen to. Some parts, girl, it's hard what they speak about, but it's also very good, because Sade needs justice. She was a beautiful young girl. She did not deserve what she got. Absolutely not. So we are trying to fight for justice for her. So yeah, it's definitely worth a listen to it. There's a couple bits you could skip. Yes, there is the whole description on everything. The Emmy this morning, it could have been like a skip thing, but we got it through. We managed. We survived. Did not last as long as probably a witness in Karen Reed. We are on a witness 37 of this trial on the fourth day, which is a very good statistic in terms of how this trial is going in terms of speediness, which is very good. Um, so yeah, so the witness did like, sorry, I at the end of the morning, I was my ADHD was like, oh, what's happening? Hey, I did not hear. I don't know. I don't speak. Did that witness in the morning finish his testimony, or did they just break for lunch? Because I got a little bit confused, so I'm not 100% sure if um the actual finished his testimony, or I got a bit confused. So oh, he finished. Oh, okay, good. So I can delete his name from the pin, because I still had him pinned, because oh, she no, the Emmy finished, yes, but there was a witness after the Emmy, the another detective, the one that arrested Maxwell Anderson on a traffic stop. John something. I just literally deleted that comment, and I am gonna regret it, but oh well, life is full. Yeah, it you confused me. It was there, wasn't it? Stephanie, please help. um Help anyone. Hannah, help. um I think there was, on my journey, that has one witness. Oh my days, did I triumph that there was a witness? Hang on. let's go back. Was what where? Yeah, was there a witness after the ME, or am I just dreaming? Are you telling me that I just dreamed? Are you telling me that I just dreamt a whole witness after the AME? Are you? Oh, there was DME. Okay. There was. Okay. All right. There was a witness. I did not dream about that. Okay. All right. Cool. Like, I don't know. I was thinking I was going to be like Hannah was dreaming about things that was not there. Um, but absolutely not. Okay. There was a witness after DME. Okay. Good. I think she is talking to texting and, yeah. Sorry. It is funny, that it to set Emmy like yeah the name. Never mind. Oh, that was funny. That is. I try to use sometimes talk to text, but uh, sometimes it's so funny, especially with my accent. Oh my days, it's the worst. Um. Oh, I'm not dreaming. Okay, good. All right, that's fine. Like I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised me inventing a witness out of nowhere, thinking that there was actually a witness when there was not. Sorry, I need to reopen OBS again. So you always do. I mean, I like the talk to text thing, but sometimes it's just it doesn't listen to me properly, so it literally doesn't listen to what I'm saying, and doesn't understand my accent, which I have a very weird accent. Probably, I don't know. I think for me it's normal, but yeah. Yes, another quite thing, and I think she's starting to understand me. I've been speaking Portuguese to my niece, like little phrases every time, like hello, how are you, the basics of the language, but so she can start to like listen to the language. Sometimes I talk about things here and there in Portuguese with her, and I think she kind of understands. I don't know if she does actually understand me, but I'm thinking that she does, um probably to make myself feel better. um Oh, thank you, Stephanie. It's just a weird one. It's just a very weird accent. Um, so yeah, so I was just like talk to her because I do want to teach her Portuguese. I want to teach her another languages because I think in my point of view, in my seeing, learning other languages it gives you like a head start. It gives you other possibilities, you know so I find that learning other languages can be an advantage. You can open a world of possibilities that it's there, and it's ready for that. So because I do speak five languages, I want to teach her as much as I can. Obviously the main one is going to be English and Portuguese, but then the other one's going to be supplementary, and then she can, if she wants, she can learn on herself. But that would be cool. um like I would have someone else apart from my mom to talk in Portuguese, which makes me to try harder as well speaking Portuguese, because my Portuguese is bad. Oh, it's the other day when my mom had the little hiccup. um I struggled to speak with her, and I was like, "Oh my days, this is not good." Yeah. Oh, thank you. I try my best. Stephanie. I do love her, and I want her to have the best possibilities that she can have. Um. So I try to do my best, of course, and for her and for my family, for you know, Garden Bot's family, which is all my family. I do things for them, and they deserve it. And yeah. Oh, actually, I need to talk to Garden Bot. I haven't broken the news yet. About the court situation later on this month. Um. Oh, yeah. I need to talk to him first before I. Yeah. Um. So that's something that's happening. What else is happening? Um. There's a few possibilities of cases coming up, but not so sure with this one wrapping up. I don't know if it will wrap up today for the state, maybe tomorrow. Um, but yeah, we'll see. Well, Paula, you are working for free for me. No, you're still working. Your fingers are still working. You need a break as well, girl. So you're on break time, extended lunch break. So what else? What else is happening? I don't know what else is happening. Court should be back any minute now. Our counter has stopped a little bit. I know they haven't mentioned much. Lisbon. Today. Um. Oh, you did took. So is this the one? Yeah. It's yeah. Oh, Williams. I am ready for that trial too. But that's the thing. I don't know. What do you guys think? So, Steven Stearns, he has two trials coming up, right? One is the CSUM trial, and then the one is the Red Rum trial. Would you guys want to cover the CSUM trial? I'm gonna be honest with you. In my opinion, if we have another trial that we could be doing, I would prefer doing the other trial rather than the CSUM. Obviously, if we don't have anything, we probably can stream that one. It's 1:45. There's just over 2 hours left in my day, and then I get to whoop whoop. So your time is the same time as court. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting that this court is on your time zones. So just over 2 hours. Yeah, so that's the same time. Yeah, that's the same time of court, isn't it? Ish. Yeah. But you finish about 4 o'clock, isn't it? The court finishes about 4. Well, they might actually finish they might finish earlier because the this court room has been very, very good, but we've been finishing not early like Judge Bev early, but rather early than yeah. Oh, yeah, it's just Illinois between you guys. Cool. That is so cool. Yeah, they finish about 5, I think. Yes, they do. They finish about 5, which for me it's about 11 o'clock, which is a bit late than I like, but
State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson. Case 24, CF1692, appearances.
Megan Newport and Ian Vance Curzan appear for the state.
Anthony Cotton and Jason Finland with Max Anderson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Anything to address before you bring the jury back?
No.
No.
Okay, we're ready.
bring the jury. Oh wow, 9 hours away. That is not too bad. It's only go through Illinois. It's like meow. Sorry, that you did not need the side effect of meow. And then you have the backup vocals of Garden Bots doing the same. He's feeling fine. It's so far so good. He's okay. He's just chilling in the sofa, doing his Warhammer thingies like he normally does. So yeah, he's feeling fine. It was just more the scare than anything else, and I'm glad for it. So yeah, 600 miles. Wow. That is a lot of miles together. I could go back going to London and from London and still have miles to spare. I think with 600 miles, right, Garden Bot? No? Okay, apparently not. I would get halfway up. Oh, okay, that's not too bad. Sorry, I'm trying the terms of distance, so we'll be on over to yeah. Wow. 600 miles is nothing.
Going on the record.
Wow.
Calling State of Wisconsin versus Maxwell Anderson, case 24, CF1692, same appearances. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you had a lovely lunch. The detective is still on the stand. We're still on direct examination. We have a new court reporter, so we're going to re-swear the witness at this point in time. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
Detective John, John, Gillot, Guillot.
Prior to lunch, you testified that you arrested Maxwell Anderson, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And you identified Maxwell Anderson as being present in the courtroom today, right?
Correct, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously received as Exhibit 204. Can you see that up on the screen?
I can, yes.
Okay. The person that's depicted in Exhibit 204, is that the same person that you arrested?
That is the same person that I arrested on April 4th, 2024, yes.
And that is Maxwell Anderson?
That is Maxwell Anderson.
You testified that when he was arrested, or sorry, when you conducted surveillance on the defendant, you saw him with a backpack, correct?
Correct, yes.
Was that backpack ultimately recovered?
It was, yes.
And the backpack that can be seen in Exhibit 204, is that the same backpack as was recovered?
No, it does not appear so. If you take a look at the actual still shot, it appears to be like a tan camel backpack. The backpack recovered in Mr. Anderson's vehicle was a black backpack.
So let's go back to the traffic stop. You had interaction with him, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay, and when did that begin?
So when we got to the area of South 38th Street and West Lakefield Drive, like I stated before, we activated our emergency lights. We exited out of our vehicle and we approached Mr. Anderson's vehicle. My partner, Detective Blanchard, informed Mr. Anderson for the reason of the traffic stop, to which I then asked Mr. Anderson, where are you heading to? Mr. Anderson responded by saying he was going to the Greenfield Greenfield DMV.
Are you aware of where the Greenfield DMV is located?
Yes, I believe it's 5500 Grange Avenue in Greenfield.
And at this point, you testified you were about a block or a block and a half away from the defendant's house, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Was he traveling in the direction of the Greenfield DMV?
No, I believe that Mr. Anderson was heading to his house.
Can you describe how the defendant appeared during your contact with him while he was still in the car?
Yeah, Mr. Anderson was seated in the driver's seat, physically shaking as he was talking to Detective Blanchard and I, to which point, again, we then asked Mr. Anderson to shut off his vehicle. He does. We asked Mr. Anderson to exit the vehicle. He does.
You testified that you told him what the reason for the traffic stop was, correct?
That's correct, yes.
What did you inform him?
So we kind of did a ruse. We informed him that it was for expired registration, which was a valid traffic stop.
You didn't come out and say you're wanted for the homicide of Sade Robinson.
That's correct, no.
So at the point where he's talking about going to the DMV and physically shaking, he wasn't aware of why you were actually investigating him, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Describe how he was taken into custody.
He was asked to step out of the vehicle. He stepped out of the vehicle. He placed both his hands on top of the roof rack of his SUV. He placed, I believe, his wallet and a cell phone on top of the roof rack, at which point we brought down his hands. We placed his hands behind his back and then secured him in handcuffs.
The wallet and the cell phone, were those items recovered?
They were, yes.
Who recovered those?
Deputy Ethan Stout.
Do you recall what kind of cell phone?
Yes, it was a black, at least black in color Samsung.
Did Deputy Stout then provide you with those items for you to place on inventory?
That's correct, yes.
Was the vehicle searched at that point?
At that specific point, I don't believe it was, no.
What happened to the vehicle?
A tow company called Ray's Towing responded to the scene and they took possession of the vehicle, at which point another detective followed Ray's back to our substation, which is located in Wauwatosa, it's a secure substation. And the vehicle was placed in the substation and investigators later obtained a search warrant for that vehicle.
Where was the defendant then taken?
Mr. Anderson was escorted to a Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office deputy squad car at which point he was then conveyed to our detective bureau for further processing.
Are you aware of certain demographic information about the defendant?
Yes,
Do you know his date of birth and
I
his
do.
age at the time of the arrest?
Yeah, Mr. Anderson's date of birth, I believe, is November 26, 1990. And his date of birth, pardon me, his age at the arrest was 33 years old.
Are you aware of his height?
Yes,
What was that?
I believe approximately 6'1".
And are you aware of what his weight at the time of arrest was?
Yes, at the time of the arrest, I believe it was around 180 pounds.
What did you do with the phone and wallet?
For the phone, I placed it into a secure evidence locker, which is located at our detective bureau, which is 821 West State Street. And then the wallet, I'm not completely sure. He might have, the wallet might have went with him with his property.
You placed the phone on a specific inventory number, correct?
Correct.
Does 24001539 item 1 sound familiar?
Yes, it does.
Nothing further. Cross?
Good afternoon, Detective.
Afternoon.
So I just want to just rewind back. And you said that you saw Max's car parked in the Victor's parking lot, correct?
Correct.
And you had said that you were on your way to Pizza Shuttle, but you kind of just drove past Victor's, right?
Yeah, we're en route to Pizza Shuttle to conduct further follow-up. When we were en route to Pizza Shuttle, we just drove by Victor's.
Okay. And you could see his vehicle parked in the lot, right?
I could see a black SUV parked in the parking lot, yes.
And so it wasn't like hidden behind like the alleyway behind Victor's, right?
That's correct. It was just in the parking lot.
And his car was there because you knew he had worked there, correct?
I'm not sure why his car was there.
But at the time when you drove by, one of the reasons you drove by is because you were aware that Maxwell Anderson worked at Victor's, correct?
No, it was just more of a coincidence that we drove by.
Okay. And then after you had seen that vehicle, that's when you called other squads or other detectives to kind of set up surveillance, right?
Yeah, after I confirmed the vehicle's license plate and can confirm that license plate listed back to Mr. Anderson, that's when I requested additional detectives to come.
And so you could see the license plate. The license plate hadn't been removed, correct?
That's correct.
Or covered up?
Correct.
And you knew the color of the vehicle when you'd first seen it, right?
That's correct.
And that the color of it was the same color that it was registered at with DMV, right?
Correct.
And then I think you said about 15 minutes afterwards, you actually see Max, right?
Correct.
And he's walking just towards his car.
Yep, he's walking eastbound on Juneau Avenue towards his vehicle.
And this area of Milwaukee, this is right by the Metro Market, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Oh, and then if you can travel down Juneau, you hit like Fiserv Forum, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you said he was just walking, correct? He wasn't running?
Correct, just walking.
He wasn't like looking over his shoulder or making any furtive movements, correct?
Correct.
And he wasn't wearing a mask, correct?
Correct.
Or wasn't trying to disguise himself in any way?
Correct.
And then he gets into his car. You said he sits in there on his phone for maybe 10 minutes and then he drives.
That's correct, yes.
I should clarify. He drives away from Victor's, correct?
Correct.
In the direction of his home.
Correct.
And when you see him walking, from Juneau, you said he's wearing a backpack?
Correct.
And you were aware that he was seen carrying a backpack while on that city bus, so the exhibit that's up on the screen right now.
Correct.
And you'd seen that before all of this happening with you, surveilling him outside Victor's, right?
Could you ask that one more time? I'm sorry.
Had you seen this photo before you'd seen his vehicle at Victor's?
I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And you said the backpack now you know the backpack that he's wearing while he's walking his vehicle at Victor's is different than that backpack, correct?
Correct.
And you had testified that you don't believe this backpack was recovered, the one on the screen.
I'm not sure if that backpack was ever recovered. I just testified the backpack in his vehicle, which was black in color, was recovered.
Oh, okay. And were you involved in any of the searches of Mr. Anderson's vehicle or his house?
I briefly assisted with the search at his residence. I was not part of any search with his vehicle.
Okay. But are you aware that there was 2 different searches conducted at Mr. Anderson's home?
I am aware of that, yes.
And the reason why the police can do sometimes secondary or second searches is because sometimes evidence can be missed.
Correct.
And that's why they did the secondary search, correct?
I'm not sure why they did the secondary search. It wasn't out of my scope.
Okay. But we do know you've seen at least on 2 different occasions Mr. Anderson wearing a backpack, right?
Correct.
And sometimes people carry backpacks, to carry belongings inside of them, right?
Fair.
I mean, if you ride the city buses, if you, driving around the city of Milwaukee, you constantly see people with backpacks, right?
I don't know about constantly, but you see a fair share.
Okay. And then after he gets in his car, you said he waits about 10 minutes, and then he drives in the direction of his house, correct?
Correct.
And then you followed behind him?
Correct.
And you were in an unmarked squad car, right?
Correct.
So what does that look like? It doesn't say police on it, does it?
Correct. It's just a typical Ford Fusion. I believe it had a little tint on it. Has interior lights, but no police markings on it.
And so if you were a standard person and you see this vehicle, you wouldn't particularly know it was a police vehicle, correct?
That's fair to say.
I mean, that's kind of the point of an unmarked squad car, right? So people don't know.
Correct, to avoid detection and such.
And you said you activated your lights, correct?
Correct.
So this vehicle does have lights on it, but they're just not easily discernible, right?
Yeah, there's interior lights, and then there's like some hidden lights in the grill portion of the vehicle.
Okay. And as you said, you activate lights, Mr. Anderson pulls over, right?
Correct.
He doesn't try to flee, correct?
That is correct.
And you sometimes, I'm sure you've been involved in investigations with fleeings, correct?
Correct.
I mean, oftentimes the police pull someone over. If they have something, like drugs in their car, they flee at a high speed away from the police, right?
That happens, yes.
But that didn't happen in this case, correct?
Correct.
And once you made contact with him, he was answering your questions, correct?
Correct.
And he didn't try to run away on foot, correct?
Correct.
He didn't resist arrest, right?
Correct.
He wasn't argumentative.
Correct.
I think you described him, he was cooperative, right?
Cooperative, he complied, yes.
And he wasn't armed?
He was not armed.
And you said that he was visibly shaking, right?
Correct.
And you've seen that in times you've conducted traffic stops, right?
I have, yes.
I mean, because, not everyone's super comfortable with the police, right?
Fair.
And especially if you don't know you're getting pulled over by a police officer, sometimes you can be a little anxious or a little nervous, right?
That's fair.
And you'd said that the reason you told them that you were pulling them over was something about a license plate, or what was it?
His registration being expired, which it actually was.
Okay. And then he had said that he was going to the Greenfield DMV, correct?
That is the response that he gave us, yes.
Okay. And so he gave that response after you told him that's why you'd pulled him over.
Correct.
Nothing further.
State? Were there other officers with you at the time of the traffic stop, meaning other squad cars?
Yes.
And were those marked or unmarked?
There was mostly unmarked. I believe that there might have been one marked car, but most of the cars with us were all unmarked.
And when your unmarked squad's lights are activated, is it clear that it's a squad car?
Yeah, it's clear, and it's 360 lighting all around.
And there's a siren too?
There is a siren.
Nothing further.
Defense?
Yes, just briefly, Judge. So Detective, you said that there was multiple squads that kind of had almost surrounded the car after it had been pulled over?
I wouldn't use the word surround. I would say there was multiple unmarked squad cars in the area. Like I testified before, there was a couple unmarked squad cars at Mr. Anderson's residence. There's a couple unmarked squad cars down the block from the traffic stop. And I believe there might have been another unmarked squad car behind our actual unmarked squad car during the traffic stop itself.
Okay, so it's your unmarked squad and also another unmarked squad behind yours, correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And so multiple officers, correct?
I think in total there was 3, including me.
Okay, and then are you armed when you're on duty?
Yes.
And you were armed at the time that you were making contact with Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yes.
I have nothing further.
State.
Nothing further.
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Deputy Ethan Stout.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
I am Deputy Ethan Stout, Ethan, last name Stoudt.
You a deputy with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
I am.
How long have you been employed by the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 3.5 years.
Were you working in your capacity as a deputy back on April 4th, 2024?
I was.
Did you participate in the arrest of Maxwell Anderson that day?
I did.
Were you present when he was arrested?
I was.
Is he in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you identify him just for the record?
I'll stipulate.
All right.
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. Where did this arrest occur?
The arrest occurred in the area of South 38th and Lakeview, if I'm not mistaken.
Were you wearing a body cam at the time of the arrest?
I was.
You were not the individual who made direct contact with Mr. Anderson at the beginning of the traffic stop, correct?
No, I was a backup officer.
So tell us what you did then.
I arrived on scene. I approached the vehicle from the passenger side. I had my body worn camera that I wear on my chest. I had it activated. And while my partners were speaking with Mr. Anderson on the driver's side of the vehicle, I was, I guess, looking through the window or just providing backup or cover for them from the opposite side of the vehicle.
During the initial contact, you were on the front passenger side of his Hyundai?
That's correct.
At some point, did you go around and assist in taking him into custody?
I did.
While that was occurring, did Mr. Anderson place any items of his on the roof of the car?
Yes.
What items?
As Mr. Anderson exited his vehicle, he had his phone in his left hand and his wallet in his right hand, and my partners took hold of his arms, and as they did, he set his belongings on top of the vehicle.
Did you yourself collect those items?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you exhibits 453 and 263.
Give the numbers one more time.
453 and 263.
Thank you.
Starting with 453, do you recognize what that item is?
I do.
What is it?
This is Mr. Anderson's wallet.
Move 453 into evidence.
Any objection?
Fine.
It's received.
And 263, do you recognize what that item is?
I do.
What is that?
This is Mr. Anderson's cell phone.
Those are the actual objects you collected off the roof of this car that he put there?
That is correct.
Move 263 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
I've got on the screen next to you and over here, whatever TV you're more comfortable looking at, exhibit 449. Do you recognize what this is just on the still frame that I have up here?
I do.
What is this?
This would be my body worn camera from the date and time of the arrest.
What is that date and time?
That is going to be the year 2024, April 4th, at 1:15, excuse me.
Okay, and what you're doing right now, you're reading up here in the right-hand corner, correct?
Yes.
It's a little hard to see because of the background, but this was 1:17 on April 4th?
Correct.
Okay, I'd move 449 in and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
It's received. Go ahead.
Playing it from 23 seconds is where I picked up the video.
Any weapons item, sir?
No. What's going on?
Somebody just radio it.
124 dispatch. So. Want to know what's going on?
Piso in ignition.
Yes.
Paused it at 3 minutes, 10 seconds.
Is that video on a flash drive or on a CD?
This is a disc, Your Honor.
Okay.
And I'm going to pick it up at 3 minutes, 22 seconds.
See the paperwork on me, so I can go to, the DMV. I'm just gonna unbutton this just a second, okay? Yeah.
Go ahead.
Said nothing on you at all, right? Nothing's gonna post me or anything like that?
Service 1317 hours. Last name of Bank. First name of Ronald. Middle
Moving
initial
forward, just a little bit more.
Lincoln C16.
Copy that.
132 dispatch, honey. 132, go ahead. You started told first, please. Robert.
All right. You give me the address and now you give me a play. I gotta go to a different street. Go ahead with the plate again.
Wisconsin, Adam Mary, Robert.
And I'm sorry, 16.
Paused it at 4 minutes, 52 seconds. What we watched there, Deputy, you assisted in patting him down?
That's correct.
No weapons or anything on him?
They were not.
I have nothing else.
Cross?
1 minute, please. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you still employed at the Sheriff's Department?
I am.
Okay. You're a deputy or a detective?
I'm a deputy.
And what we've watched here is basically a traffic stop where there's multiple undercover officers that are parked behind Mr. Anderson's car when he was stopped, right?
Yes.
So a fairly sizable operation.
Yes.
And that's because Max had been identified as somebody that you wanted to take into custody, right?
That is correct.
And in fact, there was even a briefing beforehand to discuss that, right?
Correct.
This wasn't a coincidental thing, was it?
It was not.
The whole plan was to conduct surveillance, follow him, and then do a stop before he would ever get to his house, right?
Yes.
And what we saw in your body cam is Mr. Anderson cooperating with law enforcement.
Correct.
And actually, at one point, I heard him ask, what is this all about or what's happening? Did you hear that?
Yes, I do recall that.
And law enforcement told him it was an expired registration.
Yes.
He was never told during this time that you're a suspect in something much more serious.
At that time, I do not recall hearing that.
Certainly, a person might draw the conclusion that there's something else that they're suspected of when they see all these unmarked squad cars behind them for a traffic stop, right?
Yes.
Nevertheless, Mr. Anderson did not flee.
He did not.
Didn't struggle one bit.
No, he did not.
And in fact, the way he looked when you saw him, he had a hat, a beanie on or a winter cap on, right?
Yes.
But in terms of how he looked when his picture was shown at the briefing and how he looks at the stop, there was no difference, right?
In his physical appearance, you mean the demeanor that he
Yeah,
had?
physical appearance. He didn't change his physical appearance, right?
No.
No haircut or facial shape, anything different about his appearance, right?
Not that I recall, no.
Were you involved in the search of the vehicle?
I was not. I don't know.
Well, you did obviously recover a phone and a wallet, right?
Correct.
And that wallet, you identified it. It was an exhibit, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were the one who recovered this, right?
I was.
Did you examine it?
On scene?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, there was nothing about the blood, the wallet didn't have blood on it that you saw or anything like that, did it?
Not that I recall.
And the cell phone, Mr. Anderson put that on top of his vehicle as well, right?
That's correct.
And certainly as a deputy, you're involved in traffic stops on a regular basis, I would assume, right?
Yes.
You've had certainly you've had situations where the lights go on and they flee.
Yes.
They just floor it and try to get out of there.
Correct, yes.
Or even once they're stopped, they open the door and try to run from the scene of the stop, right?
Yes.
So we could call this essentially a normal traffic stop with a cooperative person, right?
Yes.
And were you involved in you also did other things in this case, including going to Victor's and speaking with people that work there, right?
That's correct.
And you learned that Mr. Anderson worked at Victor's, right?
Correct.
He was a bartender there for a number of years, right?
Yes.
Or and you talked to his manager even, didn't you, Jose Hernandez?
That's correct.
And in fact, one of the things that you did there was you even wanted to access their camera system at Victor's to study that, right?
That's correct.
And you even served a subpoena on the, would you call it a restaurant, a bar? What would you call it?
Bar, nightclub.
You served a subpoena on the bar and nightclub, right?
Yes.
And essentially what you got from that was a couple of videos that show that Max Anderson and Sade have had contact there, right?
Yes.
Nothing about that showed any threatening behavior by Mr. Anderson
No.
or something suspicious between the two of them that you would identify?
No.
You interviewed other, a big part of your job actually was the whole Victor side of it, wasn't it? Going there and talking to people and pulling the videos?
Yes, I talked to multiple people from Victor's.
And the reason for that is because you want to try to figure out if there's something that points to Mr. Anderson as having committed this crime, right?
In the grand scheme of things, yes.
And all that revealed was that Mr. Anderson and Sade Robinson had interacted with each other and obviously knew each other, right?
Yes.
Were you involved in any side of the case to get footage from Twisted Fisherman or Duke's on Water Street? Did you involve yourself in any of that?
I did not.
Obviously, you went and conducted neighborhood surveillance canvases where you pulled video footage on April 4th from various houses, right?
Reviewed potential footage, yes.
And what was the point of that?
From what location specifically?
Well, I saw that you did that in the Gordon Place area.
Sure. That specific area, I believe the purpose was to look for footage of a vehicle or anything unusual that happened during a certain time frame that had been pointed out to me and fellow deputies.
The East Concordia, North Gordon Place area?
Yes.
Is that near Mr. Anderson's house?
No, it is not.
Just a different area?
Yes.
And part of what you do in general, though, is you can look for things like Ring doorbell videos and other such things to try to piece cases together, right?
Yes.
You also conducted a search of a park, right? A Pleasant Valley Park?
Yes.
Nothing noteworthy there, right?
Correct, nothing.
No body parts or human remains?
No.
Okay, that's all.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Deputy. Thank you. State your next witness.
Brian Conti.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Detective Brian Conti, BrianConte.
Are you a detective with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
Yes,
How long have you worked for the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office as law enforcement?
29 years.
Were you working as a detective back on April 5th, 2024?
Yes,
Did you participate in general into the investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
yes,
On April 5th, 2024, did you have personal contact with Maxwell Anderson?
yes,
The person I'm referring to as Maxwell Anderson, do you see that person in court today?
yes,
Could you? I'll just stipulate to this in general, for it's clear for the record, this is Max Anderson here. Okay, so you had contact with the defendant on April 5th, correct?
yes,
Was the purpose of having contact with the defendant on April 5th to get a DNA sample from him?
yes.
Can you tell the jury what that is and how you go about obtaining it from a person?
Yes, we needed to get a DNA sample, and it's called a buccal swab, and it's a swab of their cheek cells on the inside of their mouth. So we put fresh gloves on. We use fresh, unopened cotton swabs. One swab for one inside of his cheek, a second swab for the second cheek, and we place it in a cardboard box, and then we seal it in an envelope, a paper envelope.
To the best of your ability, you're trying to ensure the swab is not contaminated, correct?
Yes.
And why is it that you swab the cheek?
Because we've been instructed or trained that that gives the best human cells to contain DNA, and that's how we've been trained.
What do you do this with?
With
what do you use to do it?
Cotton applicator swabs that are provided to us for that purpose.
And you did that with Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
Showing you 407. 407 is a sealed envelope. Do you know what that is based on the markings that are on it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the envelope containing those buccal swabs that I obtained on that day
From the defendant?
from the defendant.
I'd move 407 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
There's additionally a yellow sticker on this envelope, not the exhibit sticker, but a different one. Do you know where that is from?
Yes, that is a evidence sticker that the Wisconsin Crime Lab places on items submitted to the lab for testing.
And the purpose of getting the buccal swab or the DNA swab from Mr. Anderson was to ultimately at some point send it off to the state crime lab for DNA analysis, right?
Yes.
Nothing else?
Defense?
No.
Thank you, Detective.
You're welcome.
State your next witness.
Let me check the hallway. I think, well, I'll check the hallway. Okay, the state's going to call Officer Brooke Tavagian. I think she's coming from another room.
The judge just like, yeah, no, I'm done. I'm gone. Bye. She just left. Just was like, yeah, I had enough of this. I'm going. I'm like, I'm not doing this no more. No, I'm joking. She's coming back, but I think because it's the witness comes from another thing, another room. She must have just gotten a glass of water. Fair enough, but well. We are waiting, Judge. I know. Like you can take this moment to up and stretch your arms. I know. It's just here you come. No, that's the attorney guy. Yeah, that's just the attorney. That's not the witness. This is very interesting. We're waiting. I think we are spending more time waiting for the witness than actually the witness being on the stand. How much do you want to bet? She probably is, Johnny. Yeah, she probably is. How much do you want to bet that she's spending more time traveling now than actually in the stand? Sorry, my words. Um, wow. Oh well, we can stretch our legs. So you can take a breather, touch grass a little bit if we have it next door. I actually did touch grass this morning at work. I forgot to take a picture, but I did. I promise. I'll take a picture for tomorrow. Because tomorrow I'll be back at work. Yay! I'm so happy about that. I know you need to see it. I know. The other day I didn't do it. I know. I'm sorry. I was very upset at myself. I might turn off my camera for the rest of the day in a bit. Just because it's getting a little bit late to myself, but I'll stay with you until the end of the stream. But just to have a bit of a rest, because it's gonna be a long night. It's gonna be a long day tomorrow.
Detective Vandertine, briefly.
Oh, here it comes.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
I am Detective Matthew, Matthew Vandertie, Vandertie.
Detective Vandertine, you had previously testified in this trial about the exigency records for Sade Robinson's phone, as well as doing warrants for those records, as well as the records for Maxwell Anderson's phone and the Life 360 accounts, right?
Yes.
And did you also do something upon the arrest of Maxwell Anderson regarding his phone?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 263, which has already been admitted. Do you recognize what 263 is?
Yes, this is the Samsung cellular telephone that was recovered based on my knowledge from Maxwell Anderson.
You were not there for Maxwell Anderson's arrest or the recovery of that phone, right?
Correct.
After he was arrested, did you take possession of that phone at some point in time and take it anywhere?
Yes, on April 8th, 2024.
And where did you take that cell phone?
This cell phone, I transported it to the Wisconsin Department of Justice, Division of Criminal Investigation, out in Brookfield, Wisconsin.
I'm sorry, what was the last part?
Out in Brookfield, Wisconsin.
And for what purpose was that?
For forensic examination or forensic download.
What is a forensic examination?
Essentially, an analyst will download the information or the data from the phone using forensic techniques that they are trained to do.
Did you communicate with the person who did that in this case?
Yes.
With that phone?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was DCI, or Division of Criminal Investigation employee Juan Luis Villegas.
Did he then provide you with something after the examination was done?
Yes. On the following day, again, traveled to the DCI offices where Juan Luis Villegas returned the cell phone, in addition to a USB flash drive containing that forensic examination, those files.
Showing you Exhibit 264. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that is the USB flash drive I just described.
That contains the forensic download of that Samsung phone?
Yes.
Move 264 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
I just have a couple more questions. I want to actually go back to those records we talked about. Between the exigency records and the records that you obtained from Verizon, I'm only talking about for Sade Robinson's phone. What was the total date range of text messages that you received the SMS content for?
Between the exigency records and the search warrant records was March 27th, 2024 to April 3rd, 2024.
Have you reviewed the entirety of those text message contents?
Yes, between that time frame, yes.
Did you discover, and I know we read through a part of the conversation that she had with Maxwell Anderson's phone number. Did you review conversations she was having with other people as well?
Yes.
Were there any other conversations you observed where it appeared she was planning on meeting up with anybody else on April 1st or April 2nd, the evening of April 1st, and then maybe April 2nd?
No,
Were there any conversations that you reviewed that seemed volatile in any way, angry in any way?
no,
Were there any conversations that you reviewed that referenced drugs?
no.
Nothing else?
Ross?
No.
Thank you.
All right, now I'll call Brooke Tavagian.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Brooke Tavagian, first name spelled B as in boy, R-O-O-K-E. Last Tavagian, T as in Tom, A, B as in Victor, A, J-I-A-N.
All right, good afternoon. How are you employed?
I am a police officer with the Waukegan Police Department.
Waukegan, Illinois?
Yes,
That's about 50 miles south of here, give or take?
approximately.
Okay, you drove up here this afternoon to testify?
Yes,
How long have you been a police officer with the Waukegan Police Department?
almost 9 years.
Is Waukegan is it a city or is it a village?
It's a city.
City, okay. Is it on the shores of Lake Michigan?
Yes,
Were you working in your capacity as a police officer with the Waukegan Police Department back on May 11th, 2024?
yes.
Were you just assigned to routine patrol or what's your shift like?
I was working as an evidence technician that day,
And what shift times were you working?
3:30 p.m. to 3:30 a.m.
Around 8 p.m., shortly prior to 8 p.m., were you dispatched anywhere in particular?
to the lakefront, which was 200 Seahorse.
What information were you given upon being dispatched to that location?
That there was a potential body part located on the north shore of the beach.
I think you were giving an address. What was the address?
200 Seahorse Drive.
Were you alone or were you with a partner when that happened?
I was driving alone, but I met with other officers on scene.
The location of 200 Seahorse Drive, what is that?
It's like the beach address or around the beach.
Right on the shores.
Yes,
Is it a sandy beach?
yes,
Are there dunes as well?
yes.
Are you aware of what the person who called for a police response had reported?
From my understanding, the person who made the complaint said that there was a potential human arm located on the beach.
Then you went there how?
I drove my squad car to the beach, to the parking lot, and then I was transported to the location of the body part by ATV.
ATV?
Yes.
And that was, how far did you have to go up the beach on the ATV?
I don't know exactly, but it was pretty far north. It's not easily accessible. You can't get to it from the parking lot. You have to either walk, usually just have to walk it.
Not easily accessible though?
Correct.
When you got to the location where you had been called to, what did you observe?
I observed an apparent human arm laying on the beach.
How did it look to you?
It looked decayed. And,
Decayed?
yeah, decomposing.
Did it appear to you that it had washed ashore?
Yes.
What about it gave you that impression?
The coloring of it, it was discolored, sometimes common to seeing stuff in the water, like body parts. There was pieces of the arm missing from like the forearm, kind of looked like maybe it was being chewed on by, marine life.
And was it close to the waterline?
Yes.
Did you take some photos of it to document where you found it?
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibits 258, 259, 260, and 261.
And I stipulate to these as well.
Okay.
Thank you. Then they're received.
All right. These are received into evidence. Can you just tell us after look? You can look at all four of them and tell me if you took those photos.
Yes. Yes.
Are those all photos of the arm that you found at the beach?
Yes.
And I'm actually going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence. Exhibit 262 that appear to be the same arm.
Yes.
Okay. And you're able to tell that how?
By the decomposition on it, and I remember this area and these areas.
Okay. And you're pointing to sort of where it would link to the shoulder as well as the wrist?
Yes. And it's the right arm.
I'm going to show you 260. Take a minute to come up here. All right. Exhibit 260. Now, it was nighttime when you took these photos, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the leg, is it in the middle there underneath that log? Or excuse me, the arm?
The arm, yes.
Okay. Here's 259, just a close up, a little blurry, but it was in the sand like that?
Yes.
All right. 258. Was it located right underneath that log?
Yes, just like how it is there.
Okay. Lastly, 261. Is that how it appeared when you found it?
Yes.
Was the Lake County coroner called out to the scene?
Yes.
What did you do when that happened?
I took some more photos along with the coroner, and I just allowed him to do his investigation.
Did the coroner recover the arm and take it back to the Lake County coroner's office?
Yes.
Did you stay with that person or did you go on doing other things?
I went on doing other things.
But you stayed with the arm until the coroner recovered it from the scene?
Yes.
I have nothing else.
Cross?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone need a break? Are we okay right now? Need a break? Okay, I see some yeses. So we'll take a break, our afternoon break, and then we'll come back shortly. You can just leave your notebooks on your chairs.
It's break time, y'all. It is break time. Wow, this afternoon has been a very quick afternoon. Like, we've been having very quick witnesses. Hang on, let me. Well, she's going back to work, Hannah. Yeah. Well, yeah. She did not say any time, so shortly. Maybe 5 minutes. Maybe there's 10 minutes. I know if this was just Beverly, we'll be here 500 hours because our shorts are very long. But I know. I am sorry, Hannah. I did not catch that, Stephanie. I'm sorry. I did not catch at what date they did find her arm. I'm sorry. Anna, go to your.
Call 4 civilians at some point in the rest of the afternoon. Russell Davis, Brian Calvert, Tim Sluga, none of them have criminal convictions. And then Lemetra Griffin has 1 misdemeanor conviction from 2021.
Well, I'm sorry, the last name?
Griffin.
On defense, are you in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay, so Ms. Griffin, if she testifies, have you ever been convicted of a crime? The answer will be yes. How many times? 1.
I will make sure that Lemetra Griffin knows that answer.
Anything else?
No.
Defense?
No.
Okay, we'll be back shortly then.
So the rest was civilian. So apparently the rest of the witnesses for today are civilians. one that I got the name was Russell Davis, and one of them has criminal conviction. Interesting. I want to know what kind of part. Maybe they found, sorry to say, body parts. You think? That is just weird. Oh no, I'm sorry, Hannah, that you said you might have another one. Another one that's going to come up that is as cute and will take as long. Hopefully, I don't know. I'm sorry. I wonder how long took it to get there from here. What you mean, Stephanie? Sorry. I'm like, I wonder how long it took it to get it to there from here. I don't know. Oh, was there an informant? A jailhouse snitch? Really? Oh, we just got spicy. We gotta have some spicy this afternoon. That is good. Hopefully, we can get to that one. Maybe even be the first because we don't know the. Well, I'm assuming the order that he said is the order. And the order is gonna be is the order that he said the names in. I don't know. I'm just speculating, and I'm sorry. Oh God. It's a normal afternoon yawn. But is this not a bit early to have a break? Like, I'm not gonna lie, it's only 10 to 10 to math. 10 to 2? No, 10 to 3. It's not just 10 to 3. It's we've been on like on an hour from right? It's 10 to 3 o'clock. So 3, 4, 5, yeah, 2 hours to finish. I think that was a bit of an early break, no? Um, but that's just my opinion. Yes, there was an informant. His record is in question. Ooh, wow. I want to know what he said. Um, I got to know. I need to know. I want to know. I want to know so bad. But hopefully it won't be too bad because it's already 10 to 9 p.m. Normally I'll be going to bed right now. Well, normally. But I'm gonna stay with you until the end of the stream, so I might get a little bit wild, because trial only finishes in about 2 hours, which is about 11 o'clock at night for me, which then I have to go to bed straight away and sleep straight away, so I can get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. Yay! So much fun! It is gonna be so awesome. And tomorrow I'm gonna be insufferable at work. I guess I'm gonna be tired. But to be fair, it's fine. I can just shove myself in the bakery, take my time doing stuff, do my work, and then just come home. Because no one checks on me anyway when my boss not there because he's on holiday. So I'm just me, myself in the bakery, playing my music, watching my videos. I was literally watching my show this morning. And no one caught me because no one checks on me, and I was watching my show. That was fun. I like that. I like it and I don't like it. I mean, they shouldn't leave me by myself like that, because it's not safe. Because as someone that has a lot of medical issues, I shouldn't be left unattended, uh, or no one should be. But it's what they do. Uh, but I've been fine anyway, so it's not like a big massive problem that is happening, but it's good. Sorry, I'm just grabbing something and I was not looking at chat. My bad. 1 second. Give me just a second because I need to put something back before Garden Bot yells at me. Oh, right. Supposedly Max told this guy a plan. Oh wow, that is nuts. Oh, you have a show for me. Tell me, tell me, tell me. I already know about that, but I haven't seen that in ages. But for sure, I need to rewatch. Why haven't I rewatched this? Um, that show. I haven't watched that show altogether. I've saw that show when it came out, when it was coming out like episode by episode, and I definitely needed to rewatch that. That is a great idea. I need to find in which platform that it is. No, 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 no. That is a great suggestion, Anna. I really appreciate it. I've been watching Shameless. I really like that show. But sometimes I like to take breaks on my shows. So yeah, but definitely. Yeah, I think definitely that's gonna be his nail in his coffin. Stephanie, I absolutely agree that that is gonna be is nailing his coffin for sure. That of the informant, and if he doesn't get impeached, that is, hopefully he won't, because otherwise we could be in trouble. But yeah, I absolutely think so. That is always on a BBC player, but I don't like BBC. They have ads, and I don't like ads. But I'll search for it. But thank you, I appreciate it. Definitely, I'll keep that in mind. Oh, I've been watching the Tylenol Murders. Just 3 episodes, and I have one left. Tylenol Murders. What's that? Tylenol is not the medicine. Oh, back in 1982. Wow. Okay. Huh. That is interesting. Then there's the episodes. Huh. Okay. Nice. Um, my 11 harm was found in Illinois a month and 10 in Illinois. Wow. Oh my day. So that means that the head could be literally anywhere. Oh, sorry. The crown could be absolutely anywhere. Oh wow. That is insane. That is just crazy to think. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's back in 1982 in Chicago. Oh, it's like I'm assuming that's was someone that had an overdose on Tylenol or something like that, or something of the genre. Because to be called the Tylenol red rum, that would be my idea. I mean, I guess, but that's my suspicion on it. But yeah, so it is interesting. That's like, I don't understand why. And one thing that I'm like, why do they have so many recalls? They keep recalling witnesses. Why they don't go through everything that they have with the witness at one go? Is it trying to break up a little bit so um they don't get a witness in a stand for a long time, and then the jury gets bored, and they're trying to not to do that. That's why they keep recalling. um Oh, just confirmed with Fox 6 article. Informed state Maxwell told him of his plan. Oh, that will show the intention. That will show the intention and the premeditation that he did. Absolutely. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes, I will read your the comments. Sorry, my bad, Paula. Definitely. Oh, they can recall to keep the story. Oh, okay. Oh, that does make sense. Our rescue dogs. Thank you very much. They recalled, yeah, to make that the storyline. That's good because they're basically telling the story of things happened, and they're actually doing a very good job. That's understandable that they have to keep recalling the witnesses. Good point. Thank you, buddy. Thank you very much. And weeks before her, yes, yeah. Oh my. I don't know why. What did he had against her? What did Sade did ever did to him? That like, got to stop stealing my heat. I did not steal your heat. Where it was, I did not do anything. I don't want your heat. I don't want heat. Like, you can keep it all. I don't want it. I don't think they can do it in all states, but seems they can do it in Wisconsin. To be fair, I've never seen this many witnesses being recalled on the trial. I've seen witnesses being recalled, but not this many. But probably, yeah. Hey, Stephanie, you can always borrow it forever. I'm joking. Do not. We don't need to attend your trial. That would not be fun to watch. So why am I getting emails from LinkedIn now? Not interested. But yeah. So can you order them? You probably can find like on eBay or on Amazon. That is true. That could be something to look into. You could have a look in there, and yeah, to have a look of where you could get a clock of that. That could be rather easy. I mean, probably. I don't know. It seems that could be a good idea of something to get. Like this, the judge not saying how long the break is makes someone It's a bit uneasy. Why she did not give us a time? We'll be back shortly. Well, she does keeps things very short, so she doesn't do very long breaks anyway. Apart from the lunch breaks that she has to, it's nothing that she can change about. She has to do that length because the chief commissioner says so, and that's absolutely agreed. But yeah, the detectives did multiple tasks each to stay in order for the jury they get to witness. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I like I Rescue Dog was saying, to keep the storyline in order. That's probably why they do it, and they have to recall several witnesses, the lead investigator included, and everybody else. And then obviously there's those witnesses that you only call once. You don't need to recall them because they had just the, not saying that they had a small part in it, but they had the relative small part on the whole case in general. But I am just surprised. I think I need to go back and count the amount of detectives that I have written down, is how, because I'm interested how many detectives we have had. So 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 small, I want to count in a very small court. We've had, in a very small, in a very, yeah, small trial so far, 4 days. We've had a bunch of detectives. I mean, on Friday, every single witness was a detective, I think, apart from one. So I've never seen that many detectives in one case, but we'll see what happens um on there, and see the statistic. I might put on the spreadsheet as well that I did hear sounds coming from court, so we maybe be back soon. um Maybe, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Otherwise, we're just gonna carry on. Apparently, there is a video out of Lori Dingbell talking in a very sicky voice. I'm gonna try to see if I can catch it, and I might post it as a short on the channel. But that could be funny to listen to a very sicky Lori. We'll see how, but the quality might not be the greatest, but we'll see what happens on that front. So that trial has been postponed at least to Wednesday because she's sick. I'm now kind of doing air quotes because I don't know. She might be faking it. We never know.
State, your next witness?
State's
you
going to
go.
briefly recall Detective Donner. Yeah.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
Detective Joanne Donner, JOANN, DONNER.
Detective Donner, you heard Officer Tavagian from Waukegan, Illinois testify about the recovery of the arm, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did you at some point after that arm was recovered go down to the Lake County, Illinois coroner's office yourself?
I did.
Why did you do that?
To retrieve a DNA standard from the arm so that we could compare it with Sade Robinson.
And a DNA standard from the arm recovered on the shores of Waukegan, Illinois. It was your understanding that that had been taken by the Lake County coroner?
Correct.
Did you in fact recover that DNA sample from the arm?
I did.
I'm going to show you 454. You know what this is?
Yes, this is what I recovered.
Okay, this is the DNA swab from the arm recovered in Waukegan, Illinois.
That is correct.
And were you able to discern between the arm in Waukegan, Illinois and the torso recovered in South Milwaukee? Were you able to come to any conclusion how those items got there, how those body parts got there?
Yes, that they would have traveled via the lake due to the currents in a southerly direction.
Is that something you actually looked into yourself?
I did.
Okay. Lastly, you also were part of transporting the arm from the Lake County Coroner's Office to the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner, correct?
That's correct. Once it was confirmed that it did belong to Sade, I went down and followed a transport company back to the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner.
That would have been in June of 2024?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's why Dr. Decker, when she was testifying earlier, she didn't examine the arm until June. That would be the reason?
That is correct. We were waiting for the DNA results.
To confirm that it was in fact Sade's?
That's correct.
Once that was confirmed, that's when you went down there?
Correct.
Nothing else?
Ross?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State?
Recalling Detective Galat.
Detective Galat, you're still under oath.
Thank you.
State?
Detective, another role you played in this investigation was to look for surveillance video of locations that might be of note to the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Early on in the investigation, you were aware that exigency phone records were obtained, right?
That is correct, yes.
Did those records lead you to suspect that either Sade Robinson or Maxwell Anderson or both at some point went to the Twisted Fisherman restaurant?
Correct, yes.
Did you go to Twisted Fisherman and recover surveillance video?
I did, yes.
Who did you meet with to do that?
The owner, I believe his name was Russell Davis.
You went to the restaurant and talked to Mr. Davis?
I did, yes.
And then subsequently reviewed video footage from that restaurant?
That is correct, yes.
On the screen, I have a disc that's marked 235. Do you recognize what this is?
I do, yes. This is surveillance footage from the Twisted Fisherman located at 1200 West Canal Drive, I believe.
And that's,
City and County of Milwaukee.
okay, and specifically down sort of in the Miller Valley, right?
Correct. Another landmark sort of by it is Potawatomi Bingo Casino.
And We Energies?
Correct, yes.
How many camera angles did you review and or recover?
I'm not exactly sure on the specific number. I know that there was an outside facing the deck area. There's another one on the other side facing east. And then there's multiple cameras inside the establishment.
This is one of those cameras,
Correct, yes.
and this would be looking at the west deck?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. All of these videos, what kind of system was it?
This was a Ring surveillance DVR system.
And the Ring logo is up here in the left corner?
That's correct, yes.
And date and time stamps on these videos were generally accurate?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna move 235 in and ask to publish. I have numerous clips to play.
Any objection?
No.
Received. Go ahead.
So to orient us, we're looking sort of in a northwestern direction, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Where my mouse is here, that would be the river?
Correct.
All right. Let me get the volume on first. Some of these have, or all of them, I think, have volume, right?
Correct.
All right, playing the first clip, and for the record, the video titles, well, I guess I'll ask you, Detective. These video titles, as they're labeled on here, that's not what they were labeled when you download them. Those were renamed for court presentation purposes, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna play the video labeled arrive. It ends in arriving west deck.mp4. That 14-second clip, I'm gonna just go right to the beginning of it. It's a 14-second clip that starts at what time?
17:09 hours, which is 5:09 PM on April 1st, 2024.
Did you see anybody in that clip that you recognize?
Yes, I saw Mr. Maxwell Anderson.
And he does what?
He walks into the establishment from the west.
And he's alone?
Correct.
All right. Next clip, the end of it is titled Arrival Inside Bar. It's 2 minutes long. And as it plays, this is picking up at around the same time, 5:09 PM.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to fast forward briefly. All right, the clip ended. Essentially, he comes in, he sits down next to who?
A bartender named Brian Culvert.
I'm going to show you 241. Just a screenshot of that first camera we watched.
Correct.
Okay, move 241 in, that's published. No objection.
Received.
So the jury can see. All right. That's Mr. Anderson.
That is Mr. Anderson. That is correct.
And what were you able to observe that he's wearing?
Mr. Anderson's wearing a black in color Carhartt t-shirt, appears to be wearing a red in color flannel over that t-shirt, and blue jeans. And his hairstyle is in a bun fashion.
I'm going to go back to exhibit 235 here. And if you're looking at my screen now, there's basically, it's just a bunch of clips, ring clips that you were able to recover, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. We're not going to watch all of them, but why don't we pick up? This clip picks up at what time, Detective?
17:19 hours, which again is 5:19 PM.
Okay, so this is about 9 to 10 minutes after he arrived.
That's correct, yes.
He's seated alone at the bar, and that employee is now moved behind the bar, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Playing that clip in fast forward. And what is Mr. Anderson, what has he ordered that you can see?
It appears that he just ordered a beer.
The next clip on that you were able to recover picks up at what time?
That is 17:21 hours on the footage, so 5:21 PM.
And at this time, someone is seated next to Mr. Anderson now, correct?
That's correct, yes.
I'm going to go back out, playing the video. It ends in arriving twisted fisherman. Play that from the beginning. Pause that clip at 16 seconds. What did we just observe?
We observed Sade Robinson walking into the Twisted Fisherman from the east.
And that was at about 5:20?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So by 5:21, they're seated together at the bar.
Correct.
All right, that last clip for the record picks up at 17:21:40 is the timestamp on it. That's how I'm gonna keep the record of the clips we're watching. They're just sitting there next to each other. It's not even talking at that point, right?
That is correct, yes.
Eventually, did they get food,
Yes,
drinks?
correct, yes.
I'm going to pull up a clip. What time does this clip start, Detective?
17:42 hours, which again, 5:42 PM.
And by this time, by 5:42, they're eating food, right?
Correct.
Okay. What was happening in that clip?
It appears that they're just having a casual conversation with the bartender, and the bartender later pours out a shot.
The next clip picks up at what time?
17:44 hours, 5:44 PM.
And 20 seconds?
Correct.
Playing this clip. All right, and in that clip, did all three of them do the shot together?
That's correct. I believe I heard the bartender say cheers, which then proceeded them to all do the shot together, yes.
And Sade has what appears to be in front of her some kind of food, and then there looks like there's a cocktail and perhaps a water?
That's fair, yes.
Okay. The next clip I'm playing picks up at 5:48:26, and again, that shot that they did was at 5:44?
Correct.
Okay.
They smell so good though, I can't.
at the end, so, yeah, my two chefs on the station. We didn't have a bowl, because they're up there, I'm gonna go in the kitchen.
In that clip, what happens?
It appears that Mr. Anderson briefly steps away to possibly use the restroom. And then in the meantime, Miss Robinson is just having casual conversation with the bartender.
Next clip I have up starts at what time?
17:58 hours, which is 5:58 p.m.
That clip shows us the bartender clearing their plates, right?
Correct, yes.
So that's around 6 p.m.
Correct.
Done eating, both of their plates getting cleared.
That is correct, yes.
Next clip picks up. What's the time that this picks up to the second detective?
1,800 hours, 47 seconds, which 6 p.m.
But my friends that are not in the industry don't understand
Paused that clip at 15 seconds. Bartender gives another beer to Mr. Anderson.
That is correct, yes.
There we go.
I was trying to stop it right at the end here, but. Somewhere just prior to 6:03 PM, correct?
Correct.
And so Mr. Anderson got another beer, and then it looks like the bartender does what?
He goes and obtains their check.
So to this point, and I know we didn't watch all of the clips, but you've watched all of them, right?
That's correct, yes.
How he's had 2 beers and a shot, is that fair?
That's fair, yes.
And Miss Robinson, 1 drink and a shot?
That's fair to say, yes.
Were there more drinks ordered, do you recall?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Next clip picks up. At what time?
That's 18:02 hours with 50 seconds, which is 6:02 PM.
It's right where the last one left off.
That is correct.
Clip. It looks like Mr. Calvert and Mr. Anderson do like a fist bump, right?
Correct, yes.
And then it seems he's offering up another shot, correct?
Correct.
How does Sade respond to that?
Believe she,
That we just saw.
I believe she declines it.
Okay, I'll play it again. I'm going back to 9 seconds.
It appears that the bartender puts down 2 shot glasses. And when he puts down the shot glass in front of Miss Robinson, she kind of makes like a right hand motion indicating that she's declining it.
And what does the bartender do with the shot glass?
I believe, I'm not exactly sure what he did with hers.
Okay, I'll back it up here. Playing from 12 seconds. Did you see it there?
I did, yes. He physically picks up the shot glass and puts it in front of Mr. Anderson.
Playing at 26.
Yeah, actually, I can make you all. Go on. Okay. Just gonna in Milwaukee, and
All right, I paused it just before the end of the clip. The timestamp is what?
18:04 hours and 52 seconds.
Okay, sorry, I pulled it away before you could read it. The next clip picks up at what time?
18:04 hours and 54 seconds.
How you doing, darling? Good. Oh, long time no see. Been busy. Well, I don't know. Yeah. Cheers. So very nice to meet you. Maxwell, pleasure to see you. Like I said, talk to you on the phone. What else do you know? Not bad, huh? Yeah, yeah. Young ladies, hold on.
All right, and in that clip that just ended, that was about a 2-minute clip, give or take. What did we observe?
Observed the bartender make some type of alcoholic beverage. And then the three of them, he pours the beverage into 3 shot glasses, and the 3 of them do the shot together.
Okay, so he gives that shot to both Sade and Mr. Anderson.
That's correct, yes.
I'm gonna advance a little bit here. Next clip picks up at, what time do we got?
18:21 hours and 16 seconds.
All right, so just a few minutes after they just did the other shot?
Correct.
Okay.
This is exactly what I want. But never mind. Oh, it is. Oh, yeah. It's good. Yeah, he was one of our surgeons today, so. He also. Yeah, yeah, it's a really cool vibe, like craft cocktails. Yeah, I've not heard this word before. So, all right, not rocky. Sure. Okay, excellent. So, good to see you. So.
All right, that clip looks like they're getting up to leave.
That's correct, yes.
I'm gonna go to the next clip. Does this one pick up right where the other one just left off? or at least appear to.
That's correct, yes, at 18:23 hours and 21 seconds.
So somebody has to do well. Yeah, no, seriously. Hey, don't talk down, but we're all conservative, aren't we? We are. Yeah. And it says, where you go. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, there we go. So. Anytime, guys. You all guys. You too.
Pause this clip at 1 minute and 3 seconds in. The timestamp is 18:24:25. They've just headed for the exit, right?
That's correct. They say bye to the bartender and they both exit the establishment together.
Okay. This video's titled Leaving Twisted Fisherman. What camera are we looking at here?
We're looking at the exit/entrance camera to the east, which shows out towards the parking lot.
And the timestamp, April 1st, 2024, what time?
18:24 hours and 20 seconds.
In that clip, they leave, they're exiting to the east, and then they turn the corner of the building, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So in some, Detective Mr. Anderson arrives at about 5:09 p.m.
Correct.
Miss Robinson at roughly 5:20.
Correct, yes.
They sit there next to each other at the bar.
Correct.
They eat.
Correct.
They have drinks.
Correct.
And 2 shots total.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And at 6:24, they get up and leave together.
That is correct, yes.
Did you have another detective check and see if there was other video of them leaving near the We Energies facilities near that location?
That is correct. That was Detective Joe Blanchard.
Okay. And then I have exhibit 240, which has already been entered into evidence. This is a screenshot from that same camera. What is Sade wearing?
Sade is wearing a black puffer jacket. Underneath appears to be a white knitted sweatshirt, blue/white wash jeans with cuts towards the knees and the thigh of her body, and then white, I would say, tennis shoes. She's also appears to be carrying a black bag in her left hand.
Okay. And when she's inside, she has her jacket off. You can see that she's wearing the long sleeve sweater.
That is correct, yes.
And it kind of goes midway down her torso.
That is correct, yes.
I have no other questions.
Cross?
So just to recap, the two of them basically just hung out at Twisted Fisherman.
I would classify that as yes. They just had casual conversation from what it appeared.
And the guy you mentioned before is named Brian Culvert, right? That's somebody you talked about?
That's correct, yes.
Because you questioned him?
I interviewed him.
And he's the guy that was working behind the bar?
Correct, yes.
You've watched all these tapes before court here today, obviously, on other occasions.
That's correct, yes.
And Mr. Culvert appears friendly with Max Anderson, doesn't he?
That is correct, yes.
Calls him an incredible guy.
I don't recall hearing that.
Well, at the end, he says, Max, so good to see you, as he's shaking his hand and leaning across the bar. You saw that?
I saw that. I didn't hear that.
Oh, You didn't hear either of those things?
I heard the name Max. I didn't
Oh.
hear the incredible guy portion.
Okay, who carded Sade?
I don't believe she was carded.
Did they ever ask her age or anything?
Objection relevance.
Well, they just spent all this time talking about shots.
How is,
It's fine.
I'll withdraw the objection.
I'll allow him to answer. Go ahead.
Could you just ask your question one more time?
Was she carded
I don't believe so.
or asked to provide any identification at all from what you saw?
From what I saw, I don't believe so.
And it looks to me like Brian Culvert is just on his own pouring shots for people.
I'm going to object to this line of questioning at this point. If we're getting into him serving her underage, it's not relevant to this trial at all.
It isn't relevant. I mean, you got in the part relative to the alcohol.
Well, you've testified on direct about shots being poured, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And my question about the shots, not about the underage aspect, my question about the shots is, did Max order those shots?
I don't know who ordered what shots.
Right. You don't hear anybody order those shots.
I don't believe so.
From what it appears, from what you watched, is that the bartender is just pouring them on his own volition, right?
That's correct. But again, I can hear some of the audio in the video. I can't hear all the audio in the video.
Right. Okay. And they eat a meal, right?
Correct, yes.
Each of them, from what you can tell?
From what I can tell, yes.
And it's clear to you, isn't it, that Max is known at this Twisted Fisherman place, right?
Yeah, it appears that him and the bartender know each other, yes.
Very friendly with each other.
I would say so, yes.
That's all.
State anything?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State your next witness.
I'm going to recall Detective Blanchard.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record, please.
Joseph Blanchard, Joseph Blanchard, Blanchar.
Detective Blanchard, you assisted in this investigation also by trying to get video from We Energies down in the valley, correct?
That is correct.
And if you look to your right on the screen, were you aware that there was video recovered from Twisted Fisherman depicting Sade and Maxwell Anderson being at that establishment?
Yes.
Did you subsequently obtain video footage from We Energies showing the approximate arrivals and departures of those people?
I did, yes.
I'm gonna pull up, this is exhibit 236. There were multiple camera angles from We Energies that you found, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit 236, the first clip I have up is titled uberdrop.mov. What are we looking at here?
It is a western view of the camera on, I believe, St. Paul. I'm not sure what 100 block that would be, exactly where the camera is, but it's right in front of the Twisted Fisherman, which the structure is right on our right. It's like a beige structure.
Okay, so where I'm circling here, that would be Twisted Fisherman.
Yes, that's correct.
We got Potawatomi over here on the left that I'm circling now.
Yes.
Okay, and this video clip is going to show what in sum?
A vehicle arriving and pulling just into the front of the driveway of Twisted Fisherman, which is that first access point, stops there and then slowly rolls forward straight to the west entrance. That's the area of the west entrance of Twisted Fisherman.
Do you recall what time this clip is from?
Yes, it's from the 1st of April, 5:09 hours, and I believe there is a timestamp embedded in the video if you need help finding it.
Okay, and that vehicle that we just watched pull in, that's the Uber you're talking about?
Yes, looks like a SUV of some sort.
Right here that I'm circling?
Correct.
And I would move the entirety of 236 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
I played that clip to 19 seconds. I'm going to go to the next clip. What are we looking at here?
This is a different angle. Right on top of the screen is the east side exit and entrance area of Twisted Fisherman with a parking lot that is adjacent to it.
This clip is from what time on April 1st?
Around 5:09 on the other side. I believe it's 6:24.
Okay.
About, I believe, when this is the exit.
You were aware of what time they were on video coming and going, right?
Yes.
Okay. So where do we want to be looking? All right, right where I'm circling here?
Yes, at the top of the screen, right in the center. Behind that vehicle is a chain link fence.
The video kind of skips, but we can see what?
2 individuals exiting the east side of the Twisted Fisherman.
And then they go around the front of the building?
They do.
Are you aware from the Twisted Fisherman who those individuals are?
I am, yes.
Who are they?
Sade Robinson and Maxwell Anderson.
Back to this other clip. This is them walking outside the restaurant together.
Yep, now along the west, walking westward direction in front of the building.
And they appear to be walking together, leaving the restaurant together.
Yes.
Where are they walking to?
The west side parking lot where Sade's vehicle was parked.
Okay. And last clip, I'm sorry, I didn't announce the time that I stopped that one. All right, I'm stopping it at 44 seconds. So right here where I'm circling, there's some trees and whatnot. Do you know from other angles if that's where her car is parked?
From looking at this video and seeing some small movement behind the trees, the vehicle was parked there.
Okay, and then let's go to the final clip. Different angle, but in this one you can actually see where her car is parked, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna zoom in. I'm circling right here, 2 people, that'd be Sade and Mr. Anderson.
Correct, leaving the restaurant, excuse me.
All right, playing from 0 minutes, 0 seconds. It kind of skips, correct?
It does.
But you can see them walking together.
Yes.
All right, and right here where I'm circling, what's that?
That is her vehicle parked facing the direction of the camera.
Do they appear to both get in the vehicle?
They do.
And what time was that at?
About 6:24, 5 at that time.
So the Uber drop-off was at 5:09. They
Correct.
were in the restaurant. They left at 6:24, both going towards Sade Robinson's car.
That is correct.
Nothing else.
Defense?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State your next witness.
State calls Russell Davis.
Sir, if you could just remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, if you can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Russell Davis, spelled Russelldavis.
Mr. Davis, are you associated with the restaurant Twisted Fisherman?
I am, yes.
How?
I am the sole member, owner of the LLC, Twisted Fisherman,
Where is that located?
at 1200 West Canal Street, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
At some point in time, did you employ someone named Maxwell Anderson?
Yes, for approximately 3 weeks in 2023.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you describe where they're sitting and what they're wearing, please?
They're sitting on my left side in the courtroom, wearing a green shirt and a white t-shirt.
I'd ask the record to reflect the identification of the defendant.
Any objection?
No.
The record will so reflect.
You employed him just for 3 weeks.
Approximately, yes.
How would you describe the level of your knowledge of him?
Very brief knowledge.
At some point on April 5th, 2024, did the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office come to the Twisted Fisherman?
Yes, they did.
And did you assist them with obtaining surveillance footage from the Twisted Fisherman?
Yes, I did.
Did you also view that video while you were helping the detectives with it?
Yes, somewhat.
And in that video, did you see Maxwell Anderson depicted?
Yes,
And was that from the date of April 1st, 2024?
it was.
I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 241 and previously received. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And who is that depicted in that photo?
Maxwell Anderson.
And is that the outside of the Twisted Fisherman?
Yes, it is.
Were you asked to view any other photographs by members of the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, there was a picture on a bus as well.
Showing you what's been marked Exhibit 204. Does that look familiar?
Yes,
Who is that?
Maxwell Anderson.
Nothing further.
Defense?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, you may step down. State your next witness.
Judge, would it be possible to take a 5-minute recess?
Sure. Please leave your notebooks on your chair. We'll be back with you very quickly. Thank you, everybody.
Oh wow, that was a quick witness. Yes. Oh, same door, no back door. Right, okay. I thought it was right, okay. Sorry, just have to deal with something while when court gets back. So right. This is rather interesting that I thought that was going to be a longer witness than it actually was.
Anything
So
to address on the record, State?
No.
Defense?
No.
Okay.
yeah, I think it's only a 5-minute break that the prosecution asked for 5-minute break. I don't think it's gonna be a long one. It's only supposed to maybe to get the witness in, maybe witnesses late or something. So I think they just have to deal with that and maybe waiting on something. So I'm sure it's gonna be a short break and then we'll be back. And see it. So there is actually I'm gonna try to get it the video later, or maybe in the morning. Oh, this could be it. Is the informant in jail or something? Stephanie, do you know? I would like to know if the informant is in jail or not, because that's well, it I know we know that I think he has a conviction or something, but um, yeah, I would like to know that part. So. Mm. it's interesting. Oh, you don't know, but don't think so. Okay, fair enough. Um, yeah, wow, that is just actually quite interesting. So, hmm, uh it's just interesting that like there were quite a few recalls, but I now understand why they wanted that recalls, because obviously they were laying the foundation for this witness, because he compared the person that was in the bar to the person that was in the bus, saying that it was exactly the same person, and that is pivotal for that, because now the jury sees that exactly was Maxwell. Not that they probably needed, but in case of appeal or anything that would have come on, they can have that foundation that they did connect to the person that was at the bar to the person that was in the bus was exactly the same person, so they can connect those dots. I think they're trying like to tie loose. Probably this is the worst expression I could use, but tie loose ends in terms of that, of like establish that the person that they showed earlier, it is Maxwell doing the fire and everything. And well, in the woods it's a bit harder to do it because there was no clear image, but it shows that he was in the area, so that kind of ties up a little bit and puts like the bow on the case. And I think that shows. I don't know, it's my opinion. What do you guys think? Do you guys think, I don't know if I'm making sense in terms of explanation, explaining I can't even speak anymore. It's almost past my bedtime, so my English is going away. So if I start speaking Portuguese, my bad, my apologies. um I don't know why, but I'm actually going to take advantage now that we are on a break. I'm going to take this out of here. I might turn off the counter, because I don't think I will write it down, because the I don't think the counter is not doing there nothing today. So I think I might just turn off for the day. Connecting the dots. That's it. That's what I think. That's what I wanted to say. Connecting the dots and not tie loose ends, because that sounds better. Connecting the dots and instead of the loose ends. That did not sound very good of my part, and I feel I my bad for that. But yeah, so I think they are just cementing a little bit better all the evidences and everything that they have against Mr. um Anderson there. And yeah, and carrying on. I know, Hannah, I don't know what words are. I do not speak English. English, it's not my language after 10 p.m. And it is, well, it is only 5 to 10, but anyway, it's still not my word. It's still not my language. And I can say that I don't speak it. But it's interesting that the judge is allowing them, like, it is good that she's allowing them having several breaks, but we're not far from the end of the day. I Sometimes the judge likes to go until 5, but she understands that it can be a bit of a heavy trial, and the subject can be heavy. So on Friday she even said she cut it off and said it's like that probably would be a nice way to end, so because Friday was getting very heavy. Friday was getting very, um again, I think specific, and with all of that information. So she sometimes tends to break it off a little bit, which is good for our mentality and for the jurors, which is good. Am I actually hand to garden bot? I'm gonna try to see if he does can finish the day, because I am getting very tired. I do have to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning. But the new stream is already set up for tomorrow. I've already done those stuff, that all that good stuff. So as soon as this one finishes, if I do stay until the end, I can just turn off I'm just talking right now. If you guys give me a subject, I can talk about something else. That's fine. But right now I'm just talking about stuff. Oh no. Oh wow. Uh wow. Do not ever send Lee to the market. Paula, that is wow. What did you buy? Did you buy the whole market? Or, well, at least you're not gonna need some food for a while. I hope, because that was quite of a. Did I just heard noises? Oh, that was garden butt. All meat. Wow. Do you well? Um, do you have enough space for all of that? Well, are you obviously probably gonna freeze some of it or most of it because that is a lot of meat. All meat, $220 on meat. Well, to be fair, me and Garden, but when we go to Costco, when we have to replenish the meat, that's probably the same amount we do spend, but we do that every like 6 months or something. Yeah, I think we all are, Paul, Hannah. We're gonna go all to Paula's for dinner. That is for sure. Shall we just start our way, Paula, for dinner then? Let's go all. Um, well, yeah, summer grill is season, but yeah. Oh my days! What do you guys grill normally every single day in the summer season? Yay! Can Garden Bot come too, or do I have to leave Garden Bot at home? I think because he's looking at me, he wants to come. He doesn't know where what he wants to come, but I think he wants to come to. Do you want to come to Garden Bot, to Missouri, for food?
That was nice.
He says it sounds nice, so hey, of course you can come along. Hey, let's all go, and then we can go to Costco too and Sam's Club. Me and my obsession with Costco. I need a Costco treatment. Um, so yeah. Oh, hello, Lois. Good morning. Well, good morning. How are you doing? Hey. We are currently on a break from our trial. So um yeah, we are on break. Did Karen Reed just finished now? Oh wow. Hello, Josh. Good afternoon. Hello, everybody. Wow, everyone is coming in now. Oh, I bet he can, and he does it very nice. I'm sure that he does it very, very well. Did Karen Reed finish this late? What? Did they actually finish like really, really late? Um, did I always just me thinking that they were on? Um, wow. If they did, I'm actually impressed with Judge Beth that she did actually stayed until late. That's like a medal that she needs for that. Um, if she had stayed until that long. Oh, okay. They finish it. Wow, but still for Judge Beth, that time is still quite impressive. To finish a 4:15. She normally likes to finish straight on, bang on 4, or even before that. And she's already sometimes looking at the clocks and it's like, it's time, or 5 more minutes. I'm just impressed. So, but I hope everyone is okay. We are currently on our break, one of the last breaks of the day for our current trial, the Maxwell Anderson trial. He is we're still on the states as well, on the states case that's being presented. We are going to be on a witness 44 when we get back. This is just the state on day 4. So the witnesses have been quite quick today. It's more recalls to lay the foundation for like video evidence and stuff to be presented into the case of what happened. So if you don't know, oh,
So
Hart
what's
is
at the
back anyway. I was
of
going
the
to do a
exhibits you
summary,
guys
but
just-
oh well.
or thumb drives, that's why I keep asking you. So if you just, when you're putting it in, if you just say which one it is, then it'll save me asking you.
Absolutely. I'll try to remember to do that.
No worries. And if not, I'll get a Skype from her and then I'll ask you.
Sounds good.
No worries.
Well, that was a hot mic moment that we probably did not could hear. But yeah, very quickly, Maxwell Anderson is accused of unaliving Sade Robinson after their first date. Sadly, he dismembered her in pieces and sadly threw away, we believe, in a lake. And then he tried to get away with it, and now we are on trial for it because it's obviously not going to go away with it. Yeah, I think that's very, very summarized. Yes. We need we need that, Stephanie. We absolutely need that. Oh, Judge Beth said they are ahead again of schedule as always.
Okay, we'll go back on the record. We have the same appearances, Still on the state's case in chief. State your next witness.
Detective Jake Pushnig.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
First name Jake, Jake. Last name Pushnig, Puschnig.
How are you employed?
By the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
Are you a detective?
I am.
What unit are you assigned to?
I am assigned to the homicide unit
How long have you been a detective assigned to the homicide unit?
since 2017.
Were you involved in the investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
I was.
Was one of the roles you played in that investigation to attempt to retrieve or review video from the area of downtown Milwaukee?
It was.
Had you and your department been informed that Miss Robinson, at some point in the evening of April 1st, 2024, went to the Twisted Fisherman restaurant?
Yes.
And were you given approximate times that Miss Robinson was believed to be at certain places?
Yes.
After departing Twisted Fisherman, where was it believed that Miss Robinson had traveled to?
She traveled to Water Street, which is Duke's on Water.
Is that a bar?
That is a bar.
It's on the corner of what?
Water and Juno.
There are a number of different bars, taverns on that stretch of Water Street, correct?
Correct.
Did you attempt to, did your department retrieve video from Duke's on Water that in fact confirmed that Miss Robinson had gone there?
Yes.
Did you also try to get video from a City of Milwaukee camera that is situated on Water Street?
Yes.
Where is the camera that you tried to get video footage from?
It is a Milwaukee Police Department pole camera, which is on Water and Highland.
Why does your department have pole cameras up and down Water Street?
Because Water Street is a busy area during bar hours, and we want video of what is going on.
It's a bar district, right?
Correct.
And have you utilized these cameras before?
Yes.
There are pole cameras in other parts of the city as well, but they tend to be in places more frequented, correct?
Correct.
Did you in fact get video that showed the time and manner by which Miss Robinson arrived on Water Street?
Yes.
How did she get there?
In a 2020 Honda Civic.
Was she driving it?
She was.
And was she with anybody?
Yes.
Okay. And this pole camera footage that you got, did it capture the exact times that Miss Robinson arrived and left in the Honda Civic?
It did.
Give me 1 second here. All right, I'm going to pull up on a disc marked Exhibit 237. There are 3 video clips. All right, Detective, why don't you orient us a little bit?
Yes. So what you are looking at is Water Street. You are looking northbound on Water Street. You see a red building on the top left corner, and then there's a security car on the top right corner.
Where I'm circling?
Yes.
All right, and then the red building here?
Yes.
And so the intersection that would be sort of on the bottom of the screen here, although you can't see it on the camera view, would be Highland, right?
That is correct.
The next street up north, as we're looking, would be Juno?
Correct.
And where is Duke's on Water related to this camera footage?
It is the top left corner. So Duke's on Water would be the northwest corner on Water and Juno.
So basically, to get to Duke's, one would simply walk up this sidewalk here, cross the street at the next intersection, and it's right there.
Correct.
And what are we going to, where should we be looking here when I'm gonna play this?
You should be looking at the security card, which is on the top right corner, which is on the east side of the street.
There's no date and timestamp on the video frame, right?
Correct.
But what timestamp are we looking at? Or what time is this video from?
This video is from April 1st, 2024 at 6:31 p.m. and 59 seconds.
Okay. I'm going to advance this video clip and I would move 237 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
I'm going to advance this video clip to 1 minute and 10 seconds. So if we go 1 minute and 10 seconds into the video, we would be taken up to approximately what?
You'd be taken up to approximately 6:33 p.m.
And were you aware of the approximate time that Miss Robinson departed from from Twisted Fisherman in her Honda Civic?
I do not.
Okay. I'm going to play this video from 1 minute, 10 seconds. What do we see?
You see the Honda Civic.
It just pulled up on the right side of the screen here.
Yes.
Security guard car did what?
Security card took off. It went northbound on Water Street.
Did someone just get out of the front passenger seat?
Yes.
I paused it at 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Not Miss Robinson, right?
No.
Playing from there. Now what's happening?
Now Miss Robinson is getting out of the driver's seat.
And where are they walking to?
They are walking westbound on Water Street.
They check the door of that tavern?
Correct.
Not open, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then where do they go?
They go northbound on Water Street.
Off camera?
Yep, off camera.
Pausing it at 3:07, so this would have occurred around 6:33 p.m.?
Yes.
I'm going to advance the video, and if you look at the bottom, you see that the clip is a total of 2 hours, 38 minutes, and 41 seconds, correct?
That is correct.
Advancing the video to 2 hours, 32 minutes, 40 seconds. All right, it's now clearly nighttime, right?
Yes.
What time would this be about in real time?
This would be approximately 9:04 p.m.
Playing at 2:32:40. All right, paused at 2:34:05. Summarize what we just saw.
You've seen the two individuals that walked that way. They came back to the vehicle. They got inside the vehicle, and then the vehicle then drove northbound on Water Street.
I have it picking back up at 2:32:40 at the beginning of that clip I just played. At this point, we see the two individuals walking, Miss Robinson, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when she approaches the car, I paused it at 2:32:56. Does it appear she hits a key fob of some kind?
Yes,
And how are you making that determination?
because the rear tail lights, there's two blinks on the rear tail lights.
Two blinks?
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna play it at 2:32:56. Right there?
Yes.
Okay. Paused at 2:33:07. The two blinks, in your experience, that would be consistent with like someone hitting the unlock button on a fob?
Yes.
All right. Then they drive off. That's about what time?
About 9:04, 9:05-ish.
Miss Robinson gets into which seat?
She gets into the driver's seat.
Does she appear to be struggling to stand or walk in that brief period you can see her walking there?
No.
I'm going to play the next clip. That first one is video title. It's the only one that says Water and Highland on it. The next one is going to be a clip that is titled, in the title it says Water Juno. And it's camera, and then it says camera dash 02. All right, we're looking at what now?
Now you are looking at a camera on Water and Juno. The camera view is facing southwest.
And Dukes is on this upper corner here in the right.
That is correct.
Playing this clip, it's 56 seconds. What are we seeing?
The same individuals that got into the Honda Civic exited Duke at approximately 9:03 p.m. and are now walking southbound on Water Street.
And he puts his arm around her there, correct?
That is correct.
And they continue walking?
Yes.
She's not stumbling or anything, is she?
No, she is not.
And then the last clip. Similar angle or similar view, correct?
Similar view, but this view is now facing southbound on Water Street from Juno and Water.
All right. So Miss Robinson's car is going to be up here on the upper left?
Correct.
And we're going to see them walking on the right side here, correct?
Correct.
At this point, they're on the west sidewalk,
Yes, they are.
up where my mouse is?
Yes.
Okay. Now they're crossing the street?
Yes, they're crossing the street going eastbound.
And paused at 135. I'm going to back it up from there. Did you see the two blinks again?
I did.
Okay, I'm gonna play it again from 125. She gets in what seat?
She gets in the driver's seat.
All right. Fast forward the video slightly. All right, and then she pulls off northbound on Water Street.
Correct.
And that last one was Water and Juno, camera 05. I'm gonna switch gears, detective, bringing up exhibit 238, which is on a flash drive. I'm gonna start with channel 1 here. I've got this, the video is queued up to April 1, 2024, 6:36:08 p.m. is the clip I'm on right now. What are we looking at, detective? Where's this video from?
This video is from Dukes on Water.
I'd move exhibit 238 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Is the date and timestamp on the Dukes on Water video accurate or off at all?
I believe it is accurate.
Okay, so I'm gonna play this clip from 6:36:08 p.m. And for the record, when I'm pulling up the clips, I'm gonna go by the timestamp on the video screen. And the reason I'm doing that, detective, when you went through these, as I'm showing you on my screen, there's hundreds of video clips, correct?
Correct.
Some of them, and this is just channel 1, but some of them are only merely seconds long, fair?
Yes.
And some are hours long?
Yes.
Okay. And I think this for camera 1 down in the corner, there's 214 clips, right?
Correct.
All right. You watched these clips. Were you able to determine some of the cameras just had absolutely no relevance, like they showed the basement or something like that?
Yes, the basement and storage.
Okay. All right. I have camera 1 up. This is 6:36:08 p.m. It's a 1-minute clip. What are we seeing?
You are seeing the two individuals that got out of the Honda Civic walking up to Dukes and going inside Dukes.
At 6:36 p.m.?
That is correct.
That would be consistent with them walking from their car where they parked around 6:33?
Absolutely, yes.
Pause that clip at 23 seconds. I'm going to go back to channel 1. The clip picking up at 8:30 and 10 seconds p.m. And for the record, detective, some of these clips were renamed for purposes of courtroom presentation. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. What's happening at 8:30 and 10 seconds?
The subject who got out of the car with Sade Robinson is now outside smoking a cigarette.
You see that subject in court?
I do.
Can you identify him? I'll stipulate.
The record will so reflect.
Is that the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll speed this up slightly. All right, stopping it at 2:18. Last clip from camera 1, picking up at 9:03 and 24 seconds. What do we see?
Now you see Mr. Robinson and Mr. Anderson leaving the bar on Dukes.
So they got there at 6:36.
They got inside Dukes at 6:36 and they left at 9:03.
Okay. I'm gonna go to channel 9. This is just a different camera of that same door, correct?
Correct.
And he's outside smoking at 8:30?
Yes.
Okay. And then if I go, this is at 8:31 and 7 seconds. Showing you exhibit, doesn't have number. I got a sticker. This is gonna be 456. What are we looking at?
We are looking at 3 different pictures. The first picture is a booking photo of Maxwell Anderson. The second photo is Maxwell Anderson on a bus. And then the third photo is Maxwell Anderson, who is smoking a cigarette outside of Dukes on Water, which is the clip that we just watched.
Okay, and the bus photo is the one that's on the screen marked 204 here, correct?
Correct.
All right, I'm gonna move 456 in as published.
Any objection?
No.
456 is admitted, and you may.
And it's just a side-by-side of those 3 images, correct?
That is correct.
Booking photo on the left, bus video photo in the middle, and smoking a cigarette at Dukes on Water on the right, correct?
Correct.
Back to the video here. Going to go to camera number 4. All right, this clip picks up at 6:36. It's very hard to see, but I think it says 30 seconds PM. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to play and orient us now. Where's the entry door that they go in?
The entry door is on the left.
Off the screen to the left over here.
Correct.
All right, and where are they going to sit?
They are going to sit on the bar, at the bar, the last 2 chairs in the bar.
These 2?
Yes.
Okay. Playing that clip from 6:36 and 30 seconds. You see the bartender greeting the defendant?
I do.
Okay. Then a bouncer walks over with Sade.
Yes.
And she takes a seat.
Correct.
All right, I'm gonna speed it up slightly here. What are they doing?
They are talking to the bartender right now.
The bartender just did what?
Provided a drink to Mr. Anderson.
And now what's she doing?
Making a drink for Mr. Robinson.
All right, and Miss Robinson has just gotten up.
Yes,
Where does she go?
to the bathroom.
All right, and she returns to the bathroom at what time?
6:41:08.
I'm sorry, returns from the bathroom. And then they just essentially sit there for a while, correct?
Correct.
All right, I've got that clip paused at 6:42:08 PM. Gonna go to the next clip. This clip picking up at 7:10 PM. And in the time span between these, are they essentially just sitting there and talking?
Yes,
Okay. Anything notable happen?
they're just talking, drinking.
All right, we're about 7, 10, and 47 seconds. The defendant's showing her his phone.
Yes,
7:11 PM, he removes his jacket.
that's correct.
Okay. Going to advance the video to 1 minute and 50 seconds in. This is 7:12:15 PM. What's the bartender doing?
She is talking to Mr. Anderson, and it looks like they're playing dice.
I'm going to play this in fast forward. Mr. Anderson is playing a dice game with another patron to his left, not Sade?
That is correct.
All right, and the bartender's there too, correct?
Yes,
And she's doing what?
the bartender was
Not
with
the bartender, Sade.
Sade is just sitting there.
All right, and what happened just now?
Maxwell Anderson finished his drink, and the bartender provided him with another drink.
What's the bartender doing now?
She is getting shots.
And the dice game is over?
Correct.
Did she pour one for Sade?
No.
Okay. Just the defendant and then the other person who was playing the dice game?
Correct.
And at 7:17 and 42 seconds PM, the shots are taken?
Correct.
Okay. Gonna advance this video to 16 minutes, 43 seconds, picking up at 7:27:07 PM. What's Sade doing?
Sade takes off her coat.
Now what's happening?
Sade stands up, and two other individuals walked past them by the table, and Sade then goes in the bathroom.
She brings her drink with her.
Yes.
Advancing this clip to 20 minutes, 33 seconds. We're at 7:30 and 59 seconds PM. They're back at the bar, correct?
Correct.
All right. Bartender is doing the dice game again?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Anderson is playing?
Yes.
Sade playing?
No.
So she's not playing the dice games or taking the shots from them?
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to fast forward this. Does Mr. Anderson also have some kind of a vape?
Yes.
Okay. Appears by 7:33:52 the dice game is over?
Correct.
Okay, and the dice are kind of just sitting on top of the shake cup right here, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna go to the next clip. Well, the next one is extremely short. Just 3 seconds long. And then the following clip picks up at 7:33:59 PM, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to go to 49 seconds into the clip. What is the bartender doing?
She is pouring another shot.
Looks like it probably is another shot from that second dice game.
Correct.
Okay. And who's doing that shot?
Maxwell and the other individual.
Is Sade taking a shot?
No.
Going to advance this video. I paused at 7:39:34 PM. Advancing to 17 minutes, 48 seconds into the clip. Which is 7:51:46 PM. What are we seeing now?
You're seeing two individuals on the right of Sade, and they're going to come over and talk to them.
Do they end up kind of hanging out with these two people for the remainder of the time that they're there?
Yes.
Paused at 7:52:38 PM. I'm going to advance the video to 7:54:17 PM. Mr. Anderson stepped away for a moment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Sade and the female are doing what?
Sade got up. The female is going to the music box, and Sade eventually goes over by the music box by the other female.
Okay. And you know from reviewing other camera angles that even though it's not on camera here, what is there is what?
A music box.
Okay. At 7:55 PM, Mr. Anderson returns from the bathroom.
Correct.
The bartender just brought over 2 pitchers of what appears to be water, correct?
Yes.
And what else did she bring over?
She brought over cups. Plastic cups.
What's going to happen next?
They are going to play beer pong.
On this red table here?
Yes, the red table that says Dukes.
Were you made aware of whether anybody had provided information to the police about Sade playing beer pong at Duke's?
Yes, there was an individual that provided that information.
Going to advance. I paused at 7:57:20 p.m. Picking up at 8:02:12 p.m. What does it look like Sade is doing right now?
It looks like she is taking a picture because you can see her phone and then you can see the red on the back of her phone.
All right, I'll back it up and zoom just briefly. So if someone had indicated that she had taken a Snapchat playing beer pong at Duke's, would this seem to suggest that that did happen?
Correct.
I'm going to speed the video up here. She's standing there on her phone?
Yes.
Okay. Where's Mr. Anderson?
He is at the bar getting drinks.
Now what's happening?
Mr. Anderson takes the drinks over to Sade.
Okay. He brought 2 drinks over?
He did.
And one of them Sade takes and begins drinking, correct?
Correct.
Paused it at 8:04:04 p.m. I'm going to advance it to 8:20 p.m. The beer pong game finishes, right?
Correct.
Now what's happening? I have it in fast forward.
Now Sade sits down by the slot machines and Mr. Anderson sits down right next to her and they are talking.
Paused at 8:21:49 p.m. Sorry, 8:21:55 p.m. Advancing to 8:33 p.m. Where are they?
They are by the bar.
And we know from the other views, where is Mr. Anderson at this time?
Mr. Anderson is outside smoking a cigarette.
Putting it into fast forward. All right, I have it up to 8:35:42 p.m. Mr. Anderson's returned to that area where they were originally seated.
Correct.
Paused at 8:35:49. Going to advance it 8:39, 11 PM. What are they doing?
They are now starting beer pong back up.
Playing it in fast forward. Paused at 8:44:18. They're just playing beer pong, right?
Correct.
Fast forwarding to 8:45:24 PM. Sade and Mr. Anderson are talking near the bathrooms, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the game resumes, right?
Correct.
Paused at 8:46:01 PM. Advancing to 8:49:18 PM. Actually, I should have gone back a little bit. 8:49:11 PM. What's Sade doing?
Sade then goes to the bathroom.
And she doesn't appear to have a drink anymore, right?
No, she doesn't.
Sade's back by what time?
By 8:51:18.
All right. And for the rest of this clip, do they essentially just continue to play beer pong?
Yes.
8:51:21 PM is where I have this timestamp, the last timestamp from this clip. I'm going to go on to the next clip from channel 4, camera 4. This clip picks up at 9:03. I'm going to advance it to 52 seconds. 9:53 on the timestamp. What's happening now?
The game is over or about to be over, and eventually you're going to see them shaking hands. They're eventually going to hug, and Sade and Mr. Anderson are going to leave.
So Sade hugs the young woman she's been talking to.
Correct.
And now what's happening at 9:02 PM?
They are putting on their coats.
Okay, that's a perfect point to stop then. Okay, so tomorrow morning, we're going to kick back up at 8:45. Feel free to bring coffee, water, or soda. Leave your notebooks on your chairs. Remember, no talking about the case with anybody. Put it out of your mind till you come back tomorrow.
Judge, before we go off the record, can we move 238 in and 454, which was a DNA swab?
Any objection to 454
No.
and 298?
238.
238?
The flash drive.
Thank you. Any objection to 238?
No.
Received as well. Okay, so have a lovely evening. We'll see you back in the morning. Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, no, I understand the location. I understand the video. I mean,
Well, that was fascinating. Tomorrow I'll be thinking of you. Yep, I'll try not to attract any poisonous caterpillars again. That was interesting. I was strimming at my allotment and I found a poisonous caterpillar which landed on my leg. It was crawling all over my leg while I was driving.
Anything further to address on the record before we break for the day?
No, Your Honor.
Attorney Cotton, anything to address?
No, thank you.
Okay, then have a lovely evening. We'll see you back in the morning.
Just the same.
I have 230, I don't have 239.
Hello, Paula.
That's just the still from Dukes, yeah.
So looks like they're officially done for the day. Yeah. Crashed. Well, I could have crashed actually, but I felt okay while I was driving. Would have pulled over if I felt funny. But the good news is, yeah, a very spiny caterpillar. I do have a picture on my phone. I'll get TCA to show you in the morning. Yes. See everybody tomorrow. Tomorrow. I might pop in again. Anything else I've got? Yes, I'm glad I'm okay too. I scared the living daylights out of TCA. All right. So, any ideas of when this starts back up tomorrow? Because I'm not entirely sure. Let's see, 5 o'clock. Is it? Anyway, TCA will put the time on. I'll end the stream there. Thanks for coming along. Like and subscribe to the stream because Katia works very hard all week, every day, for some reason, to do these trials for you. 2:40 for us. Right. We'll see you back at 2:45, unless they decide to delay it for some reason. Anything else? Right. I better do the outro. Thank you for tuning in, and I get to play the outro without losing my mind. Thank you. Yeah, I'm a little bit too tired to do a stream. I've been to work. Good excuse. Bye.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.